dude, you ready to get some fucking chess or what? Woo, duty! You both just naturally did it, dude. Alright.
I'm out of range.
I guess I'll do this. What do we have here?
Ah! Not enough rage. I don't have a target. That is good.
Get fucked, stupid bitch!
Not ready yet.
Ah, I love having pummel, dude. I don't know why it's gotta be such a big deal. I give that shit earlier. All these other classes, they get their silence. Why do I gotta wait till I'm like fucking 40? You know?
That is
A little fucking ridiculous, might I add.
Need more rage.
Damn, dude. I like that these are all like mana users, so they're just like, you know, a little bit fucking squishier.
Not enough rage.
Leave these things down.
Not ready. Need more rage. That ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that. I need a target. That ability isn't ready. Not enough rage. Need more rage.
It died too quick, dude. I can't believe.
I can't do that.
Where's the fucking chest? I mean, there's always chests in caves like this, but it'd probably be above us if I had to take a guess.
Above us, like outside.
No, above us on this
It's too far
platform.
away. That ability isn't ready yet.
I'm okay, dude. Killing these things. They're fucking easy XP, you know?
I
Like,
can't do that.
think about a dungeon and how frequent the XP pops up. It's about this kind of XP. We're just like melting these fucking things like one after another. We're not really taking a ton of damage because we can negate so much of it based on the fact they swing like little pussies and they spend half their time casting at
I
us.
can't do that. Not enough rage.
Like, if I was farming solo or whatever, grinding as hard as I could, like, this would be the shit I'm, like, hanging out in, you know?
I can't
The thing that does suck, you don't get cloth from them.
Not enough rage.
Yeah, you'd have to go into it with food, that's for sure.
That ability.
But, I mean, 20 fucking mobs later, you'd be finally eaten. If I was Fury with Bloodthirst, I'd probably, and fucking Victory Rush or whatever,
Not enough rage. Need more rage.
probably goddamn be efficient enough.
That ability isn't not ready yet.
Why couldn't that be like?
It's actually an upgrade for me. I'm just using the advanced version.
You know, it'd be sick if I gave you the staff door and you just use it as a two-handed weapon.
I mean,
It's slightly better, man.
actually, what is the base damage on them? I'm just curious.
It's like 119 to 180. That's 40 deeps.
We joke about that, but if Thornbiter had not been a thing, I think I would be swinging that fucking thing right now.
I can't lose this. Not ready.
I actually, now that I'm not so fucking poor, I need to finish learning all the other weapon skills. Just get it over with. I've even been to Darnassus.
I can't do that. Not enough range. That ability isn't ready yet.
Nice.
Not ready.
You think you can hide behind pillar, boy?
That ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that. That ability isn't ready yet. That would be stupid.
Yeah, just do a good old hamstring. I got it.
Not ready yet. I can't do that yet. I can't carry any more of those.
I think we were supposed to get some other class order done. Fuck, I don't even know what to do.
You got the fish though, right?
It's too far away. Not ready. That ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet. Not ready. I can't do that. Not enough rage. Need more rage. That ability. Not ready yet.
I mean, got all
Not enough.
more than like maybe a block,
Need more
close to a
rage.
block and a half, just from the entrance of this cave back, you know? Back and forth, back and forth.
Not enough rage.
Do it 10 times as a level. It's not too bad. Pretty quick.
I need to get closer. I can't do that. That ability isn't ready. Not ready. I can't do that. That ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that. That ability isn't ready yet.
Oh, there's a third that just spawned.
I can't do that yet.
Okay, I'm using a pot. And I'm LOSing. I'm just trying to LOS right here on that edge.
Not ready yet.
Fucking bitch.
I'm overwhelmed. That ability isn't ready yet.
There's a, yeah, they're bad respawns. You got another one on you. Oh, God. Oh, baby. As quickly as we slayed them, we almost killed our fucking selves.
Not ready yet.
They all spawned on us. That's funny. Yeah, you know, I saw that mob there, but I took the chance that this was, like, not close enough to aggro him. It's pretty fucking amazing, really.
It's too far away. That ability isn't ready yet. Not ready. Not enough rage. Need more rage. I need to get closer. That ability isn't ready. Not enough rage.
ass yesterday.
That ability isn't ready yet. Not enough rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage. I'm out of range. Need more rage.
I just thought it was hilarious when I was in Stranglethorn, getting done at the camp last we were there. I had my pink shit on,
I can't lose.
and I was still MSing people for like 300 or 400, you know? Like, the ability itself just does a lot of damage.
Not enough rage.
Yeah, I'd see him in prot, or, yeah, defensive stance with fucking moral strikes going off.
I can't Need more rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage. I need to get closer.
Almost 2 blocks off that.
I'm out of range. It's too far away. I can't do that. Not enough rage. Need more rage. That ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that.
Going back to the lucky spot, dude.
Not ready.
This is her.
I don't have a target. I'm out of range. That ability isn't ready. Not ready. Not enough rage. Can't do that yet. That ability isn't ready. Need more rage. I need to get closer. Not enough rage. Not ready yet. That ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that. It's too far away. Need more rage. I need to get closer. That ability isn't ready yet. Out of range. Not ready. I can't do that yet. Not enough rage. I can't do that yet. That ability isn't ready yet. That would be stealing.
Can I have that wolf meat? Thank you. The vase have hot spices up here. I can actually make it some food right now. I'm sitting on some. Yeah, this would be a good spot here. Back up so we can charge it.
Not
How may I help?
Elune be with you.
Yeah, looks funny. I wouldn't use it.
May
Actually,
the
one of the
stars
quest rewards gave me a pretty awesome tank helm. Let me check that one out.
Oh yeah, yeah, I've seen that.
Can I assist you?
Says land meats too.
Good luck, friend.
Yeah, although there is a mailbox here, I need to mail them because
Hello.
I'm fucking getting full, my dude. But yeah, I do need them. Wicked Claws I'm trying to hold on to. Probably have a lot. Yeah, thanks. Fuck.
Ishnu Allah.
Thought for sure we're supposed to hold on to these rums, but oh well. I can always farm them out later. Just go kill a bunch of fucking pirates. Hold on. Tinder. Okay. So that's fine.
Alone light your path.
Let's see.
are of the highest.
Qualifier
Goddess
merchant,
bless you.
innkeeper.
Elune light your path. Ishnu Allah.
Oh yeah, dude, I can cook. See how many of these I can make real quick. Sucks I can't do any of the mystery meat ones without dwarven stouts, but
Farewell.
is already maxed right now until I complete that quest, but I'll still make these just so we have stuff. Need them goddamn giant eggs, dude. What the fuck? I mean, you'll be able to complete that quest too, I'm pretty sure. I don't think a prerequisite is for you to have cooking leveled either, but you'll just need Eldritch Swiss, 10 of the zesty clam meat, which I can keep a stack, and then you need the 12 giant eggs which drop from the rocks in Tenaris. So, might as well do that one too. It's grindy, but we need it right now. Drop me a fucking waffle. Ugh. Get Classic installed on my like fucking Surface laptop that I won.
Yeah.
Just hang out in the living room with Kate, just finding some really filthy casual fucking mob and just grinding it out or something, you know. Wish I was in a situation where I could just be a DPS and just throw random AoEs in a direction and just, you know, farm out a dungeon while watching something with her, but anywhere I go, you're stoned, we need to tank. Definitely requires me to try to focus up better.
I can't do this. Need more rain.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting credit for that. Now we do the skinnings. Well, that's fucking easy.
It's too far away. Need more range. Not enough range. Need more range.
Oh, dude, I'm looking at these fucking quest rewards coming up. Some plate boots. They're fucking baller for me. Mm-hmm. What's the name of that quest we were just doing? I don't think I got credit for that last one. Screecher Spirits. When you were doing it originally, I was getting credit. Yeah, I got it. I got it. Okay. As soon as it pop up. Just fucking waffle. Sriracha fucking blueberry waffle, so good. Oh no. Returns to Feather Moon.
Not enough rage.
Return to Feather Moon.
Need more rage. Not enough rage. That ability isn't need more rage.
He does, doesn't he? He's not even doing an animation on my screen. He's just fucking looking at me. Come. You do something and then I'm gonna heal. Okay. I don't even know.
That ability isn't ready
I got shield bashes ready. Hang in there, I'll turn off and you a little lower.
yet. I can't do that yet. Not ready yet. I can't
Okay.
do that. That ability
Resisted.
isn't ready.
Going back. Mocking blow.
Not ready.
Spam.
I can't do that yet.
There you
That
go.
ability isn't ready.
Holy shit.
Not ready yet.
Dude, guess what we found then? Yep. We found Staff of Jordan. We are fucked though. This guide, we've fallen way behind. You get to Tenaris and they're like, you need to grind basically 2 levels in the Pirate Cove.
Oh, what is up?
What up, dude? I just couldn't hear you, so I wanted to join.
I heard you guys sent me over a 6 staff.
Yeah, we did actually.
Greetings.
Fucking Devo in his
Oh,
second
wow.
life. Devo in his second life is gonna be a fucking bank keeper. Fucking goblin.
Thank God.
I don't
Fuck.
even do anything special, I just hold the money.
He's gonna be a fucking bank goblin. Sitting around screaming at people and money.
I'm gonna be a raid boss sitting on a pile of gold coins.
You can be the one goblin with a fucking top hat.
Gazlow.
Yep.
I think that's who that was.
Feel free to browse. May the stars guide you.
I'm not sure I'm gonna try to sell this staff for. I'm gonna try to sell it for like 100G or something. See if it sells. Might take a while, but I don't even know how good this stacks up for pre-rate this right now. Like,
Ishnu
what's
Allah.
out right now?
It's definitely. I think it's
Good
third.
luck, friend.
Check the
What brings
archives.
you here? I am honored.
It's turning all these busts and it wants us to do the chicken escort.
Oh, nice.
Let's see. It is the second best staff.
Can I
It's
assist?
pretty much about as good as you can get.
I was looking at the spreadsheet and it's like telling you get like the Witchblade and some offhand at first, which
Yeah.
the spell power looks roughly the same. The stats might not be the same. I'm gonna take the boat across this time rather than swim. I guess swimming's easier because you can just go AFK.
I am
Keep
honored.
turning all that shit.
Yeah.
Goddess, watch over
So
you.
you got, what did we just fucking get?
I mean, let's see.
The Woodfall Knolls is where we just got to.
Yeah. I don't think Questy's showing some of the turn-ins. I'm gonna reload. Because I still have, I have Screecher Spirits, Deliver to McKinley, and then Handle with Care. Do you have those?
I don't have Handle with Care, but yeah, those other two.
Just do reload.
Outboats here.
Where's Handle with Care? What the fuck?
Boat here, dude.
Create to Erlas, Amberski, and Rut. I don't know where that village is. Okay, I'm trying to catch up. Stop, that's my ride. Can I mount on the dock is the question.
Yeah, I don't know where this starts, but it looks like he's all in fucking Ruthnaran village with this shit. Handle with Care, I don't know where the fuck you got it from.
I don't even see where to fucking take it.
Shoot us through Ruthnaran village, it takes souls over this way. Oh, it's from Book of Gather's thing.
Congrats on your 40, Ben.
Wait, rats on what?
You're 40.
Oh, thanks. Damn.
Can't do that yet. Not enough rage. Need more rage. I'm out of range.
Oh shit. Stack for 60 silver. He'll craft another sleep man and send it to me for free.
So you get it in 2 hours?
He isn't ready.
You know what helmet I'm fucking wearing? This goddamn dust.
Yeah, I do.
Damn Aggie that he's
Not ready yet. Need more rage. Not
But
enough
I'll
that's-
COD the shit to him.
Need more rage.
What's his
Can't do that yet.
Hell yeah, brother.
I need
What's
to
this
get
dude's
closer.
name?
That ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet.
Get out the way. I need thick leather, Danny.
His stupid accent on his letter.
Huh?
He had a fucking accent on his O.
No, it's pork chop like CHAWP, not the one you're looking at.
Oh.
This thing must be rich if he's fucking willing to buy all this leather. God damn,
It's
what's
too
the
far
price?
away. That ability isn't ready. Not ready yet. I can't do that. I need to get closer. I can't do that.
I
That's my
messaged him.
party
He's like,
invite,
yeah, I was just
dude."
about to whisper you.
Isn't ready yet. Not enough rage. Need more rage.
Oh damn, dude, when we skin him, we get to get
I
bonus.
can't do that.
Dude, this dude's gonna help us craft our fucking Devil Sword. Just you wait.
Ability isn't ready.
Oh shit. Dude, I just think it's not poke chop. That'd be sick.
That ability
That would be sweet. Isn't that like a professional?
It's a Tekken player.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what the fuck?
I at least know that's a good guild that can clear all content in this game. Or at least they've done 5 servers.
I'm out of range. I can't do that yet. Not ready yet. I can't do that yet.
I think so, yeah.
Not ready. I need to get closer. That ability isn't ready yet.
maybe. I mean, fuck. No one else would be in here doing this shit. For all we know, we could be some of the first people killing these fucking NPCs.
I can't do that. Need more range. That ability isn't ready yet.
Ouch.
Can't do that yet.
Fucking mobs.
Can't do that. That ability isn't ready yet. I can't lose that. I'm out of range.
Oh man, where's my party invite? We need to get part of the gang, dude. Hell yeah, get Justin in here.
Devo invites me to a group.
Dressing room it, 'cause you'll never see it.
Ooh.
You know, that's pretty good.
That's a dope staff, Devo.
I need to get closer.
Little.
I'm out of range.
Nah, dude, should have been Dwarven hand cannon. Be like, bitch, you don't even level your gun. Give me that.
Not enough range.
That'd be fucking
Damn.
so dumb.
That'd be sick, dude.
Can't do that yet.
Hey, dude. Helps me assert my fucking threat on pole.
That ability. Not ready.
Yeah, I mean, they're just egos, so you just take 3 bites and they're gone.
Need more range.
Holds
You know
on
what I
like a
mean?
taco. Stuffs him in,
I'm
dude.
actually debating on dropping 2 more. That was nothing, dude. Fucking like, ready to go. A little bit. I ended up waking up in the middle of the night and taking a shit. It made me feel better. Hence,
Hell yeah, dude.
I
You
knew
gotta
at
get
this
that
moment
luck
I was
buff
food
up.
poisoned.
You were food poisoned.
My stomach was killing me after that chicken, dude. Absolutely. I pulled out like 5 chicken scrums from my mouth. The chicken was really weird. I might consider that place, but never again will I do anything chicken. That was dumb.
What? Yeah. I mean. Yeah.
Should have gotten the peanut whatever noodles.
That's not even like a main dish.
Do you guys get Thai?
I wish. I would have been way happier. I could have got 2 fucking entrees of Thai for the fucking price I paid for that dog shit.
Ooh, that was a close.
Fuck.
Poison just killed me.
I'm out of range. That ability isn't ready yet. Need more range.
Oh, Alex actually shield tanking now.
60 yet?
I don't think so. I'm not sure what
Not enough range.
they are. I mean, I guess maybe they are,
I can't do that.
but no, he's 58.
That ability isn't ready. Can't do that yet. It's too far away. Need more range.
Damn, he's got my character, or he got his character frames where I wanted mine. Except my fucking move anything broke, and I just like did whatever that one screenshot I posted was.
Where the fuck are we in this cave right now, dude? This shit is confusing. Oh, this is the entrance.
Mhm.
They're just grinding here for a couple blocks. And they
Here, let's
45.
keep going this way then.
Watch out, there's one back here. I meant to pull it.
That ability isn't ready yet. Not enough rage. Not ready yet. Need more rage.
Dude, I don't think I've ever played this quest.
I need to get
Or
closer.
is there another Yeti?
I can't do that. That ability isn't ready yet.
Yeah, I never did this one either for this.
It's too far away.
Yeah, one coming.
Not ready. I can't lose that. I can't do that yet. Need more rage. I'm out of range. That ability isn't ready. I need to get closer. Not ready yet. Not enough rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage. Need more rage. I can't lose that. I can't do that. That ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet. Not ready. I can't do that yet. Not enough rage. Not ready. Need more rage. Not enough rage. That ability isn't ready.
Oh, I forgot about that. How was
Is
it?
any good?
I can't do that. That ability isn't ready.
I know Kate has watched the movie and really liked that. So I came down one time, she was watching, I was like, what are you watching? I've never seen the actual movie though.
I can't do that.
Just,
Need more rage.
yeah. Movie definitely looked old.
That ability isn't ready yet. It's too far away. Not ready. That ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet. Not ready. I can't do that yet. Not enough rage. Not ready yet. That ability not ready yet. That ability I'm out of range. Not enough rage. Need more rage. That ability isn't ready. Can't do that yet. I can't lose that.
See, dude.
The WoW pen today, man.
I need to get closer. That ability
Is that Justin?
can't do that yet. Not ready yet. I can't do that yet.
What are you working on now, Ben?
Finishing up Alterac.
I'm ready. That would be stupid.
Why do all that shit at that point? We really wanted to go sort that mess out.
That ability. I can't do that yet. Not enough rage. Not ready. Away. I'm out of range. Can't
Yeah.
do that yet.
Just don't know how long it'll take me to get there.
That ability isn't ready. I can't lose that. It's too far away. Not yet. That ability isn't ready yet. Need more rage.
That dude said he'd give me the same shit, by the way. I kind of just want to like keep it. I just, you know, I want fucking Devil
I
Star.
need to get closer. I can't do
Help me get Devil Star. Come farm these things with us. Come farm these things with us. I just don't want to have to fucking pay for
Not
it.
enough rage. That ability isn't ready yet. I can't lose that. I'm out of range. Can't do that. Need more rage.
We get fucking rune cloth bags made too.
That ability.
Start getting into that shit.
Need more rage.
So I can be able to tank, like carry my tank gear, you know? All things that I'll have to start setting aside.
Can't do that yet. That would be stealing.
Plus, no one likes to come in from a good fucking farm in Ungoro because their bags are full.
It's too far away.
I think for a good bit, I'm gonna fucking set my hearth to gadget, so I'm right there. Farm, hearth, run right back.
I'm out of range. Can't do that yet. I can't lose that. I need to get closer.
Dude, Devo, Major is playing. He's not on our realm though.
What's her name now?
It's too far away.
Cora.
I can't do that yet. That ability isn't ready yet.
What do you mean? Oh, I actually have no idea. I haven't talked to them in, I don't know, really, really long time.
It makes
Yeah, I mean, she was never too like confident in herself, so
Isn't ready yet.
kind of interesting.
Who's on our team? Irish Mafia, dude.
Oh my god, the dude that had a serious anger problem.
Train.
I don't remember what his name was.
I think he was like actually Irish. Talk about drinking all the fucking time.
That ability. Not enough rage. Need more rage.
Yeah, and then we had fuck, I can't remember his in-game name, but Woody Snell. I forget what his handle was, but he was like this like 30-year-old manager type. No, he's like this 30-year-old manager type, and he was like the manager at a retail store or something like that, and he would always get like super pissy because like we wouldn't take practice seriously.
I'm out of range.
I don't know what ever happened to him, but
Not ready yet.
Oh, he fucking killed himself. His life was already.
Lord, he was really trolly.
That ability isn't ready yet.
Or he would just fucking do the dumbest shit. They still nuke the
I'm sure that shit is around still. I am 100% sure. Let's see.
Not enough rage.
Good old Adam Piatek. Let's see what he's up to on the Facebooks. I actually, I think I unfollowed him because he's like a Trump supporter.
Damn. You got a problem with making America great again?
You know what's really funny is actually that site is still up with like the order forms and everything. It hasn't aged a year.
Fucking skin nothing. I was like trying to skin this one, they were overlapped, I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I feel like Lord Game Servers didn't even last that long, right? Before he just kind of like got bored of it and shut it down or something. I guess I don't really know why he shut it down.
Because the business model was shit. Like it was a race to the bottom, right? So like you basically stuffed as many people as you could on a server without pissing them off, and that was about it. Like that was the business model, and even then, like the profit margins were so like dookie that it didn't even matter because like the community wasn't big enough to actually scale to the point where you could get by on the thin margins. It was just like a super shit business.
I just remember running my zombie server on that for like years. And I stopped playing on my server like a few months after owning it, and I would still go back to it, which was still fucking
I can't do that yet.
I spent so much time trying to
Not
build
ready
the
yet.
server out.
Can't do that yet.
Oh no.
And then I did the classic selling admin to people. And I was making money monthly off of it for a little bit. And then we had you switch it to a zombie master server for us at some point, and then I think that's when I finally got rid of it. Well, yeah, I think I got you to give me a stupid fucking deal on it. Like, obviously, I think he was losing money on that deal. 'Cause that was
Oh,
like
yeah,
when
for
I was
sure.
taking a break from WoW, and I'm like, I want to pay $15 a month for a game server. What can I get? And you just gave me like a 16 slot 100 tick server. Like, here you go.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that was like the perk. I put way too many hours into his stupid business to like not get free shit.
Another like server
More than that, I think it was more like 60 or 70. 100 tick servers were expensive, dude. They were like $7 a slot.
Not ready.
Which makes sense because like back then the server required to actually run that. It was like it actually required a ton of capacity. Yeah, virtualization wasn't a thing. We were running on raw metal, so it was like, yeah, it was bad. And at the same time, too, like the Linux kernel did not. It was only like 600 hertz or something like that. The polling rate of the kernel, and so you actually, in order to get a 100 tick server, you had to recompile the kernel to bump the. Yeah, it was stupid.
I didn't know it was like that
Not
complicated.
ready.
Yeah.
So is that like did you only do that for 100 tick on Linux?
Yeah, you only had to do it for 100 tick. That's why a bunch of the server providers, they all ran Windows because Linux was a super huge pain in the dick to run the server at high tick rates on. Which, like, Windows for game servers, Jesus Christ. Yeah, the licensing is insane. So I think that's like part of the reason why Galore was cheaper than some of the competition, because they all ran Windows Server because it was easier.
That ability. I can't do that yet. Not enough range. That ability isn't ready yet. That would be stealing. Not ready. Need more range. That ability isn't ready yet. Not ready. I can't do that. That ability isn't ready. Not ready yet. Not range. Need more range. I can't lose that.
Mm-hmm.
Not enough rage. It's too far away. I can't do that. Need more range. Not ready yet. That would be stealing.
Lot more to go. Already got like a stack of thick leather for this shit.
Yeah, same.
I can't
And heavy. Although he didn't say anything about heavy.
Dude, the Defias Brotherhood quests in Westfall are so annoying. Just like, just be this messenger boy, travel all over the fucking world with these letters. No, I don't like that. That's just shit I don't like, Devo. What, in Stormwind? Or in I don't know, not like a ton.
out of range.
I mean, more than normal, I guess. I don't know, what's normal?
It's at this moment he realized he fucked. Yeah.
So you're about to die?
No, that means I didn't set my hearth to South Shore. I set it to Booty Bay, which is where I am now.
Damn, dude, that's sick. Can you just like fort die out though?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's 9 silver I just lost out on Devo.
Yeah, you're mounted, dude. The worst is over.
That, you know, you got a point.
Dude, he's saving for his epic mount, alright?
I got a save out for a staff at Jordan.
That ability isn't ready. loot that.
And I'm getting some pretty consistent skill ups on skinning right now too. By the time you roll them, girl, at this fucking rate.
I ain't even looked at that. Yeah, I'm at 281 right now.
I need to get
Where
closer.
you at? Nice.
It's too far away. I can't. That would be stealing.
On that robo chicken shit.
Yeah, it's getting a little fucking nuts.
Not ready. Can't do that yet. Not ready yet. That ability isn't ready. Not enough range. I can't do that. That ability isn't ready yet. I'm out of range. I need to get closer. That ability isn't ready. I can't do that yet. Need more rage. Not enough rage. I can't lose that. It's too far away. Not ready. I'm out of range. I can't do that yet.
Alright, we need some fucking good.
That ability isn't ready. Not ready yet. That would be stupid.
There's nothing fun about this cave, you know? There's like no random chest to look forward to. There's no like rare spawn that we know of. Like
It's
just
too far away.
same boring fucking dog shit.
That ability isn't ready. Not ready.
Oh fuck.
More rage. Not enough rage.
Hey baby. I'll fucking take those, my dude. Holy shit. Nothing exciting about this cave. Nothing fucking drops, god damn it. No fucking purple, no nothing. Literally 10 strength, 5 agility upgrade. Holy fuck. My neck's gotta go though, holy shit. Stats on my fucking neck. There's some AQ40 shit, dude. wait to get into some more fucking Mage Weave, dude. You want some buff food, Devo? Split that I have. Thanks for the meats earlier. Yeah. Oh, fucking no mage. It's not even worth popping this ability now. Fucking the other mob's dead. This goddamn vanilla playlist going after 3 days going. Adjusting in this bitch.
What?
So I got this stream going just the way you want it, man. I provide for my
Yeah, just the way I
subscribers.
like it, dude.
Yeah, dude, check it out right now. This is exactly the kind of stream you want right now.
Is it 3 days grace? Oh my god.
Oh yeah, here's what you missed.
Ah, nice, dude. My wavy text.
Dude went full fucking retard at the end of that swing. Got scared. Oh, guys, we ain't escorting no fucking chicken, dude. Holy shit.
Oh, nice, dude. Devo, there's a Chrome extension called Picture in Picture, and you can play any video you want in Picture in Picture, and it stays on top. Yeah, it's super easy to install. You can even resize it. That's dope. Yeah. Yep, and then it'll pop out into a thing in your bottom right.
Alright, I need to do this shit.
Dude, that's what I'm saying.
Picture to picture. It's in settings? Or it's in extended?
Damn.
Alright, dude, I guess it's time to go to Red Ridge.
You should go to Loch Madon
Should I?
at your
Yeah.
level.
There's like 2 or 3 quests you can do in Red Ridge at 15, that's about it.
You'll get resisted a lot. No, have a good time. Oh, I got these. You'll do really good Loch Madon. And there's a lot of
Alright,
quests.
Lock Madon it is.
There's like different outposts that will give you quests there. But the main town will give you some kids.
Yeah, I already had the flight point to Thelzamar, so...
Get closer, boys. I can't believe. fucking cloth so I can make bandages, for God's sakes.
Dude, this picture-in-picture extension is the best discovery I've made.
You found that earlier? Or how did you come
I just
about
found it like 10 minutes ago.
that? Oh, nice.
Because I knew, like on Mac OS, Safari built in support for picture-in-picture like forever ago. And I knew what I wanted, so I just Googled Chrome Pit, and there it was. Google made it. Can't pay $200 for this thing so that I can power my pool filter for free.
Dang, this thing is like perfect.
So crazy. It works so well. It's actually fucking stupid.
No, I'm just thinking to myself, what do I want to watch? I don't fucking know. Oh, I fucking missed. Try jumping on that goddamn roof.
That ability isn't
So what do you get for a Twitch Prime sub, Danny?
Go ahead and go down to the bottom of your channels, okay? Go to the bottom of my channel and look at your emotes.
No, but I mean, what do you get? Like when I sub
what
to
do
you?
I get? I get like money. Yeah. Which I'm actually close to them sending me my first paycheck, because you have to wait until you get a certain amount up front when you first start off, and I'm sure it's a ploy to get a lot of just money that they don't pay out or pay back. But yeah, your first paycheck is just like $100 worth of that, so what's that? 40 subs or some shit?
Nice, dude. That's a tidy little payday.
Hey, $100 just for playing games. Cool. I do have this viewer that fucking loves WoW though. She donated pretty hefty before, and when she saw me playing Classic day one, I got 25 donos. So, yeah, that was kind of cool.
Nice.
I'll never get big enough to do things like ad rev, but I think that most people that take this shit serious depend on most ad rev.
It's too far away.
Big streamers will sit there joking with their fucking like their chat like, alright, I'm gonna run some fucking ads because I'm gonna sell out because this is just so stupid. They're gonna pay me that amount of money, you know. Everyone's sitting there with the ad block up. And even then they're still happy with how much money they did actually get.
That ability isn't ready. I can't do that yet. Need more rage.
Yeah, right now I'm at 5 subs, so you know, put it together, it's like $12 or something, somewhere in that.
So do I have to like manually resub the Twitch Prime sub every month, or do Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what's really dumb about it actually. Or else I'd probably have a lot more just based on people doing it one time, like, oh, here you go. That don't ever use Twitch or get on. They just wanted to give it to me as like a one-time thing.
That ability isn't ready yet. I'm out of range.
And you get a little cool emo frog, so enjoy that one. Took a lot of work making that guy. Little emoji.
Not ready yet. Not enough rage. Need more rage. That ability isn't ready yet.
No, it's a great extension.
Not enough rage. Not ready. I can't do that yet. Need more rage. That ability isn't ready. I can't do that yet. Not enough rage.
Won't be much longer. We'll be running up into this shit. Fucking Dire Maul.
That ability isn't ready yet.
Another couple months.
I mean,
Need more rage.
it's not out on launch, but I'm just saying, like, we were counting a year ago. Oh, yeah, man. Fucking year from now, we'll be playing Classic WoW. Here we are.
I need to get
Time's
closer.
flying.
Not ready yet. It's too far away.
How many of my pre-release
I can't do that yet.
Dire Maul, I think there's like
Not ready. That ability isn't ready yet. Not ready. That would be stealing. That ability isn't ready yet. I can't do that yet. That ability isn't ready.
now we're gonna run south to the ruins. Hill of the Passage. 877. 5877. Just need to loot some sort of drift egg. I think it's down this way. I've actually never done this quest this time, so fuck, never mind. This is not the way. Jump right here.
Okay, go up and around.
Fucking level 46 map, Jesus.
I'm out of range. Not enough rage. Need more rage.
Fucking Fury DPS ogre, dude. Jesus.
I can't do that. That ability isn't ready yet. Not enough rage. Need more rage.
Simmer the fuck down, bud. Fighting you with some bleeds,
I
you're
need
just
to
too
get
fucking much.
That ability isn't ready yet.
What a fucking chode.
I'm out of range. Not enough rage.
Oh, there's more.
How much bloodstone do you need for that quest? 4, right?
Yeah. I can't tell this is inside. Oh no, they're up the mountain.
It's too far away. I can't do that.
Dude, I know who I'm gonna fucking watch. This guy named Stewie Woods. He's a goddamn genius.
Not ready yet. I can't do that yet. Need more rage.
I could throw some fucking ancient aliens up. That sounds good too.
Oh shit.
Let me hit that weed pen, Devo. Fucking watch this shit. Actually, that wins. I'm watching some fucking. Fire up my Hulu real quick here.
Oh god, actually, damn it, I don't have Hulu anymore, so I can't even watch all these.
I think we can log in at the same time on my account. I'm not sure.
No, it's not that big of a deal. I'll just watch only the free episodes. Still watch all these free ones.
How the fuck does this work?
Oh, here's a hippogriff egg.
Coming over your way.
I think I was reading something. They have a 10-minute respawn timer.
Oh shit. Hopefully there's more.
Oh, it won't let me fucking picture this fucking page.
Oh dude, I got one too.
Yeah, I think you can only do it on videos.
Only HTML5 videos. If it's still Flash, then
Okay.
it's broked.
Yeah, so that won't work.
Search ancient.
Alright, run northeast to the Grimatoad camp.
With self-driving trucks to follow in 2022. And Inami Hiyama Laboratory brings to market a new prosthetic device called MetaLimbs,
So
a pair
you
of
get a video
wearable
going and then
robotic
you go to the
arms
extension.
controlled by the legs and feet, giving the user 2 additional hands to work with. These are just a few of the scientific innovations introduced by the Japanese in a single month. And they, along with numerous others, have helped accelerate mankind's technological advancement at a breathtaking pace. Yet in the midst of this cutting-edge technology are antiquated tea houses, palaces, and shrines dating back thousands of years that create a stark contrast between the old and the new.
Japan could be a
At
puzzle.
45, yeah.
On one hand, you have this modern culture
I mean,
with
even then,
trains
you'd
that
be
are
able to
going
do it.
250 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Robots can serve you in the home.
I don't know.
Can
I'm
help people with
halfway through.
handicaps
It just
walk.
would be hard to
They
try to
can
do
be
anything on
a
orange and
robotic
mouse,
pet.
like hitting them and shit.
They have parking garages in which the cars park
I mean, we
themselves.
can try it, but
So Japan is always on the cutting edge of technological development and innovation. Yet at the same time, it cherishes and looks back at its age-old traditions, some of them going
Oh,
back
wow, where
several
the fuck
millennia,
did these
in
guys all
fact.
come
While Japan is a nation where old world traditions and new world technology
Dude, no
collide,
fucking way. I'm
ancient
going
astronaut
backwards.
theorists suggest the two are not as disconnected as they may seem.
Well,
and that the secrets of
Fucking me.
ancient
I don't
Japan
fucking know.
help explain why they are at the forefront of technology today.
Despite some of those are like cast in
Secrets
Niagara
that
pretty
are
far away
connected
from me.
to extraterrestrial visitation.
Jesus Christ, that was insane. It actually hit
December
hard.
18th, 2007.
When we were gangbanging them, they could never really hit me, but yeah, that did it. Let's see. So you just click this button here and it's supposed to overlay it? This picture to picture?
Yeah, but like he's saying, if it's a flash video player, it's not gonna work.
God damn it. This would have been like the best thing ever.
Here we go. Oh, and we're live. Hello,
Okay,
Ken.
was that
That's
quick
it.
and that
It's
easy?
that easy, yeah.
We didn't say very much interesting before starting.
No, we were
just starting, and then you just said, "Shut the fuck
I
up."
said, hold that thought, please. This concept of things getting better. And we were talking about war being because there's a World War II helmet that Shane Against the Machine is the gentleman's name. He's made me another sculpture, and he started making sculptures out of these World War II helmets with a lamp underneath it and an actual real World War II bayonet as well. And you were saying war is a terrible idea.
Yeah, and it's going away.
You think, really?
Yeah. really fast. And you mentioned Pinker.
Yeah.
And that's, everything I will say is redundant to Pinker. I mean, that Better Angels of Our Nature is one of, I think, the most subversive books of our time. People there's such a, it's a fetish to suffer. It's a fetish to say how bad things are. People are getting really off on it. And when you start saying, after you say one death by violence is too many and we got to clean up the environment and da-da-da-da, you say all that stuff and it's all true, but you can also take a breath and say things are getting better.
Yeah, I think we need to recognize that. And the problem is there is violence. There is horrible things. There are horrible things in the world. They still exist, and now they're magnified because of the fact that we have this ability to look at it on your phone anytime you want to. Look at it on your computer.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. I think calories and information are identical. For million years, the biggest problem every living thing has is too few calories. And then for maybe 75 years, a very small percentage of the animals in the world had this problem of too many calories. And there's nothing that prepares anybody for it. We now have more information in one issue of the New York Times than a 17th century peasant would have had in their entire life. So we have this glut of information that we're dealing with about as well as we dealt with calories.
I talk about this quite often, but the way I describe it is diet, and that most people have a poor diet, and that most people's diet is not nutritious.
Right.
And if you have a poor diet that's not nutritious, your body becomes unhealthy. Well, if you have a poor mental diet, and I've discussed, how many people do we talk about this with? Like 3 or 4 people we've been talking about this, like taking in information. You should almost think of it as a mental diet. You take in bad information all the time, negative information.
And I will speak for myself, but I don't think I'm in any way alone. I often forget where I read stuff. So I have to be really careful to not read too much garbage.
Yeah.
Or it just pops up in my head as, oh, that's real.
Right.
So I try to go with news sources that I think are pretty reliable, even if I disagree with them. Like I try to read the Times because I know there's a level to how much they're going to lie. We know where the parameters of their lying are. We know where they do the spin, and if you just pop around the web at random, you can't tell what kind of information you're getting. But I also want to add to this. It's exactly the way I feel about drugs. As much as I want to say this is not right for me, information has to be out there, and all information, and absolutely no gatekeepers.
No, I completely agree, and I think that we're coming very close to a time where technology allows us to understand what's true and what's not true. We're not there yet, but I think we're really close to being able to have some sort of an ability to read minds, to decipher information like really clearly.
But the problem with reading minds, if we could do it, and to ascertain truth, is truth is very different from what someone believes.
Yes.
If you had a perfect lie detector, it would not help you with criminality at all. Because, people that think they're innocent may very well think they're innocent, even if they are not.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, that's a really good point. And, another really good point is memory is very fallible.
Oh, yeah. See, I got a lot of shit for this, and I talked about it a little bit on my podcast. But, I was in the room with Trump a lot. I did 2 tours. I did 2 tours of duty.
Tell me about that. What is that like? I was supposed to do that show and I passed on it.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't want to live in New York for 3 months or whatever it was.
Yeah.
It just seemed like that.
It's wise either way. It was a primetime television show, so it sold tickets, and that is our job.
Right.
And that's what we do. And I went on with one idea in my head. Annie Duke, the poker player, she'd been on the year before, and I said, why am I going on? I mean, I know I'm going to sell tickets, and that's just a done deal. But why am I going on? What's my real goal? And she said, go on and show that atheists can be kind. That'll be your only goal for the whole show. Because they're going to jump on you for being an atheist, and they'll jump all over you for that. And just show that you're the one that gets mad the least. Show the one that you're the nicest guy on there, and you're the hardcore atheist. And I went, okay, that's a good goal. But then you sit in the room, and I don't know how well you know the President of the United States of America.
I don't want to know him at all.
Yeah. But you spend about 2 or 3 hours every other day sitting in a room across the table like this with a table you can't put your hands on.
Why can't you put your hands on it?
Because it might mar it. It
Oh,
might
that's hilarious.
put a handprint on it.
They literally tell you don't put your hands on the
Don't
table.
put your hand on the table. And you have to sit up straight. And the camera, if you're like the team captain, which by the way, they hate it if you call them team captain. They like to have it, some sort of business jargon. And you're in a set. And that's the thing that everybody else on the show would say, we're going into the boardroom now. And I'd say, no, we're going onto the boardroom set.
So it wasn't a real boardroom.
No, of course not. None of it was
in a
real.
soundstage?
It was, it was in the Trump Towers, but they've taken over a floor, and NBC guts it and puts up this shit. And then you got your camera, that's your hero camera, that's over your shoulder, that's shooting Trump. So you can't lean into the camera.
Right.
And they want a little piece of you, so you can't lean out of the camera. So then you've got about 2 hours where you sit up straight, and you can't move side to side, and you can't put your hands on the table, and you listen to someone speak for 2 hours that they're going to try to edit out to get 3 minutes where he sounds okay.
I found it.
Okay.
What does he have to say for 2 hours?
He would talk. I mean, things obviously have changed, but he would talk about. I was reading this blog on the internet that said I didn't sell my property for enough, and I bought it for $3 million and I sold it for $4 million. Isn't that a profit? Isn't that a profit? What do you think? Isn't that a profit? Yeah, that would be $1 million profit. Well, they said I sold it for too little. Okay. Who was this? It's somebody on the internet. Okay. So, he'd be arguing in front of us with perhaps a 18-year-old guy on the internet who thought that Donald Trump should have made more from a real estate deal.
And this is something he really concentrates on.
He seems to...
still to this day.
Yeah, obsessed with what anybody says about him anytime.
It's so odd.
And I thought, and I want to say this very clearly, I thought he was wonderful at his job. If you had someone who was actually a business person on that show, it would be the worst show in the world because Bill Gates would make proper decisions.
Right.
And there'd be no surprises. You want someone capricious and crazy with no filter. That's what you want. Right. And that's what we got. So he makes arbitrary decisions that you try, the human brain tries desperately to make those make sense, and that ends up being some kind of entertainment. And so I actually, Donald Trump Jr. said to me, of all the people we've had on the show, you seem like the only person who's ever liked my father. He said, you actually seem to like him. And I said, I have a fascination and a respect and a affection for people who are able to get out of their filters. And I said, some people do that with pure genius, like Bob Dylan. Some people do it with bravery, like Lenny Bruce. Some people do it with drugs, Neil Young perhaps, Jimi Hendrix perhaps, and most people do it with a mixture of stuff. But I said, Thelonious Monk said, the genius is the one who is most like himself. And I said, with some sort of mental problems coupled with greed and a lack of compassion, your father has somehow found a way to throw off the filters. And I will listen to Tiny Tim talk on tape for hours because I like that little bit of Asperger's and all that other stuff. Well, I'm not
assuming.
I'm not qualified to, but I'm saying that's
He's
possible.
An oddity. Yeah,
He's an oddity.
sure.
I can hear him talk forever. I can listen to Lenny Bruce. Hal Wilner has those hundreds of hours of him just ranting onto his tape. I think I don't like people on drugs that much, but boy, I do. And I listen to Lenny Bruce talk forever. And Donald Trump had the dark side of that. It was almost like when I was hitchhiking around the country and, homeless and shit, you'd end up at a biker place and, some clubhouse and some guys just holding court and ranting. I've always been interested in the people who are out on the margins, and what Donald Jr. Took as affection, I guess was a bit of affection, but it's also that if you have thrown off some filters,
unless
I'll
she's
listen
at
to
like
you
the
talk.
end of the road.
And
the
so that
edge
was
of that
that. It was very, very strange. And then I really did spend a lot of time kind of sticking up for Donald Trump, saying, yeah, there's interesting stuff there, and yeah, he's crazy and he's venal and he's empty. You know, really weird stuff that you've never seen before. You have never seen someone who has never laughed sincerely and never made a joke.
Never laugh sincerely.
No, he will laugh in a bully way. You look kind of fat, Joe.
Really?
Yeah, he'll do that.
He won't laugh at himself.
Oh, no. And also, but never even a joke. Even
But
a
he says
turn of
funny
phrase.
things on Twitter. Did you see the thing he did on Twitter the other day where he put a picture of Trump Tower in Greenland and he said, I promise not to do this?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I laughed. That was funny. Just giant Trump Tower in the middle of Greenland.
I never saw it. I mean, I saw that.
But you never saw him in person.
I never saw it in person. I also never saw him show any enjoyment or understanding of music. And those two things are two things that I connect with people very much of.
I do too, but one of my best friends, Doug Stanhope, does not like music.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I know
He's
Doug
like, I
doesn't.
fucking hate music. It's like,
And Teller's father.
really?
Teller's father didn't like music.
I mean, I don't know.
And aggressively didn't like music.
Yeah, I don't know what that is, but I do know that I don't believe that we see things the same way. Like,
Yeah,
I
that's the
don't
spot
think we
you were at
taste
last
things the
time
same
you
way,
were
which is why
listening
some
to
people enjoy certain
Spotify.
kinds of foods, and some people hate those exact same foods. Some people, the music sounds different to people in terms of like what their emotional and psychological.
I mean,
needs
yeah,
is
that's
and what it
rough.
does to them. Some people don't want to have
I was
none of it.
tired to
and
the
that's
point where
standard.
I'm like,
When I
okay,
lost-
well, I'm not gonna fucking. I don't see myself going all the way through the next night. And so if I was the one to take a nap at all, and wait to do it midday, the queue would just be fucked, right?
Yeah, just we're like, you know, happily questing through Daenerys, and then we do the cove quest, and he's like, alright, now describe in the cove until you're 44 and 15 bars.
I can't do that yet.
Of a level, and we're like, both just like fucking fresh 44.
I was just doing Al Kaiser shit at the end. I was just sitting
Did
there
you guys
going,
end up grinding there later or no?
I figure we'll make it up just by farming Z up a whole bunch.
Yeah.
I need to get closer.
Oh yeah. Sucks if you're not a mage. Those, yeah. All those pirates. Yeah. And even then, the pirates or the mages can't kill a purple dude, so I have to do just inside the compound.
Yeah, that was a little fucking rough. I'm just like, yeah, I could probably stay up till like fucking early evening the next day, but I'd be so fucking miserable, and the odds of getting back into the game at that point are just fucking none on a Saturday.
I need to get closer. Not ready yet. I'm out of range. I can't do that yet.
Give me your ears, kobolds.
All that weight, you know, lost over 100 pounds.
Congratulations.
And I
by the
read
way.
a lot, and also, more importantly, 4 years and kept it off. But when I was reading about taste, I read this book, and it's awful that I can't bring up the name, but a woman wrote this wonderful book about preferences in food. And she was trying to set up a dichotomy. Let's talk to those people who think there's a natural taste and desire in
Good
food,
old
and those
blueberry
who think it's
waffle.
all environment and memory and so on. And you just can't
That's what
find
Monday's
scientists
for,
on the
right?
other
That's what
side.
Monday is absolutely
All of our
for.
food
Holy
preferences
fuck.
are habit, and there's nothing else.
And I want to have my PC at home and set up on
Just-
a Sunday
Is that
and just
proven?
chill out.
How
and
can they
skate
prove
for a
that?
little
Seems to
bit.
be lots
I'm
of
still gonna
studies
play Sunday,
with
and I'm
young
still
children,
gonna, like, probably go hard
lots of studies
Sunday
with people who
night,
they
but
control their
Well, how
diet.
do you, but
I'm
how do
sleeping
you
till fucking noon
make?
Monday.
How does it make sense when you have two kids that have radically different
Wake
tastes?
up, go get a fucking Popeye
And
sandwich.
you have
just
essentially
like,
very,
wearing
very
my
similar food
sweatpants.
experience.
Like,
Yeah,
what you
well,
mean you out of
I
the
don't know
chicken,
how they
babe?
tease out that, but
I
they've
have
done
one
some
daughter,
laboratory.
one daughter who loves
Did you
spicy
guys
food.
go into
And
this
she's young.
expecting that you were gonna hit 60 in a week?
I was hoping to be very close to it, but I
Yeah. When going into it, I thought that I'd be close, and then when I saw the 9-hour queue, I just like settled with the fact that I'd be in my 50s. I don't know. I lost motivation to like want to fucking go crazy like I thought I would.
Like, I think I'm gonna end up being low 50s. Once I get into some bigger ZF runs and just
That's I'm counting on some ZF runs that will get us in the low 50s. And then from there, it's just like there's so much to do at 50 for XP. Like whether the guide's legitimate or not at that point. Like there's just you can go fucking anywhere. You got Western, you got Searing Gorge, you got Thorium Point. You just got so many things that open up. Fucking Burning Steps even. Some of those. You start them and come back to them later. Then we get into BRD. Oh my god. Plus you still
Trying to
want
earn
to do
some money questing, then I'm gonna go AoE grind, but I should have just, I need to skip ahead.
fucking Sunken Temple at some point too for our like class shit.
Yeah, do 102 through ST for class quests.
We can wait until you're there too. I don't know, as long as you have something that's like worth doing that place for you. I know Devo and I do. If I get a trinket, I'll use all the way up to fucking like AQ40 and shit. It's insane.
the helmet. That's pretty good. It's not pretty ready for this.
Fuck your net, dumb bitch. I'm shooting all these fucking guys, dude.
That ability isn't not ready. Need more rage. Not enough rage. I can't do that.
Young, she's 9.
Yeah.
And I love spicy food. And I mean, this fucking kid can eat jalapenos. She eats habanero sauce. She'll like, I'll say this one might be a little too hot for you. She's like, let me try it. And she'll like dip her finger in it. She's like, put it on. She'll eat chicken with habanero sauce. I mean, she's a little savage. My other one doesn't want to have nothing to do with it. She thinks everything's too hot. Like a little bit of pepper. She's like, oh, it's too hot.
But you know, I found when my when I changed my diet so rapidly that my comfort foods changed and my habits changed and what I like changed.
You know, a lot of that is because of gut bacteria.
Oh, I know
We've
that.
gotten into
Oh, yeah, microbiome.
Fascinating.
Really fascinating stuff. And feeding back to your brain, you know, that was the thing that was so strange.
Including your emotions.
Yes, very much so. But when I became plant-based, vegan, for health reasons, and I wrote in my book, I wrote a lot of stuff about I am an unethical vegan. I'm not doing this for any sort of lack of animal cruelty, nothing. Strictly, that's why I'm doing the plants. End of story. And this has happened to a lot of friends of mine who changed that. After whatever it takes, and people are guessing like 3 months, 4 months of no animal products. Those little critters eating shit in your guts die that like the meat stuff, and they're not giving that feedback loop. And I just found a real emotional change where all of a sudden I went, I don't want to be part of that, of the suffering.
Yeah.
It was really strange how that changed, and it really felt to me I so want to. I'm a hardcore atheist, as you know, and I don't believe in a mind-body separation at all. And yet, I seem to believe that when I was 350 pounds, that none of that affected my emotion. And then I lost all this weight and found there were so many changes in me that seemed to be intellectual and emotional. And actually, I had a lot of evidence were physical.
Well, there's
and
a lot
it really
of people.
fucked me up on the mind-body separation.
It should fuck you up because a lot of people make these assumptions that you are not your body, and a lot of very intelligent people they eschew working out and they don't want to exercise and they find it like it's a vanity thing. It seems egotistical. They don't like it, and so they put it in this category of kind of knucklehead dumb things to do. But your body and your mind are all in the same house.
It's all the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, if your house is filled with shit, it doesn't help the
And
way
it was
you think.
so amazing how I mean, I completely believed that, and yet I wasn't living that. I was like thinking that I was living this, 2,000-year-old idea of little homunculus who's kind of living inside me, who's this pure pen, and then the body is just the vehicle it's driving around.
Well,
and that's just not true.
Help you with that. I think knowing you as long as I've known you, you're an intense thinker, and your mind is something you cherish your thoughts and you embrace them, and you're a very intelligent guy, and I think you just probably rejected the idea that there was anything outside of the mind that had any influence on you.
Yeah, we also talked about this. I was also, I was the biggest guy to ever go through my school. So my small high school in Western Massachusetts, so I was 6'7", and they wanted me center of the basketball team. And those kinds of people and that kind of culture, I wanted to listen to music, I wanted to read, and I set up this, you guys who are physical, I don't like you. I'm on a different team.
Yeah.
And my dislike of competitions and teams became a team thing.
Yes. Yes.
That's the thing you always get stuck in.
Yes.
The dislike of teams becomes your team. And I'm trying so hard now to think I have two choices, 1 or 7 billion. And there's no teams between that. I can either be myself or I can be one of all humanity. Or I won't even say 7 billion. Let's say 108 billion, the number of people who have lived in history. Those are the people I can be. It's why I'm trying to not, and this is impossible to do, by the way. I'm talking about how I'm explaining to you how I'm driving myself crazy.
Right.
I'm not giving you real information. I'm trying to not think ever of us and them. But I'm trying to say those of us who voted for Trump.
Jump, you
those
fucking
of us
idiot.
Who believe this. So it's always
Holy
us.
shit.
Because, man, I am so fucking sick of teams. And I even look back and go, I love the Velvet Underground. I hated the fucking Eagles, and that was a fucking team, and that was manipulated and forced upon me. You know what I mean? I wanted to be the kind of guy that went from, Zappa to the Velvet Underground to Bob Dylan. That was all okay, and the Eagles and the Doobie Brothers, they were not what I listened to. I'm just trying to let that go.
Yeah, you wanted to be one of the cool kids.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And whenever you want that, you got to say, well, one of the cool kids, that's the 108 billion who've lived on this planet.
Yeah, that's a great way to look at things. And I wish people taught that in school, the dangers of being involved in teams. Because we get involved in teams in terms of you play basketball or whatever, but teams in terms of what I believe versus what you believe. And I think we're experiencing that politically right now with the most polarizing time in my lifetime that I've ever experienced.
And worldwide.
Yes.
Worldwide. I mean, it is not an American thing.
Right.
And it's just insane. And I also know, that's why I said, I try to go with the Velvet Underground and the Eagles because that's where I can really see where I'm wrong.
Yeah.
That I'm wrong.
How do you deny that?
Okay.
Once Joe Walsh got in the mix, the Eagles changed. That's what people have to recognize.
I was in the middle of the China Sea with Joe Walsh through a series of odd coincidences that I had. Well, just last year, we got this gig. Paul Allen, who was one of the Microsoft guys. Sure. Well, he's a great guy, right? And he
Oh
booked
man,
his
when I got up this
to
morning,
be on a
I
cruise,
was looking at
to
the
do a show for his
Herod
friends. He's got like
Reddit
200 friends, and
or
he's
subreddit,
bought this
and there
fucking
was
cruise ship. He's rented
a
this fucking cruise ship,
a blacklist
thrown off all the
warning
chefs and everything, bring on
for
his own
chode.
people, and they're gonna go
I was cracking up.
Kobe
Oh
to
no.
Shanghai.
No, not Stone Chode, just the other one, just Chode. Killed somebody in the process, or killed Lupos right as the guy almost finished taming him.
For like 200 people. And he books it.
Yeah, that's
I
what
said to my
everybody.
friend,
That's what everybody
I said, "Do you know how much it
responded.
costs to shut down Penn and Teller in Vegas and fly us all to fucking
Yeah, Ben
Japan?
caught this
to be on a
Chode guy in
cruise ship
World
to do a
Chat being
fucking
an
Penn and
idiot,
Teller show,
and I like
and then come
respond.
back? Do you have any idea how much that costs?
He's like,
and Piff said,
I'm
no.
a
I said,
Chode.
Me neither.
And I'm like,
It
I'm a
must be
Stone
lot.
Chode.
You gotta talk to my
Like the
managers or
goofy
something, because
face.
that must have been a shit ton of money. So he books this whole thing, and then
There's also a fucking Stone Cold on the
right?
server.
Dies. So, you know, Glenn, who you met out there, the rock
He's a
suffering
big
Glenn,
fucking idiot.
our manager, he calls up after a few days and says,
Sorry, dude, I'm gonna be a fucking Stone Toad. No one will get me confused.
tickets, I'll get you the money back, and we can probably rebook those weeks. It's not going to cost you anything. And so sorry, but I go, no, we're still doing it. And Glenn goes,
I think I'm gonna get fucked up if I'm AOE grinding the East of Stoner.
We're still doing this gig, and they go, yeah.
Can't
We went,
like, you think there's a bunch of horde?
Okay.
I don't know
Well, I
how
said
many
to Glenn,
quests
you
horde
know,
actually
now that
have
you
in
work
Swamp of
for Dead
Sorrows,
our
but
career's going to take off. You know, because that opens up the market, right?
Right.
So turns out that his friends, you know, Paul
yeah, then
Allen's
I think
friends were
we
people
gotta do
like
those.
Joe Walsh and Billy Gibbons and all these food scientists and all these great people. So there I am in the middle of the China Sea with
Grind on
with, Joe
Tarantulas like 42, then I could do Murlocs to 45 if I wanted.
15 people.
Hell yeah,
And,
brother.
you know, singing Desperado and those kinds of things and talking.
It also reminded me yesterday when we were grabbing our driftwood. That beach is a good AoE one too.
Why exactly was I on the Lou Reed
These
team?
quests that I'm on are like too slow, and I just don't care to like. I just need to like reset the guide and get to a point where I can just like start a zone fresh.
It's just a really difficult thing to do. Shocks and music guys, all that stuff. Everybody
Any fucking day now.
Not ready. Like when you start saying "fuck the Eagles," like you're stuck with "fuck the Eagles."
and then when you start to realize, you know, when the Clash hitting in the US, there were people sitting around a boardroom going, how do we get 20 old assholes to buy this shit?
Can't even
You
fucking
know, it
skip.
was all being done and laid out, and that's fine. That's their job, and that's great, and God bless them. But I got to be aware that they're doing
Someone selling sex.
Oh, there's Sex Pistol slot. Sorry, there's Sex Pistol slot machines. when I was first in the Hard Rock, you know, and there's a big sign. The only notes that really count are the ones that come in wads, and that's over the door of a casino that you're walking in. And then there's a Sid Vicious slot machine, and you go, okay, so this is, you know, satire's dead. We can no longer do satire. That's over.
It's hard to do satire.
You
today.
can
Man,
stop.
fuck killing bugs. Fuck their diseases.
So many people that are
Fuck their
serious,
poisons.
that are more
Fuck
ridiculous
their
than
hard
that.
shell.
There's a guy, I don't know his real name.
Fuck
His
'em.
Twitter name is Tatiana Brown, who plays like the most woke person in all of Twitter, and I retweet his stuff or her stuff with the pseudonym. And people get furious. They're like, oh my god, is this fucking person serious? Like, simple? I'm like, not enough rage. I'm like, okay, I get it. I'm like, it's that close. It's that close to being a real person.
But not close. We've already crossed over.
love it,
You
dude.
absolutely, there's no way to tell.
No, there's no way to tell with woke people. With the woke young.
There's no way to tell with any
With far righties, well, yeah.
anything. There's no way to tell with any of us.
Things are so
But I
polarized.
never, ever liked satire. I never, ever liked parody. Even when I was reading
The Onion?
National Lampoon. The Onion. Okay, shut up. I'm wrong. How about that? Is that fast enough for you?
The Onion is too good.
When the Onion
Suck
did
my
the
dick,
headline,
guide. How about that?
Nation mourned
You
the
grind
loss
up
of
on
the
my
last person
fucking
who
dick
what
and
the fuck
suck
he
it
was
at the
doing.
same time, because I'm done. I'm
That's perfect. But you know, I saw
With
that post
7.
you have up here,
Call it. Yeah, 7 away.
Lenny Bruce without tears. And you know, the
7.5.
of walking. I mean, and I looked.
Yeah, I agree.
Whatever I was, 10 or 11.
Get our
when
fucking
Lenny Bruce
gold
died.
up.
And,
Make alliances with the dudes
but,
gonna
you know,
craft their fucking
I
double
did
star.
never hear that. You younger than me, so even more so for you. But
We just gotta be his #1 customer so when these dinosaurs get rolling, you know? We're out there farming them with them. Yeah, why is that thing so fucking tough, really? Jesus.
I think I'm remembering this right. Like,
Oh, I thought that thing fucked you up.
I saw the film very early, and it was completely life-changing. The idea that stand-up comedy was going to go from what to me
Can't do that.
to somebody actually talking from their heart in a way that made people laugh, but who cared? And of course, then Andy Kaufman turns that entirely
It's too
inside
far
out.
away.
But the
That'd
idea
be
that was created when you went from being dialect and even all of those people that did jokes and character stuff. And then all of a sudden a guy coming out himself and talking about his real life is just mind-blowing to me. And so the idea that instead of being
We're gonna get it though. It's a good reason to go back and grind it.
and maybe that means people are laughing at you, and maybe that's okay.
Yeah, it's definitely okay. But I don't think there's anything wrong with any way to do it. I think there's nothing wrong with Abbott and
No,
Costello.
once we get 45, we
You know,
can definitely consider looking for some ZS.
What, are you telling me that's not a reasonable amount to grind there, Debo?
You know, in Laurel and Hardy, Stan Laurel was the brains.
I
The Three Stooges,
gotta wait to turn mine
Moe
in.
was the brains, and in the Marx Brothers, Groucho was the brains, and Abbott and Costello had no brains. You know, that total. You want to talk about the Stooges being anarchy? The Abbott and Costello are just completely off the map.
Yeah, but
Just really.
for the time though, it was groundbreaking. It's hard for us to wrap our head around. As was Cheech and Chong. You know, Cheech and Chong for the time was groundbreaking. I know it has to do with drugs and
Yeah,
food,
well,
that's
for
like-
me,
yeah.
I was on a different team at that
Yeah.
time. But I've gone back, and that stuff is good. And of course, but I'm also a liar because I was crazy for Firesign Theater and memorizing everything. And Phil Proctor is still a good friend of mine, and that was very much drug-based.
I think that
Who's
comedy
covered
is like
fucking
music, in that there's a
thorium?
whole bunch of different ways to do it. You know,
Can't
if
wait.
you were a big fan of Bruce Springsteen and you went to see Bruce Springsteen, but Run DMC
I
showed up
sincerely
instead, you'd be
hate
furious.
diving
Like, what
into
the
these
fuck is
fucking
this?
hives.
But obviously, people
You know?
love Run DMC. It's a different way to do a thing.
I don't know
It's a
why.
different way to express
Maybe
yourself.
it's like
and-
all
and-
the
and a way to
haunted
learn.
memories
Yeah.
of being down in those with like art.
But it's just that whole idea that you've got.
You
to,
would certainly do really good
I
in
mean, my
when
life
the
is
spots that
so
Monkey News
heavily
likes, where all the
affected
demons are.
by
in Winter
drugs.
Spring.
Even though I had this whole, I'm not going to do any drugs.
Why did you have that decision?
I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know. That's always, I've talked about this.
Ungoral's
on
forever
podcasts.
my
Ever,
baby,
I tried
dude.
to-
I love it.
Was it?
How old are you now?
I'm 64 years old.
And you have no experience with drugs. Medication.
Medications. Yeah, deep enough injuries that
It's like someone wants to be an asshole and run around with a party gang and control the mountain pool. You still have to have someone on the outskirts. It's just one of those zones where, unless you're just getting fucked from all angles, it's
So
good.
he did fix that. I went in for dental surgery.
I absolutely hate
serious
burning
dental surgery,
steps.
and
There's
they
just
fucked
too
up.
many horde out
And
there
the,
ganking with their parties of people going
dentist
into Black Rock.
told the nurse what he had
So
given
fuck
me in
burning
terms of
steps.
$100.
Plus, it's
And
just
she
too much
took
running
that
around.
as what she was supposed to give me. So instantly doubled the dose. And I was so fucking high and out of my mind.
People can die that way.
Yeah. And I told my wife, through my haze of not knowing who I was, call Trey Parker. Trey came to Vegas and said, I want to sit with Ben High. And
So
I go,
he flew in immediately while you were fucked up?
Yeah.
Oh my God. How long did it take him to get to you?
He was planning on being there like he came like a day early.
Oh, okay.
So he got there like I was still high, and Trey said I didn't remember anything, and Trey said the next day, I was right, you should be high.
Well, there's different kinds of high,
Yeah,
just
and-
like there's different kinds of music.
And you know I was very close to Lou Reed, and he was a very good friend of mine. And Lou said, speaking on behalf of the people of Earth, which I often do, we don't want to see you high, motherfucker. Don't do it. So Lou says no. Trey says yes. What does Joe say?
Well, Joe, this is interesting because I wanted to talk to you about this because we had a conversation a long time ago about this, and you said, and I'll remember this very clearly, I may paraphrase this, but you said, I think we've learned all there is to know, and I don't need to do it.
Yes, I said that, and I
Yeah.
was wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, just wrong.
I think you should experience psychedelics
You
because I
know,
think psychedelics are a totally different thing. They don't take you
Well, we know
out.
Sam Harris.
Sure.
And Sam Harris is the one who got me meditating.
Oh, awesome.
Which took him years of arguing with me. And now it's been 3 or 4 years that I have not missed a day. Not missed a day.
You have a problem. Here's one of your problems. You're very intelligent. You're also very large, and you're very articulate. And people like to hear you talk. So you just can talk, and you can take over. You could overrun things, and you can make an argument that people just go, "All right, okay," and they step back. And that's good if you're trying to win an argument. But sometimes it's bad to take in ideas. And I remember when I had that conversation. Thank you. When I had that conversation with you, I remember saying, I'm going to revisit this someday. And one day, I want to get Penn fucked up on mushrooms.
Yeah.
That's what I remember thinking. Like, it might be a good thing for, well, the best thing for you would be something that doesn't take very long. Just so you can, like, DMT is the best one because it takes like 15 minutes. And it's over. And then your body brings it back to baseline almost immediately. So you literally travel to another dimension, and then you're back, and you don't have to worry about any overdosing.
I'm an
because
RP
it's an
drink a
endogenous
fucking
chemical.
Manipo- or,
Your body knows
energy
exactly
drink,
what to
dude.
do with it. It's one of the
Got a
quickest
blue
chemicals
fucking-
that your body can break down and bring back to baseline.
Blue juice.
In my defense, from the very beginning, I mean, not doing that, which is on kind of baseline. I always left a door open for psychedelics. What I disliked the most was wine with dinner.
Really?
I disliked the most social kind of lubrication.
Wine with dinner is amazing.
I'm doing this in past tense. That's where I always was, and I always left open the possibility of some of the more intense stuff.
Wine with dinner is a delicious drug. It's one of the rare delicious drugs. Like, I like whiskey, but let's be honest, it tastes like shit. It's weird. You're drinking this stuff, you're like, woo! Like, it's got kind of a good flavor, but it's like, it's harsh. You can't drink it. Like, it can't fuck with Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid tastes way better than whiskey, right? Kool-Aid's cheap. You can mix it up. It tastes delicious. It's way better tasting. But, wine has a delicious taste. Enjoy.
Here's my problem. One of my many problems. We'll detail it more than that. But I have no skill at moderation. I'm 64 years old, and I've never been able to do anything with moderation. So I think if you told me we're going to do acid for the rest of our lives every single day, you could make that argument. The idea for me that's hard, like I said, when I said I was meditated, I haven't missed a day.
Maybe you should microdose.
Yeah, maybe.
We could give you a little right now. Just a little spray.
You do microdosing sprays?
I got
I'm
one.
not going to do it now.
No?
I want to think about it a little bit before it.
okay.
Although it would be pretty boss. You got the box right there. So, how often do you? So, I was gonna answer that question. I have a zillion answers to why I've never done drugs, and none of them are because we don't have access to that stuff that we really do. My parents and my whole family and back generations teetotalers. So there was never alcohol in the house, ever. I never saw my parents take a drink. When it was on TV, it was a totally different thing. It just didn't happen. They never preached about it. They never said don't drink. They never said don't do drugs. It just never was in the house. And that statistically has a huge effect on people. And then the first people I fell madly in love with, you know, Lenny Bruce, Jimi Hendrix, had been, in my mind, killed by drugs. And I kind of said, oh, people that have this kind of personality that get drugs, they sometimes have trouble. And I think that maybe being 19 years old and trying to get into show business, that maybe being the sober one allowed the dumber guy to do a little better, you know. As everybody else kind of get out of my way, as they were fucked up some of the time, I can get other stuff done. And then that starts reinforcing. Let me no longer be that.
Well, there are I mean, I've never done coke. And one of the reasons why I never did coke, and I've talked about this many times, a friend growing up, his cousin used to sell it and watched his life fall apart. They were just doing coke all the time and lost a lot of weight. And it was very strange. They just hung out in their attic apartment. It was very weird. I remember thinking, fuck coke. It was like a guy I know got bit by a monster, you know, and it was infected.
Yeah, the people that I've been on coke, not pleasant.
Not good. It's not, and I think that's also, you know, one of the accusations against Trump, that he's on some sort of speed, you know, which is why he's so inexhaustible, you know, and also why he has this
Pretty okay.
in terms of like, there's no self-reflection.
No shame.
I don't hate it.
No self-reflection. And that's something that is a symptom of people that are on speed, you know, and this is the Adderall generation that we're living in. God damn, there's so many fucking people that are on Adderall.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so goddamn common. You know, I was having this conversation the other day, and someone was telling me about this guy they know who's really brilliant, but he won't stop. He's got ADHD, and you know, he just can't stop, and he won't stop talking, and this and that. And I'm waiting. I'm just waiting while this person's talking to me. I go, he's on Adderall. And they go, yeah, he is. It's a medication. I go, no. It's fucking speed. That guy's on speed, okay? You can call it a medication because you can buy it at the pharmacy. But that fucking guy's on speed all day long, every day. And there is a giant number of people in this country that are medicated and that are on speed all the time.
Jesus.
That's that great Andy Warhol quote, which was in the 60s, we thought we were getting to know people, but we were getting to know drugs. You know, there is definitely a personality type that we think is an individual that actually does have a tie-in.
It's a fucking Adderall mindset. There's a speed mindset, and it's a go, 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 get everything done, more, bigger, faster, accumulate shit. I'm the fucking man. I'm the fucking man.
Dang, there you guys go. Better hop in there.
It's a real weird one, and it's not one that laughs at itself. It's not one that self-deprecates. It's all me. I'm the shit. And that's what you get out of Trump. I mean, there's a guy who's a journalist who wrote a story about how he knows the very Duane Reade pharmacy in Manhattan where Trump was getting diet pills way back in the day, where he was supposed to take it for like 6 weeks and took it for years. And this guy is saying, like, this is what you're dealing with. Like, many people call him the Adderall president. Like, this is entirely, it absolutely could be that he's on something.
That all that we're talking about this whole time is just speed.
Yeah. I mean, and it gives him the energy to look, remember when he was running for president? I'm like, how the fuck is this guy not tired? I get tired if I tour and do stand-up. I do stand-up. It's an hour, 20 minutes of my own routine that I wrote myself. I'm hanging out with friends. I do 2 shows a night, and I'm like, woo, this motherfucker's touring, flying around in jets all over the country, just inexhausted. Just no fucking script. Just goes on stage in front of everybody, just ranting and raving about China and the economy and build the wall. And, well, all right, we're going to go to Ohio. And then off to the jet eating Kentucky Fried Chicken and fucking flies into Ohio, and he does it again. I mean, who the fuck at 70 has that kind of energy? People on speed. I don't know if it's true. I might be wrong. But it seems like it. It seems like all the pieces are in place. And there was a psychologist who did an analysis of all the various psychological traits.
I'll be back in like
amphetamines have.
And
they compared it to Trump. And like all of them.
Later.
All of the various psychological characteristics, inability to accept criticism, you know, this thinking that everyone's against them, this delusions of grandeur, all these different things.
Well, there was a guy that was on Apprentice who talked about him doing these.
Well, there's
these
like
kind
certain
of drugs.
polls that you have to like run by.
But it was like an intern that we weren't going to just kind of faded away after that. But it's a nutty theory.
Tom Arnold claims Donald Trump snorted Adderall on The Apprentice set. Okay, well, I know Tom. He's crazy. I love you, Tom, but I don't know.
Yeah,
maybe he did, but Tom Arnold would say that he snorted snorted coke just to piss Trump off.
Yeah,
he would say that. Just
we got a Pat coming behind us too. We'll have to get it.
Maybe he did snort out. I don't know.
It doesn't seem like
lesson learned.
It's the kind of thing he would snort. It seemed like he would pretend that it was medicinal.
Yeah, take a pill. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of medicinal. Here's the thing. It will allow you to get more things done. You know, we had a guy in here who wrote a book on Hunter Thompson. And one of the things he was talking about was that he needs Adderall to write. And I was going into it with him because one of the things, a dirty little secret about journalism, is a tremendous amount of journalists are on Adderall. Tremendous amount. Like an enormous amount. Like one of my friends who's a pretty legit...
Do we know how much Adderall is going into the USA?
That's a good question. How many Adderall prescriptions were made in 2018? Let's just.
Oh, we should have done.
But my friend, who's a legit journalist,
that staff
publication,
drop,
said
we should have like layered and tried filling the same.
And he goes, it's an enormous percentage.
Well,
it's the vast majority.
They just started banging it out. Like they did with fentanyl, the vets to children. They just bang out Adderall under. And what's the other one?
Prozac.
No, the other one they do for, I guess, for attention
deficit disorder is another one other than Adderall.
Is it all just Adderall? Maybe
Prozac, Adderall. I know Prozac. Prozac was, they put my neighbor's kid on Prozac. It was fucking horrific.
Seems low. 16 million adults or prescriptions were filled.
16 million adults had prescriptions filled.
Yeah,
and
that's 400,000
low.
abuse it, which seems low also. So
16 million.
Yeah, what is that, like 3%?
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems low. Less than 4%, something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems very low.
That was last year.
This goddamn shit, right?
2012 was the last.
Most
recent number I can find. I did
no,
2017, but
that's a million years ago,
no,
bro.
it's not showing up.
Maybe that was true for 2012. I think it probably was true for 2012. I think we live in a whole new world now. And I don't think it's anywhere near.
Dude, sometimes Joe Rogan just does the dumbest shit. Like just now, he's like, it's like, oh man, how many Adderall prescriptions are there in the U.S.? Someone looks it up. 16 million? Ah, no, that's low. That's low.
You know, some people tell me they have to take it. That's what my favorite one is. I have to take it. I don't take it. What happens? You die? You disappear? What happens if you don't take it? It's fucking speed, man. You know, like, and a lot of the people that take it, they're not healthy otherwise. Like, they're not exercising, they're not drinking a lot of water, they're not meditating, they're not eating healthy foods. Like, why do you need that? Like, what happens if you get rid of all that other stuff? Like, cut out the shitty food, cut out all the sugar, start drinking water, no booze. Let's get you exercising 3 times a week. Let me see if you really need that Adderall shit. Yeah. How many vitamins do you take? Do you take vitamins? Do you eat healthy? Are you drinking fruit juice and vegetable juice? What kind of nutrients are you taking into your system, man? And you're wondering why you don't have any fucking energy? So you're just pouring jet fuel into your tank and lighting the whole fucking thing on fire. But on the other hand is like things get done when you take speed. You know, what we were talking about Hitler the other day. That why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't we be? We were talking about who were we talking about? Was it with Fahim? I don't remember. But we were talking about how Hitler. There was a time where Hitler had come back from something and he was supposed to meet Mussolini and he was like physically exhausted. So his doctor injected him with a combination of steroids and liquid cocaine. And he was just fucking filled with energy. He's like, give me another one. And the guy's like, no, I can't give you another. He's like, fucking give me another one. And he gave him another one. And then he went to Mussolini and ranted at Mussolini, just fucking talked at him for 5 hours. And Mussolini just never got a word in edgewise. And apparently Mussolini's plan was to talk to Hitler and go, hey, man, Italy wants to get the fuck out of this. We're not really interested in it. And Hitler's like, and just fucking going crazy for 5 hours, sweating like a pig. Because he was on fucking coke. He was on coke and steroids. They just pumped him up with it.
Maybe it's best to stay away from some drugs.
Yes.
Okay.
Wrap another 2 fucking waffles.
It's amazing how much productivity
Fucking
gets done
go the whole
because of
day on these
caffeine, right?
goddamn
But what is
waffles and
caffeine?
bagels.
Caffeine is a very
I
mild
got one
stimulant
sandwich
in
I can
terms
make.
of, compared to Adderall or things along those
Mhm.
lines. But it is a fucking drug, and it's a
More
drug.
goddamn
There's a
turkey.
goddamn drugstore on every corner. Everyone's buying it. It's in every gas station. Everyone's fueling up. Gotta fuel up early morning.
You know, I don't. Well, no, I drink decaffeinated coffee, which
Well, I
means
have
drink
enough turkey for one more.
5% of what I can drink 8 cups of coffee, and it makes.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to
you
eat
just like
your
the taste
hands.
of it.
It's your
I
hands.
don't like the taste, but I like the social stuff. I like having a hot, bitter thing in front of me.
Why don't you just have
Dude,
tea?
I'll do a
have tea,
turkey
too.
fucking
Yeah,
ham
I-
sandwich.
I-
Make it
I-
the best
I
sandwich I've ever had in my whole
I
life.
nervously drink. It's a habit, like some people smoke. I like to have seltzer. I like to have decaf coffee or decaf tea or something.
Yeah, I like seltzer too. It makes me feel like I'm doing something rather than drinking water. You know, like I like sparkling water.
It's water with entertainment.
Yeah, I like sparkling water with a little lime. Ooh, I got a drink here. I got a nice little drink.
Or you know what?
Fuck
You take
that in the
decaffeinated
box.
espresso, and then you pour carbonated water on top of that, and then you've got bitter, bubbly.
Hey, baby! Who's subbing me? Who fucking subbed? Oh shit, that's a donation.
You look like you're drinking like
Another month.
Yeah,
People's
so you've never
champ.
fucked with alcohol at all? No wine,
Never.
no nothing.
Goddamn
no,
Brad
nothing.
with $15 dono.
I know I'm talking to someone
mean
who pays
another
attention.
month?
So you can say
What's
that
another
there
month?
is alcohol in vanilla. There's alcohol and things like that. So you can't say no.
Oh,
But none that
okay, I
ever-
got you, dude.
never-
Thanks, man.
never
I
went
forgot
to,
I even
never
had that
went
down there.
To search out.
Fuck yeah, brother.
It feels
Thanks.
good sometimes.
And never even accidentally. No one ever
Appreciate
even
it.
fuck with me on that.
Really? Well, that's good.
That's surprising.
You fucking sexy
That is
dwarf
surprising,
priest,
given
you.
the circles you travel in.
Yeah.
I would imagine eventually
Someone
someone would be
would-
like, enough is enough. Get this guy fucked up.
This would be funny. Yeah, this would be really funny. Yeah, it seems like someone would have fit in someone's sense of humor.
Some great
Oh,
work.
who knows? This may be the day.
No,
Yeah,
I
I'm
wouldn't do
drinking
that
your
to you.
water.
If you really want to say the word, we'll open up the box of doom.
You box it too.
Yeah.
How often do you do
Psychedelics?
drug? Yeah, psychedelics.
Not that often. A couple times.
Too
a
bad,
year.
Brad,
Oh, yeah.
because
Yeah,
I'm not
but-
actually
I
gonna
mean,
get a
we did
WoW
mushrooms
month
on
with
a
that. I'm gonna
podcast
buy a
couple months
classic
ago,
WoW
but that was a
t-shirt
small dose.
instead.
But the tank is my friend. The
You know, I tried
sensory
that. Let's talk
deprivation
about
tank.
this
Please.
sensory tank.
I have one right here.
Yeah.
I have one your size.
I
You can
went,
get in it.
yeah. I went to one of these places where you pay them X amount of money and you go in because my buddy Tim Jennison, we did a movie called Tim's Vermeer where he painted a Vermeer in his garage, and Tim was really into that. I'll do anything Tim does. I just love Tim, and so I went and
It's like
whatever
in
you
the
pay, a
fucking
few bucks,
kitchen
and
making
you
these
go and
waffles
float in
and
the
shit.
tank. And I was so
I don't
ready.
even know my own alert.
I have this happens so much in my life. I get so ready for a major change in my life. The first time I wanted
Alright,
to
these have
become a
gotta be
vegan,
cooked.
I went out
I
with
gotta
a friend. This
cancel
was like
this.
in 1990,
Cancel
and there was a guy who was making
here.
fun of brutally, ripping him the fuck apart for his stupid eating,
they're
And I said, listen, I want to go out with you to a restaurant, just eat vegetables. And I'm not going to interrupt you. I'm not going to make fun of you. You talk to me for 3 hours about all your Peter Singer stuff, all your ethical vegetarian stuff, and you convert me.
needs to buy
That's all
some
I want you to
chicken.
do.
Take
That
some
was the
waffles and
reason I
smack
went
it
out.
on it like
That was
a
the
sponge.
reason I went out with him. And I finished up the whole evening, and I went, I really respected your point of view until I understood it.
It's your money, mate.
And motherfucker talked me out of doing what I wanted to do.
Dude, you,
Dude, so I got ready.
I was
man,
telling
with
Devo
the-
we
with-
needed to do
with
that on
the,
lunch. Like, wake
isolation
up like
tank.
some
I said,
fucking
"This will be
lumberjacks
good.
and just
Tell
eat
you
a
about
huge
this.
stack
I'm
of
just gonna go
pancakes, so
there,
we're good for the
sensory
whole fucking day to
deprivation, I'll
grind.
just let my mind wander. And I went in there, and it was just salty, and I was bumping against walls.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, you need to get used to it. It's like the
Out of the
meditation.
rankings
Try
of French
meditating once,
toast,
like, I couldn't
waffles, and
concentrate.
pancakes,
Yeah, meditating
pancakes
once
is
is
definitely
usually-
third on the
Yeah.
list. Right?
It's
But
you
How often you do the tank?
all the time. I used to have
Well,
one
let's
at my
be
house
real.
It now.
No.
they do fill you up.
all times, but often I should say.
Dude, especially if you
I
make
used to
those
have one at my
protein
house,
pancakes.
And now I just have it here.
Mm.
But it's
I've never had them,
That
but
shit
they're
is
darn
good. I like that.
And you meditate
Yeah,
as well.
just
Yeah,
like
I
swap
meditate.
out a little
I
bit
like
of
to
the
meditate
flour
shows.
for
I've been doing a
protein
lot more
powder.
lately.
Good shit.
But the tank is a great place to meditate as well because it's meditation squared. It's meditation without any external stimulation.
Well,
So
yeah,
you can
quest to turn
climb
back
in
in
there
the
and
shimmering flat.
And do you follow breathing rules and stuff you would do on normal? What kind of meditation do you do when you meditate? And you do it
what
every
I've
day?
been doing, what I've been doing lately is all I do is concentrate on my breath. Other things get in there, but I just say breathe in,
I went to like clear
breathe
my
out,
throat, and
breathe
I
in,
had a
breathe
piece
out,
in the back, and I
breathe
made this
in,
like weird
breathe
noise.
out, and I just concentrate on long, slow, rhythmic breaths, and I get myself into this weird state.
400
and,
IQ.
You know, this will come in. Oh, you got a fucking low front tire. You gotta
I
get
forgot
that
which
filled.
restaurant it
Oh,
was,
this
but there
is-
was like some
you
type
need
of
this, the
banana
inspection
cream
sticker and the bullshit comes in, but I just
topping
breathe in,
with like
breathe
chocolate
out, force
drizzle.
it out, force it out.
And the whole
after
time I was
5
eating
or
my
10 minutes,
breakfast, I was
get
just
to
like,
a nice
fuck.
state where I can just keep.
I
doing
should
it,
have
keep
gotten
doing it.
that,
But in the tank, it's very accentuated because in the tank, I don't have to think
shop.
about my butt in the seat, my hands on the table. I don't have to think about
COD
anything
this
else. Just
shit.
I'm just lying there.
Send
What you're experiencing when you're talking about
COD.
bumping into the walls, that's just a technique thing. When you lie in it, right? You get into the tank. First of all, you need a big tank. You're a giant guy. There's a lot of those little pods. Those are barely big enough for me. You know, it's for a guy like you. You need a large one. And you lie down in the tank, and then you put your hand on one wall and your hand on the other wall, and you let the water still. Because there's going to be a lot of little ripples when you're floating because you're so buoyant. There's 1,000 pounds of Epsom salts in there, and you're floating. And it's easy to just kind of bounce back and forth. So you put your hands there till they steady, and then once the ripples kind of stop, then you slowly bring your hands down. And then when you slowly bring your hands down, you do it really slow, so you're not making any ripples. And then let it be in the exact same position for hours. And that's how it's a technique. You have to center yourself.
How
in the
long do
middle
you
of the
do?
tank.
Is it
2 hours is what I like. I'll do an hour if I'm in a rush.
Fuck this thing.
And I have
Although rushing
tape
through
recorder.
it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a rush.
Yeah.
It's just an hour. But if I can't spend any more time than an hour, but I have a tape recorder that's voice activated and it's Velcro, and so I can stick it up inside the thing. So if I have an idea, which I do sometimes I have this temptation. Fuck, I got to get out of here. I got to write this down. I can just say it, and the tape recorder will pick it up.
Have there been brilliant stuff you said?
No, nothing. I've never used it once, but it's there.
You haven't gotten out of the tank and had satisfaction.
No,
you know that Keith Richards thing, right? No, but he went to sleep.
Really?
He had this sound-activated recorder that he got by the side of the bed, and his guitar, and he went to sleep one night, woke up the next morning, there on the tape recorder. There was some voice activation in the night. He played it. It was satisfaction.
My friend
You
works,
haven't gotten that yet?
No, I haven't had that yet. My friend works at a school in Connecticut where his kids go, where Keith Richards' kids go. And Keith Richards will ride on a bike to school with a fucking bandana on. And, like, my friend's like, holy shit, that's Keith Richards. Like, he's just kind of hanging around with
kids
normal
ride their
people.
bikes with a
And he said it
fucking
freaks you out.
headband.
When you see him, you're like, what? That's fucking Keith Richards? He just hangs out. Just like, you know, he's a giant superstar. He drifts into the real world. And it just freaks people out.
Yeah. It's I mean, I only met Keith Richards in groups of people. I mean, that wasn't really like bicycling into your.
Yeah.
But still, it's so amazing.
Surreal.
So
right?
surreal. So
He's an
surreal.
epic human.
Yeah, he is.
The voice recorder thing is new. That's why I haven't had any new. It's a new idea that I have because there's times that I did.
But the
have to get out.
solution to this team thing and the separation of America and getting more polarized, that's going to be solved by Joe in the Tank at some point. We can count on that?
No.
Now that you got the recorder?
I think we're going to solve it ourselves. I think we're going to solve it ourselves through just time. I think as we're getting back to Pinker, we were talking about Pinker earlier, that he gets so much shit for saying that things are better now than ever. It doesn't dismiss horrific acts that take place or terrible things.
And
that
it
are going
doesn't
on.
say that the battle is over.
Right, no,
I
no,
mean,
yeah.
this is one of the things that I would push in my little microcosm, push for so hard in Penn and Teller, you know. Teller and I would have real trouble just crossing a finish line. I would just say to him, you know, Teller, we've done 5 seasons of bullshit. And it went well. Let's go out, the two of us, have coffee and donuts, and let's just say, wow, we did that. And then push ahead for the next thing. And I would just, I just think that Pinker is like that with me. Pinker's like saying, you know, human beings, we're doing okay.
I just said that
We've done
because
some really good
we're
things.
waiting on the duties
Now
and
let's get back to
ratchets,
work.
so.
We're most certainly doing better than ever before, and I think that's an accumulative thing. It's like as
If we
time
don't
goes
blow
on,
everything
yes.
to Kingdom Come, and if we don't destroy the environment,
Fucking bags
if
are
those two
fucked.
things, the two enormous ifs,
Yeah.
we're in very good shape.
They are
The thing
big
that
ifs.
blew my mind about Pinker, in that book, Better Angels, blew my mind, is there's this line that's been obsessing me with a cracker in Teen Angst. I don't know what the world may need, but I sure as hell know it starts with me, and that's a wisdom I've laughed at. All this shit that I've laughed at that turns out to be true for me now, it just makes me smile and fills me with joy. You know, early part of the 20th century, all these authors and artists and all these guys were saying, Hemingway and stuff, we're going to stop war by writing about war and writing about how bad it was, and we're going to give empathy for other people, and we'll understand this, and we're going to really, with our art, make an effort to make
they weren't
humanity
meat.
better. What a jack-off bullshit thing to do. I mean, can you imagine something more that's just twiddling your dick than saying that, oh, I'm going to do art, I'm going to write, it's going to change the world.
Dude.
And then Pinker's book says, why is all this stuff getting better so fast? We think it may be art, and it may be empathy. And it turns out that all this stuff people were saying about, you know, we can change how people see warfare and how people see one another. And that's what scares me so much about how some people speak of, and I think it's because I don't understand it. Usually when I'm against something, it means I don't understand it. But when they talk about cultural appropriation seems to me to be the greatest thing you can possibly do. To see the world through the eyes of someone who grew up differently than you, even try to do that, or even for us to pretend right now to be a white nationalist, even trying to do that seems like it's a really good thing. Trying
just to get into their head,
just to try to fantasize what it's like to be, for instance, a African American transgender man. If we try to do that, we're writing a piece of art. We try to see ourselves from that point of view. Not ourselves. See the world from that point of view. That seems like nothing but healthy. It seems like that takes you out of your identification.
Well, I think there's a lot of what we're calling cultural appropriation that is really people trying to tell people enjoy telling people they can't do that anymore and getting angry at those people. They enjoy it. They enjoy pushing buttons. People, you give them a rock and a window, they want to throw that rock through the window. It's a natural part of being a person. And if you see a girl with hoop earrings, like, bitch, take those earrings off. Those are for Latinos, or those are for this, or those are for that. I mean, and the argument is so often not even based historically, like the earring thing. Like, fuck, man, what are you, from Sumer? Like, that's the oldest known hoop earring. Like, are you from Babylon?
It's also what, I don't know if this is not Pinker, this is Noah Harari, who talks about, when you're talking about cultural stuff, how far back you going?
Right.
I mean, there are no tomatoes in Italy.
Right.
You know,
sure.
Tomatoes are not indigenous to Italy.
Pasta came from China.
Yeah, potatoes aren't from Ireland. They don't start there. You know, so you have to keep going back. There was a great, Paul Simon gets so much shit for Graceland. You know, and David Byrne gets so much shit for stuff. And there's this wonderful thing in David Byrne's book, How Music Works. Fabulous book. But he doesn't ever address this.
Fuck no.
Picking things from other cultures, ever.
No.
But he talks very strongly about the African kinds of music and the influences they have from other places. You know, because there is not
no
a
mage
culture
named Barbie
other
Girl,
than the whole world,
G-U-R-L.
especially not now.
Yeah.
You might be able to have made the argument 200 years ago. There were
the thing is, though, that people enjoy cultures. So if that is the case and everything does assimilate and becomes one big gray mass, we're worried that we're going to lose Indian food, right? We're worried that we're going to lose.
I have no worry of that at all.
How you doing?
I have no worry, because I think that me loving Sun Ra, even though I'm not African American, and me loving Lenny Bruce, even though I'm not urban and identify as Jewish, I think that loving these kind of cultures should not be based on an accident of birth.
The loving thing is one thing. I think the real fear of cultural appropriation is that people will take on those things as their own. Like, there's a gentleman, I'm trying to remember his name. He's a famous Mexican chef, but he's not Mexican. But he cooks Mexican food. He cooks it in Chicago. Walt
Romero?
Bayless, is that his name? Something Bayless. Rick Bayless. This guy has an undeniable passion for Mexican cuisine. I mean, he fucking loves it. He has a couple different restaurants where he cooks Mexican food, and he was getting protested, and people were furious at him because they had just decided at that point, if this guy's had like a 30 fucking year career of being in love with Mexican cuisine and being like a real historian of Mexican cuisine, where it comes from, the regions, the ingredients, like where's the best ingredient, where's the best places to cook these things, how they do it, why they did it this way, and I mean, speaks with incredible passion about this. They were deciding.
I'm taking the tram. This guy's
shouldn't
like,
be able to do this, shouldn't be
when
able
does
to
the
sell
next
this,
train
shouldn't be able
come?
to- Like, you fucking
Never done this
assholes, like,
before.
this is the guy.
Right.
He's helping everyone recognize the beauty of this much maligned food. When people think about Mexican cuisine, he is one of the rare people in Western culture that talks about it.
It's a
like
rite of
it's
passage.
5-star cuisine. So many people talk about, oh, I love street tacos.
One of those
and
walks that
fucking,
you'll
I'm
always
a big
remember,
fan
you
of
know?
quesadillas. No, this guy's talking about the very best Mexican cuisine in the world and trying to interpret that and
First
sell
time
it to
I ever
people
had
and
to
try
do
turn
that
people
is I
on
jumped
to how
on the
good this
tram.
food is,
Like,
and yet
I
he was
don't know
taking
how I
so
landed
much
on
shit.
it, but I did.
When a
and my
person
character was,
that
like, super
wasn't
glitched,
born in
and
that
I tried adjusting myself
the accident
mid-ride,
of birth
and
to
it
be
just
there
fucking dropped me.
falls in love with another culture. I don't
like,
see
oh,
why that
no.
isn't more beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah, that's.
I'm pretty sure that's
what
exactly
I'm
how that
looking
happened
Well,
to me
that's
the
Steven
first
Seagal.
time.
Yeah.
Moved to Japan and became a
But
master.
I had
Before
Cheetos, so it
he
wasn't too
became
bad for
kind of
me.
silly, he was one of the very first guys to ever teach Aikido in a dojo in Japan that wasn't Japanese. I think he actually was the first. I think he was the first American to ever run a dojo in Japan.
So now, okay, getting me on psychedelics is very easy compared to getting me to really dig Steven Seagal.
You don't have to dig him. I mean, I'm not sure I do, although I do appreciate his first movie, Above the Law.
Block
I
fucking
appreciate
half away,
what he.
holy shit.
Look,
He likes his prepositions.
he's a silly fella, silly fella for sure.
his
But
titles.
many of us are.
Sure.
But what he did do is he learned Aikido at a very, very high level, like undeniably. And he was teaching it in Japan. He spoke perfect Japanese, and he was a very rare guy, you know. And now, you know, he became a Hollywood guy in movies and who knows what the fuck else, and became enormous, you know, physically, got fat, and, you know, he's kind of silly now. But at one point in time, that guy was as legit as it gets.
Isn't that always true?
Yeah,
You know, always
subverts.
true. You know what I want to? I'm going to completely change the subject, if I may. Sure. You know, I want to talk about when you came on my radio show with Phil Plait about the moon
Talked
landing.
about the moon landing,
Yeah, but what I think is fascinating about this, about clubs and stuff, you know, is you know, and I know I've read here and there that you've gone back on a lot of that and your conspiracy stuff and so.
Yeah.
But that's not.
But I can explain that too. I don't know what I'm talking about. You know, this is the thing. I have zero astrophysics education. Zero. I don't know anything about whether or not it's possible to put people on the moon. I do know fuckery, and I do know teams, and I do understand when people are bullshitting people. And I think there's a lot of that with a lot of the NASA stuff, a lot of the older stuff in particular. There was a lot of manipulation of images and putting things online that may not have actually really happened because it was press releases. And there's an image of Michael Collins from like Gemini 15 that's a very clear image of him doing a simulation like in a studio with straps and harnesses, and then someone from NASA or someone put that exact same image, blacked out the background, and used it as a photo of a spacewalk. And it's not real, you know, but they sold it as real. There was some overzealous shit like that if you're conspiratorially minded, you might say,
Once you start lying,
yes,
you know, it's
Things get
like
slippery.
the Area 51 and stuff.
Yes.
You know, we know they lied like
Yes.
motherfuckers,
Yeah.
and that's the problem. But what I just wanted to compliment you. And I just also think this is really interesting, you know. So Joe Rogan believes this crazy shit. We didn't go to the moon. I know Joe Rogan. We're on a radio show together. Da, 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 da. He's a good guy. We did Fear Factor, but he believes this shit. Let's have him talk to someone who's real. So I call Phil Plait, who I don't know that well, right? But he's the bad astronomer and he knows this shit. And I say, I really want you to come on my radio show and just talk to Joe Rogan
the moon landing.
Moon landing. And Phil says, "Oh, no problem. We'll just go on there. We'll set them straight." And I go, "I just want to warn you, have your ducks in a row because Joe's really good." And he goes, "Well, Joe's a comic, right?" I go, "Yeah." And that's your problem because Joe's better at talking than you. Joe knows when the commercials are coming. Joe knows how to make a joke, and Joe knows also how to set you up and take you down. Oh, no. It'll be no problem. I said, "You understand that he's smart. He's a comic, right?" "Yeah." "Not an astrophysicist, but you understand that he's smart, and he's also, you are going into his form. We're going to be on radio. This guy has done a lot of radio. This guy's talked to a lot of people. So just have all your facts in line." And then we're sitting there because you were on the phone, and Godot, who's on my podcast with me too, sitting across from me, and we're listening. And you come in humble and charming and sexy and with perfect timing on everything. And Phil Play starts going, I go, "Oh man, Joe is wrong and Joe is gonna fucking win." And I said, I set this up so that it'd be fair. My whole thing of doing this, the way I billboarded it was, I'm just gonna have two guys talk from two points of view. I'm not supposed to commit. I don't know if you remember, but the whole show ends, and I go, "Oh, by the way, we did land on the moon." And just trying to do this final authority thing. And Phil said afterwards, "Well, he had." I said, "Yes, yeah." And it's just that idea that you can't. His idea was there's the science team that's right, and then there's this goofy comic, and trying to get Phil Plate to understand that a goofy comic was not a goofy comic. And I believe that the only thing that the SATs truly test is how good you will be as a comedian. That kind of verbal, it was a wonderful thing to listen to. It was wonderful to listen to someone who I believe absolutely was 100% wrong, who was just so skilled and so moral and so thoughtful and so humble. You had everything going for you that I respect, except you didn't happen to be right.
Well, we don't know what happened. We assume that what we see is what happened. We assume that what the scientists tell us was what happened. We assume that what NASA told us was what happened. When you say, "I know this happened,"
right,
you're not always correct.
Exactly.
You're oftentimes correct. I know Kennedy got assassinated in Dallas. I've seen the video. I know he got assassinated in Dallas. I don't know if Lee Harvey Oswald did it. I don't know. I assume he was involved. It seems like he was.
Yeah.
Was there other people involved too? I assume there were. And one of the reasons why I assume there were was the magic bullet, the guy who got hit with the ricochet under the overpass.
But I do want you to know that I made the shot with the Mannlicher Kakana.
Oh, yeah, it could be made.
Yeah.
Oh, that's horseshit. Listen, I've talked about that in length.
And
It's
also the
100
head
yards.
goes towards that.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things. There's a lot of things. We could, go over the Kennedy assassination. There's a lot of things. I'm not on one school or another.
Wait a minute. Are we going to solve the polarization in America, or are we going to solve the Kennedy assassination, or are we going to solve the moon landing?
All of them.
Or you want to do all of them?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to know what our goals were.
The moon landing is a conspiracy theory's dream, a conspiracy theorist's dream, because it's got everything in place. It's got this incredible technological achievement. It's got these three guys that look incredibly nervous at the post-landing press conference, and they look all sketched out. It's got these guys that don't do interviews afterwards. It's got no one ever lands on the moon again after 1973 or whatever it was. It's got all these technological achievements, but we never get outside of Earth's atmosphere again. We're always inside of Earth's orbit. There's so many beautiful things that conspiracy theorists can grasp a hold of and go, see, it's bullshit, but it doesn't mean it. But it doesn't mean it didn't happen. There's the Van Allen radiation belts. There's that we never even sent a chicken into deep space and had to come back alive. There's all these things. But it doesn't mean
this
it
dude
didn't
goes,
happen.
"We got
And
the real
my
Stone
problem
Cold in
was,
this guild."
and this is,
I'm
people
like,
said, "Oh,
trying to
you've
invite
sold
me,
out.
I'm
You're
just
a
like,
shill
yeah,
now."
that
Like,
dude's
no.
toxic, no
I'm just
thanks.
being honest now. Whereas before, I wasn't being honest with myself, and I wasn't being honest about the subject. I do not know whether or not people went to the moon. I was pretending that I knew that people didn't go to the moon, and I was arguing it that way. I was on a team. I was on team it's bullshit. We didn't go to the moon, and you really can't do that accurately. It can't be done. You can say, this is what's interesting. This is what I find curious. This is what's weird. In fact, there's not a single technological achievement from 1969 that's not cheaper, easier, and faster to reproduce today, except going to the moon. Like, it's one of the rare things in life. It still doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Right.
Like, Occam's razor is a slippery thing because there's weird shit that happens.
Yeah.
And you got to take that into account. Like, there's no absolutes. There's not one thing that you can say, well, there is a rule, and this rule must be followed, and here's that rule.
Oh, Druid is taking
It doesn't work that way. The world is made of weird stuff.
And I'm also
Switch back to my
the
weapon.
idea. There's a thing that's changed. There's an article in the Times, and you might have mentioned it. There's a playful space of conspiracy theories that it's taken me a long time to understand. My daughter is 14, and she talks about, her father did a show called Bullshit, and she talks about how she loves conspiracy theories. And this is from Paul McCartney's Dead to We Didn't Land on the Moon to all those things. But she sees it, which is so hard for me to understand. She sees it as not impacting reality, but as a playful intellectual exercise. I don't know what's going on. There's this wonderful article in the Times, and you were mentioned there too. There's also another guy who does it, who will do this, to use a cliche, I can't think of a better word, going down the rabbit hole of conspiracy stuff, playing around with the logic that
Guess I'll be
almost
the only one.
feels
Oh my
like
God, Hunter,
a
please.
mathematical thing, or a pure philosophical thing, or a angels dancing in the head of a pin thing. And there's a quality that you have learned, that my daughter has learned indirectly, I think, from you, through other people doing this, of there is a playful space where we discuss how we share a reality that is happening in the conspiracy theory art form. And the conspiracy theory art form is now seeming to me to be more like rap or rock and roll, or it's just a form,
a thing
where you play around with this kind of thing. And
Wayne
I
Ho,
am
dude,
so
I've seen this guy.
literal minded, so verbal minded. Bob Dylan's easy for me to study. Zappa's easy, 20th Century Classical is easy, but just funk is hard for me. And it's the same kind of thing here. It's really easy for me to say we are doing the old-fashioned scientific inquiry, and this is the way falsifiable. But there is something happening in our thinking that's really interesting, that I had to have my daughter explain to me and the New York Times after I already knew you and watched you do it.
Well, you've always been a champion of science and reason, right? And conspiracy theory, for the most part, flies in the face of science and reason. And you don't want to be a fool.
But there's a poetic
there is, but it's tricky. And people don't want to be a fool. Well, I'm a professional fool. I don't mind being a fool. And, being self-deprecating and being a moron is part of being a comic. It's fun. The conspiracy theory world went south for me when I did a television show about it. I did that Joe Rogan Questions Everything show, and I spent 6-7 months doing this show, and at the end of it, I was like, okay, this is a bunch of unfuckable white guys. That's what it really is. Yeah. That's what I decided. I said, I had a bit about it. I said, the one thing you don't find when you're looking for Bigfoot? Black people. You're more likely to find Bigfoot than you are black guys looking for Bigfoot. It is a bunch of unfuckable white dudes out camping and listening to, did you hear that? What is that? It's like, it's nonsense. Like, you're wrapped up in this idea that there's a mystery, and there's a thing, a quality about human beings where we want to uncover secrets. We want to be the person that finds out the truth, because then your miserable, shitty fucking life now doesn't matter. The fucking aliens are real, man. They're here.
And one of the best feelings we can get, probably better than coming, is that feeling of I understand. I've got the revelation. And we see this all the time. Detective shows, you know, Sherlock Holmes, you know, nothing to do with police work. But there is a feeling that wouldn't it be nice if in this hour I were able to figure something out? Because if you want to understand string theory, you're not going to do it in an hour.
You're not going to do it ever. I don't think those guys understand it even if they teach
Precisely. Well, let's take it easier one. Let's take a candle flame. You're never going to understand that. Right. Studying that forever. And there's an area where conspiracy theories are exercising the muscles of logic, exercising the muscles of skepticism, playing around with the haiku of if then, playing around with what we feel about the government and other people and stuff like that. And you're playing around with all of that in kind of a semi-safe zone. And even watching you just do it here, where you bang out that stuff and say, this is the stuff I question, what's coming out of that poetically, and let's not even talk about whether we went to the moon or not. What's coming out of your style of inquiry on that kind of thing, your style of skepticism, is just fascinating and beautiful. And I see the conspiracy thing as not so much a breaking down, which I used to see it as, a breaking down of science and reason. I see it as rather a creation of a new form of culture.
That's weird. I don't know.
My daughter just says, you know, I really like conspiracy theories. And I say to her, you know, Paul McCartney's still alive.
Right, but you know she's 14 and you're Penn Jillette, so she's rebelling. You understand that, right? You're a parent, you know what it's like.
You may have just told me something really important.
Yeah.
I was too dirt dumb to realize.
Here's the thing.
It's like Neil Gaiman's daughter coming in all gothed out. Yeah. And Neil saying to her, I invented this. You can't do this. This is not the way you can rebel. You can't rebel against me like this. You can't do it with black hair and eyeshadow. You can't do it. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, kids, you know, they find their own way and they want to express themselves. You know, they want to exert power over their world.
But did you see that article you were mentioning?
No, I did not.
Yeah, it was
I try not to read anything that I mention.
Me too.
I briefly do.
I try to never read anything with my name in it because it's not written for us.
Right,
and
exactly.
I'll tell you the exact moment that happened to me that was so great. It was in the 80s. We were on Broadway, and the Coen brothers were just starting to do movies, you know, and I was really interested in them, you know. And I had like an hour free, which when I was doing Stern and Letterman and Saturday Night Live and on Broadway, I never had an hour free. And I was a magazine, like Vanity Fair or something, who cares what it was. And it said what the Coen brothers are really like, what it's like to work with the Coen brothers, okay? And I said, I never read magazines. I'm gonna buy this, I'll learn a little bit about the Coen brothers. I went up to our office, you know, it's like the Brill building, you know. Lorne Michaels, and sit in my office, open it up, what the Coen brothers like, turn to that page. I said, if you want to know what the Coen brothers are like, it's like hanging out with Penn and Teller. And I went, what?
How is that even real?
I closed the magazine, put it aside, and they were going on comparing it, and I went, I have no information on this, none. There's no way I can access it. In that moment, I went, oh, wait a minute. When it says Penn Jillette in an article or in a book, there's no way I can understand that. Maybe others can.
Right.
You know, so when it says in the article, you know, when Joe Rogan does conspiracy stuff, you can't understand that. It's like Mike Nesmith said to me, the major problem with talking to Jimi Hendrix was he never heard Jimi Hendrix. He never saw Jimi Hendrix on stage. He couldn't. And, you know, so you are the one person that using Joe Rogan as an example, you know, well, you know, kind of a proletariat, kind of a, he does this bro culture. This is Joe. You can't understand that.
No.
You have no idea what that means because you're an individual.
Well, it's also people are trying to encapsulate you by
Sure.
those brief moments. They might have seen a video or heard you talk about
But it means
this,
something
or-
to other people.
Sure, it
You
means
know,
something, and it also you can easily categorize someone and put them in this box. And now I've defined that. Oh, I know what that is.
But
I've
that's
seen one of
also-
those before.
that's
it's
also-
like hanging out with Penn Jillette.
Yeah, it's
There it
also
is.
part of your job.
Yeah.
Part of your job, one of the things you've created is you've created something in the culture that means the New York Times can say Joe Rogan, and their people reading that know what that means. But there's
Fuck
no
yeah,
way
dude.
Joe Rogan can know what
Food
that
Buff
means.
has me
You
at
can pretend.
32 almost.
Right. Or you could be like Trump and get mad about it. You know where the rubber hits the road with conspiracy theories right now? Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, yeah.
That's where the rubber hits the road.
Now, what
That's
did-
where people that are not conspiratorially minded are like, wait, what the fuck is going on?
Mm-hmm.
What? All the cameras were bad? Oh, the guy was on suicide watch? He tried to commit suicide, and then they're like, well, don't do that again. And then he did it. Like, if you talk to people that have been locked up, they take away everything, man. If you've been on suicide watch, they fucking take away everything. And you find this guy who's got a broken neck, and he hung himself. Like, how? How did he hang himself? Can we see the video footage? Oh, sorry, the cameras were broken.
I think hanging yourself is wicked hard.
It's not easy.
Yeah.
It's not easy. It's not easy when you're in a jail, and they take
Oh,
away all
have,
your
you
shit.
been, have you been to jail?
No, never been in jail.
I was only in jail overnight, but
I mean, if you're on suicide watch, man, they make it hard for you to kill yourself. They watch you. And if you're,
is that what suicide watch means?
Yes, they
Okay,
watch
good,
you.
thank you.
They watch you so you can't kill yourself again. That's the
But they
idea.
watch you every 30 minutes or something?
What the fuck was the psychologist thinking that took this guy off suicide watch literally a couple of weeks after he tried to commit suicide? If someone tried to commit suicide, you know, and speaking as it was a guy who's had friends commit suicide, they're fucking thinking about it for years, man. Some of them, they go back and forth day
Some
to
of them.
day.
Some of them. Some of them just do.
Yes,
Yeah.
some of them just do that.
Oh,
but
yeah,
when
you're-
someone does actively
Oh,
try,
you're offhand dagger.
they're not going to just
Okay.
be fine while they're in fucking prison awaiting trial for having sex with kids.
It seems like Jeffrey Epstein's life was going to get really worse from what it was a few months before.
Could be, or other people's lives are going to get really worse because Jeffrey Epstein's now in jail and they're digging deep into his past. And, well, I only flew with him 26 times. 26 times? It ain't a lot of times to fly with a guy. I don't understand what the big deal is. We flew in a jet. We rode a bus together. He was on the back of my bike.
Do you know people that know Jeffrey Epstein?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Me too. And a lot of
Nice.
them, it really was that.
Yeah,
Talk to
Hunter's
him.
been kind of ahead
I don't
of the
know.
pack.
There's
most
many
of
people
the
that feel like he
time.
was an
I've been
agent.
doing like the slashes with
and
like
that he
the
was
higher
trying to
levels.
compromise
He's always
people.
been
And
part
that's
of
one
that.
of the things about this whole Lolita
been playing
Island
a
thing
lot.
is that they would compromise people. They would compromise people by having a bunch of young girls who were very sexy, who were hired to go and flirt and maybe even have sex with people, and that these people were young. These girls were like 17, underage, perhaps underage some places, perhaps not underage other places, but incredibly embarrassing. And you know, for the people,
An
that
agent for who?
compromise
For whom?
Who knows? I mean, there's a lot of thoughts, but that's one of the things about when he got arrested. Was it the prosecutor or whoever it was that cut him the deal? Literally was quoted as saying, "I was told he's above my pay grade, and that he was intelligence." That's the quote.
Really? The intelligence
Yes.
thing?
Try to find that quote. Yeah, try to find that quote. Yes, the guy said this was when he gave him a lenient sentence many years ago. Was
Well,
it
there's surely-
2012 or something?
No one seems to know how he made
Got his money.
Oh, I wish I had
the fucking
Ravager for
$70
this
million
room.
penthouse that he had in Manhattan
That'd be
was
fucking
given to him.
hilarious.
Right.
Given to him.
Yeah.
Who the fuck gives someone a $70 million house?
Well, I was kind of hoping you would to me.
I don't have one.
Okay.
If I have a bunch of them, I'd give you one.
I got to run.
You got to go now?
I'm just joking. I was here to get a $70 million house.
Oh, you were told wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the guy, look, I've talked to people many times that work for intelligence agencies, and there's a lot of weird shit that they do. And one of the things that they do to compromise people is they get them involved in weird stuff that could be very bad for them if
Yeah.
it comes out. And then they have influence over this person. And if you got a guy with a voracious sexual appetite, I mean, there's a few of those fellas out there. And, you know, hey, man.
You're very
I'm
proud
out-
of that, aren't you?
I'm out of office now. I'm just fucking hanging out, having a good time with Jeffrey. And we're just flying around. I mean, come on, man. It's highly likely. One of the guys that I know that knew him was also a freak. like a sexual freak. And I'm like, okay, I think I see a pattern here. It's very likely that that's what was going on. This guy was compromising people and probably absolutely a sex addict himself. And I believe all the women that say all the horrible things that he did to them and hired them for things and had underage girls do sexual things with him. It's probably true. Probably true. He's probably a fucked up, twisted dude. But many people that are involved even in good things get compromised. Like there's many people that work for the CIA that were legitimate CIA operatives who wound up selling drugs. There's a lot of this happens. People go sideways. People get involved in shady activity that are cops. There's cops that wind up doing illegal things. They signed on to be a cop, to be a person who's going to serve and protect and be involved in the community, and slowly but surely they get compromised and they get involved in illegal activity, and the next thing you know, they're corrupt. It happens. It happens.
It does.
To people.
It certainly happens.
And then sometimes people fucking suicide themselves. No
and the
big deal.
people that I know that knew him, it was they weren't even aware of the seedy stuff going on. So, and of course, that's going to be true too.
Well, he was
not going to be 100%.
He was also a champion of science.
Yeah,
I mean,
big champion of science.
And but that's the thing about people. They can be really good in some ways and horrible in other ways. This idea that people are binary or 1 or a 0 is nonsense.
Yeah.
There's really good people that do terrible things. There's really terrible people that also do good things. You know, like, look, fucking Trump just passed something, and no one wants to give him credit for this.
Kidney stuff.
What's the kidney stuff?
He did wonderful stuff for kidney transplant stuff.
I'm sure he did.
Pushed through.
Well, I was going to say that he absolved all the student loans for disabled veterans. Fantastic. I love it. You don't hear a word about it. A word of praise. Look, we should absolve student loans for fucking everyone. We're crippling kids. We're crippling the 17, 18-year-old kids who sign up for these fucking loans, and they get compromised to the point where we have people to this day right now that are getting their Social Security money. Their Social Security money is getting docked because they owe student loans. They're at the end of the fucking road.
But what do you do? What do you do? And this is a real question. This is not rhetorical. What do you do about the feeling of fairness? The people that work their way through college, waiting tables.
That's a good question.
Working really hard, and then they. Do we just say their feelings, which I think is valid, which is, yeah, you got fucked on this, but let's help someone else out. What about the compassion?
Here's the
because
difference.
There are people that worked really hard to not have student loans.
Yes.
And there are people that took them. There has to be somebody who took them frivolously.
100%. I think quite a few, and I think it's also. We also should pay attention to the human mind and the development of the human mind in the frontal cortex. I mean, the frontal lobe does not develop properly until you're 25 years old. Right.
Or somewhere
in that range.
Plus or minus 4 years.
It's definitely not 17. It's definitely not 18.
No.
So you're taking on these fucking loans. You can't be trusted with money or your future or thinking about what the fuck you're doing in terms of like taking on a debt of hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Don't we have to? And this also ties in with sexual stuff as well. Don't we have to decide when someone's adult and then give them that respect?
Yes.
Don't we have to say, you're 18 years old, we can't control what decisions you make?
Yes.
I mean, and when is that year going to be? Because I think 25 is too old.
I think 25 is too old as well. Yeah. But I think what we're saying is, I mean, look, there's a lot of 18-year-old people that make very good moral decisions.
Yes.
And we should praise that. Here's the problem with the student loan thing in terms of it's the only loans that you never get exonerated from. You can get bankruptcy, right? And you can get exonerated. You can escape the loans of credit cards, the debt of mortgages. You could escape a bad business collapsing and owing millions and whatever. You could escape that through bankruptcy. You cannot do that with student loans. It's a corrupt system. You take a child who's trying to learn a trade or trying to learn a profession, and you acquire insane debt that's going to track you and cripple you for the rest of your life. And no matter what happens to you, you owe that money.
But also, you're taking your colleges out of the free market too, by giving those loans easily.
Yes.
And by having government help.
Yes.
You're also taking away the free market.
Yes.
Because we found out that when you put the free market in, like LASIK surgery, when insurance doesn't cover it, it gets wicked cheap. And if colleges had to be paid as people went without easy loans to get, and if colleges did not get government money, they might be wicked cheaper.
I think they would be
they're
cheaper.
really, really expensive.
I think they are.
Crazy expensive.
Yes, crazy expensive. I think the real solution is in treating education like a thing that's going to make our society better, and think of it as the same way we think about the fire department, the same way we think about police
But don't
department.
you think that? I mean, when you read the paper, there's always one whole thing about colleges getting too expensive and people can't go. And then you turn 20 pages later in the paper, and there's an article about how online learning is happening, and how all this stuff is going to happen. Do you think that idea of college is going to hold up for another 10 years?
I think there's an experience that people
did
have
you
where
go
they
to college?
go away. I did, but I went to college in my town. I went to UMass Boston, and I really only went because I didn't want to be a loser. I mean, it was really all it was. I was doing martial arts and fighting and traveling all over the world, or all over the country rather, and thinking about doing stand-up at the time as well, and then transitioning to doing stand-up while I was also still taking classes. I was learning nothing. It was a complete waste of time. I was only doing it so I could say, yeah, taking classes at UMass Boston. I was barely paying attention, barely showing up. And it was just a thing that I didn't want to tell people that I wasn't going to college. Like, that was the number one reason why I did it. But I had a unique life from the time I was graduating from high school to the time I started doing stand-up. I was obsessed with martial arts and competing, and that's all I wanted to do was make the Olympic team for Taekwondo. That was my goal, and that's what I was trying to do. So I wasn't a normal person. I wasn't going to go to Ohio and fucking travel over there and take a full course load and not be able to pursue what I wanted. What I wanted to do was...
And also, you've got a window, I
athletically,
think. Yeah, athletically, that's fairly small.
There was no scholarships for Taekwondo. It didn't exist. And the only other option was the Army. There was a dude... I think his name was Clay Barber. Was this really talented guy who was a fighter who was on the U.S. team at one point in time, I think, and he was competing through the Army. Like, they had subsidized his training somehow or another, and I was thinking maybe I should join the Army. Like, that was the only other thing that I was thinking about doing. But for people, I think there's a thing about getting away from your parents, getting away from them, getting away from their influence, being wild and crazy and be with a bunch of other kids and trying to find yourself. And I think that comes from traveling to a place and going to college. And I think there's some benefit in that. I have friends that have had great benefit in that sort of transformative experience of being on a campus, a physical campus in a place that's outside of their hometown, where it gives them this new experience where they get to try to reinvent themselves.
Yeah, there's no doubt about
that.
Yeah. People do that. Being able to be someone else.
Yeah.
But I wonder if all of that, why are we giving that a 4-year period? Why isn't that our whole lives?
It could be and should be.
And isn't that the way that's going to change? Because people aren't having jobs for their whole life anymore. And by the way, the liberal arts education was never supposed to teach people a trade. Right. It was always supposed to make it so that young men could talk at parties.
Yeah.
That was the idea. We could have the same cultural thing. We can talk about Shakespeare. We can talk about this. We can talk about that. But none of this was meant to give people jobs.
Well, it's so rigid, right? You get out of high school. High school is this torturous affair where you're being a square peg they're trying to shove into a round hole. Then you get out, and then they fly you off to wherever the fuck you're going to go to school. And you go there, and you're forced with this overbearing workload of school and then social things. You're trying to figure out what's okay and what's not okay now. Where's the safe space? And well, am I allowed to say this? And am I allowed to say that? And what are the new rules now for this new generation? Or are we really going to change the world? And then all of a sudden you're out in the world and you realize that fucking money that you spent or that loan that you got is not getting you a job, and you're fucked. And you can't get a job, and you're also massively in debt and severely depressed and trying to figure out your future. I mean,
and then you go on Adderall.
And then you're like, I get it. We're setting people up. We're setting people up for a horrible failure. I am with Bernie Sanders in that I think education should be free. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think you should earn it. I think you should have to earn it.
How about if education is really cheap? Like everything else is getting cheaper.
You guys grinding it up, CF.
Why is education more expensive?
Oh, yeah, you
pay
are.
for it with taxes.
Or
I may
you
be
could pay,
wrong.
or the individuals could pay.
You guys got a soft Raze yet?
If it made sense. If it made sense, yeah.
I mean, if you want to learn something now, we know this very well. If you want to learn anything now, you can get it for free on the web.
You definitely can.
You
many,
definitely can.
many things.
I mean,
other than physical
People are
things. There's a lot of
re-spamming the
physical things that
declaration
you need to
post
talk
in
about
Al
codes.
Kaiser's
Like,
chat.
There's a lot of things you can learn online, and even the physical things you can get a big
The
chunk of it
declaration
from online.
post
I mean,
about
what-
what he's
what-
he's
I
in
mean,
alignment
let's
with
talk about
different
all that matters, okay? Let's
declarations.
talk about juggling.
1, commitment to high speed
I grew up as a
rating.
juggler. When we
2,
were doing the
commitment to
taekwondo,
player
I was
performance.
juggling all the
3,
time.
commitment
That's
to
all I did.
accountability
And
and
that was my whole
ethic.
life was
4,
juggling.
commitment to
And what
progression.
happened was,
5,
with the
commitment to
internet,
world bosses.
juggling got
And 6,
tremendously better.
commitment to
Because
respect.
people could watch videos of things they knew were possible and get better. If juggling can get better, physics certainly can.
Yeah, I
It
think
seems
so,
like you
dude.
can take a course at any college
WoW
online,
was serious
and
fucking
if
business,
you
all right?
sincerely want to learn. You know, I don't know if we need to have this. What is the term called when the Amish get
The
their 1 year
method
of
copy pasta from
Rumpelstiltskin?
last
Yeah,
night
shit, what is
is
it?
pretty good too. When that one guy won world
I don't
first
think
60.
we need a nationally tax subsidized
One of them was
Rumspringa
Right.
for
like,
every person in the country.
That
I don't
seems like
think.
what it is,
Oh,
right?
the
You
Method
go to
World
college,
First
what you
race was
just
just among
described.
members
You
of
did-
Method. We don't care
It
about
seems
anybody
like
else.
Live your fucking life. There isn't this
Yeah.
4-year magic period. Or this 2-year magic period, and go out and learn the stuff you want to learn. I mean, you know, we both have children, and they'll be talking about going to college, and of course, my not of course, but my wife will push very hard for college. And my thinking is, anything they want to learn, they can just learn it.
Yeah.
You know. And by the way, this was also true with just the libraries in local towns.
Yeah.
It's just more true now. It's even easier now. You know, I can't imagine growing up where my son can type in Lenny Bruce and it all just pops up.
Right.
I mean, that was amazing.
Record store.
Order it.
Order it. Yeah,
Yeah, because they didn't.
Yeah.
Gribben's Music Store in Greenfield, Massachusetts, did not have the Carnegie Hall concert right there in the stacks. I had to order. Frank Zappa on back of one of his records mentions Lenny Bruce, and he's on Sgt. Pepper. I guess I should learn about him. Lenny, write that down.
That's how I learned about Terrence McKenna. I learned about Terrence McKenna from listening to a Bill Hicks record.
Yeah.
I was like, who's this McKenna? And what's a heroic dose?
And Frank Zappa, one of his records, I forget which it is, I think it's Freak Out, but it might be absolutely free, says on the back, do not listen to this song until you've read Franz Kafka in the Penal Colony. I got the record, opened it up. It said that. I listened to one side, got to that song, got on my bike, rode down to the Greenfield Public Library. Kafka, I got this written down, Kafka, in the Penal Colony. Sat there, read it, went back, listened to the record. My entire
It's just a
education
killer
starts
tomato,
with Mike
all
Nesmith
bad
of the
tomato.
Monkees, who said, listen to Zappa, listen to Hendrix, from Zappa to Lenny Bruce, from Lenny Bruce to the whole world. And I believe that that is available to everybody all the time. I mean,
Human rogue.
I don't know, as I would say, taxpayers should pay for college. I think I would say, do we need college? Isn't that fading away?
I don't think I've seen that guy
there's a
since we
real
played
benefit to
Han.
being in a classroom with a brilliant professor.
Yeah.
I think there is.
But we're also seeing with TED Talks, which I
Oh,
know
damn.
jive.
I do remember you playing
There
PUBG
is
with
a-
them,
there's
like
a
when it
lot
was
in there.
like
their
first
I mean,
came
there can
out.
be a lot of jive TED Talks.
There's some jive TED Talks. Yeah.
But what I'm saying
I didn't
is,
play with him, did I?
I went
I
to
didn't
one of the
play with
first
him, did I?
TED conferences, and
Yeah, I
you
haven't
got to
seen him
hear,
since
you know,
he was a Black Temple big shot.
all these credible people speaking. It was mind blowing, and I wasn't college age. I was, you know, I was whatever. I was 45 or something, 40. And it was an amazing experience. Jonas Salk, you know, I sat and listened to Jonas Salk talk. I've been in a room with brilliant people speaking, and it's really, really great.
Yeah.
But I think we can deliver
He's
that
only level
cheaper.
29. It
And
says they're
that's the
doing
side of
attunements
Bernie
and pre-biz
Sanders
runs next
I want
week.
to talk about. It's not, can we
He's got a
give
mountain to
endless amounts
climb.
of money to these fucking people on college campuses? Can we pay them all the money in the world to take our children and give them something to do in between smoke and dope? Could we rather just say, can't we make this experience cheap enough so that anybody can go and experience it? Why isn't it possible for you, for a few bucks, to go and be in a room with a brilliant person?
I think that would be a thing that would be beneficial to almost anybody at any point in time.
Oak's only
instead of
got
the rigid
one full
structure
level
of,
to
like,
go.
You know, this is you have to
Nice.
get all this work done by
Yeah, you
X amount
fucking
of time.
killed it.
That's the other thing that happens to kids too. They're taught
They're
about
11-man
having
Elber's
no
runs
sleep,
doing them
and about
justice.
beating your body up, and about cramming, and about getting all this work done in a short period of time. We're really preparing them for a horrible job.
And all this shit that doesn't work.
Yeah.
You know, all that weird kind of hazing shit that we do for medical professionals. You're going to work for 48 hours. What the fuck? It never works.
Insane. It's
It never
terrible
fucking
for the
works.
patient.
It's bad for everybody.
Yeah.
You know, so and you just made the argument about the frontal cortex and you're not really ready till you're 25. I mean, one of the huge advantages I had in my life was a shitty education. Horrible education. You know, I went to a bad public school that had an influx of hippies from UMass that came in and experimented on us. So we had no education whatsoever. I graduated from high school on a plea bargain. I had very good SATs, so I had scholarships to wherever I wanted to go, but I chose not to because I misunderstood Bob Dylan. I didn't know he was lying, so I went and hopped trains and hitchhiked around and lived homeless for a couple of years. And I never read Moby Dick till I was 45. Thank you. If I'd read Moby Dick when I was supposed to at college age, I wouldn't have gotten it. But I was able to get it at the right age. And now it's my favorite book because I was ready for it, you know? There's so many things that are on the curriculum that are very, very important. Maybe not that day.
I think there's also an issue with people not thinking of education in terms of like that it's a lifetime pursuit.
Sure.
You know,
Yeah.
it's not something that you graduate from college, then you're done. We really should be educating ourselves throughout life.
Sure.
Not just accidentally or incidentally by experiences. We should do it because there's things that we pursue that are interesting.
Yes.
And now is one of the greatest times ever to do that because of audiobooks. You can do it while you're in the car. You can do it while you're on the train. You
Sure.
can get educated
And
by...
you can also, they're doing this weird connecting thing where I've not experimented with this, but I'd love to, where people take courses online and then find people who are also taking courses online in their communities and then meet at like a fucking Starbucks to discuss what happened before in the class, which is mind-blowing that can happen. So you can take, one of my one of the things I wanted to do is I wanted to learn to play jazz. I wanted to learn to play upright bass. I took that up at 45, and I learned to play upright bebop bass.
All right, let's we grind and begin.
And now I really want to learn a language, So I was looking at a little bit because I figured maybe there's a government watch list I'm not on. So I should learn Arabic. That was my thing. Because don't you think that ticks all the boxes? That's going to give me everything if I just learn Arabic.
Yeah,
So I started looking into how I can learn Arabic, and it's amazing.
11 more
Need to
fucking-
rejoin
kind of
King's Honor,
network
dude. Bull with the
that's
boys.
developing all over
Smoke
the world
big
to be able to
dope.
learn anything. So my argument
That
to
fucking
you
guild.
on the Bernie thing of paying for everybody's college is I
Big old
think you can
doinks.
get college so fucking cheap. You can go to college your whole life.
Well, I don't think that's a bad idea. If it's possible to get college that cheap, but I don't want professors to be poor. I mean, I think one of the real problems we have with public education is that people don't want to be a teacher because teachers don't get paid much.
Sure, but I would say that's government intervention that's doing that. I would say if you
Government intervention is keeping the salary low?
I think so.
Really?
I really
Oh
think
man,
so,
dude,
because
my
I think
mouse
that we're
pad that
not
I've had for
having
like 10 years
enough
is
of
finally falling apart,
of
dude.
competition
Like the
stuff there. I mean,
like the grippy pad thing on it is just like
you would pay
flaking.
good money to be able to
Dang.
work with Steven Pinker,
Yeah, sure.
And I think that locally,
I'm gonna
this
hit
is
up the old
always a
Amazon
problem that I never
Essentials.
figured out. When I was in
Yeah.
Greenfield, Massachusetts,
I've got like an
Town of
original
20,000.
Steel Series
I would
QCK
say to all
from
the
like
other,
the
Oh,
early
dang.
days.
high school students, I would say, if we didn't give our money to the Rolling Stones and the Beatles
Mm-hmm.
and Dylan and all these other bands, we could pool our money together
I
and
got
have a really
the
good
World of
local
Warcraft
band.
special
We
edition
could
they
have a
did,
great
which is really
band
cool.
right here in town.
Yeah, this bad boy's been
And
with
I
me
think
for a
that if you
long
thought
time,
of
since like
education
before
that way,
college.
can't we get in our little area really great teachers who can teach this stuff? It might be pretty boss.
Well, it would be amazing if we could spread.
I still use a
education, right, through
QCK at work too. I
any
bought
method,
another one
whatever
for
we
my
could do. We could
work
encourage
desk.
people to be more educated. But I think that one of the best ways to do it really is just look. There's a lot of podcasts that are educating people. There's a lot of
There's some alliance
information that
vendors
you can get that's in
and
entertainment.
what
But
is this song called?
what we're
Swamp
getting
Sorrows.
is
Is there?
there's more information available now than ever before. I think it's very different
Yeah,
than what
they're like-
college is traditionally. College is a thing where you go and it's a rite of passage.
Oh,
We don't
okay.
have those in this world, and I think we could do with them. I think we could do with these rites of, particularly for young men. I mean, maybe it's the case for
That's
young
a
women. Obviously,
upgrade
I
on
never
my
was
shield,
one,
I'm
but
pretty
when
sure. Oh,
you're a
never
young
mind.
man, there's this transitionary period where
Damn
you're a
close.
boy, and then all of a sudden, am I a man yet? Like, when am I a man?
Certainly, a lot of cultures and religions have done that.
Well, getting
And
out
thrown it
and
away.
getting that certificate and
God,
getting your diploma.
RNG.
Holy shit, I graduated from fucking university. I'm a man now. I'm a grown up. I have a degree. I'm a woman now. I have a degree. I'm
Yeah,
an adult.
And you're obviously, I'm seeing this. It's okay to speak with an accent. It's not okay to hear with one. I'm hearing that from someone who spent an awful lot of time explaining to myself and others why I didn't go to college. You wanted to show you weren't a loser. I didn't have that. I didn't say, I went to Ringley Brothers Barnum and Bailey, greatest
Like
show
that
on earth,
imp
clown
fucking
college.
hamstring.
You know what I mean? If you want to make sure
Yeah.
you don't get respect, that's where you go.
Well, I'd say I talk about it just because I want people to really know where my head was at. I don't
Scribbling
want to
boys and not have
glorify
charges.
where I was when
I'm
I
just
was in
saying,
college.
I went without any rite of passage at all.
Right.
And the closest I had to a rite of passage was earning my living.
Well,
which was huge.
You were on a different pursuit. Like your pursuit was the carny pursuit.
Yeah.
You enjoyed that. I mean, there was like you had a
everyone's
lust
getting
for
it.
it.
What the
You
fuck?
know, and it obviously worked out well.
It did okay.
Listen, you really have to bail it too because it is 2 o'clock.
Around now, yeah.
Okay.
Around now.
All right. What are you doing? You just hanging out?
No, I'm going to go. Do you watch this show, Perpetual Grace Limited?
No, never heard of it.
Okay.
What is it?
Did you watch the show Patriot?
Nope.
Okay. The best shows I have seen
Are they fiction?
on television. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Not The Patriot, not Mel Gibson, but a show called
What's
Patriot.
it on?
Patriot is on Amazon Prime.
Remember when there used to be like 20 shows?
Yeah.
And you knew all of
Yeah,
them?
now there's millions.
It's impossible.
So I am going to meet and talk to the guy who created all of those things.
Oh, okay.
It's,
Cool.
And,
There it is.
I'm talking about
Perpetual
that.
Grace.
Yeah, Perpetual Grace. There it is. Right
Oh, okay.
there. And
I know that dude.
Yeah,
What's that dude's name?
that's Ben Kingsley.
That's right.
And then that's Jimmy Simpson.
And that guy to the left is Jimmy Simpson?
Yeah.
That's who that guy's great. I never knew who that guy is.
Yeah.
He's just always awesome.
Yeah.
What was he in recently? He was in something really good.
Westworld, I think.
That's right.
And,
Westworld.
Steve Conrad is the guy who writes, directs, produces, creates these shows. And he happens to be in town, and I'm going to talk to him for my podcast, which is Penn Sunday School. And I'm going to go to another studio and talk to him, and I'd already set up the time, so
Nice.
that can't be changed. But
I
he's,
love that Amazon's doing all these different shows. They're getting into the stand-up comedy world now too.
Yeah, it's crazy.
True, Debo.
Huge
It's
amounts,
great.
huge amounts,
It's
huge
beautiful. There's so many There's so much stuff, but there's so many places to put that stuff.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
Beautiful.
And wow, what a great time. We got to do this more often.
We got to do this more often. This is the first time we've done it. How's that possible? This podcast is almost 10 years old.
Yeah.
This is the first
crazy,
time you've been on.
Crazy. And also because people yell at me.
That's the
on
other
Twitter.
crazy thing.
Go talk to Joe Rogan, you asshole.
This is how fast time's going. When I did your radio show, I didn't have a podcast. That was more than 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Isn't that fucking crazy?
Crazy.
Flying. Let's promise to do this once a year. Can we do that?
At least.
Let's do it.
Okay, baby.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks a
Appreciate
lot,
you.
man.
Thank you. Bye, everybody. Is that the whole show without the feedback? Three, two, one. Here we go. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good.
I'm super happy to have you here. If there's a Mount Rushmore of video games, you're George Washington. You're up there.
So this is great. People have been kind of nudging us for years and years to get this done. So it's great that we're finally able to make it happen.
Yeah, I have been from day one a gigantic Quake junkie. and a Doom junkie. So for me to have you in here is a giant treat. And everybody, I've talked about your video games and your creations so many times on this podcast. So it's very cool to have you here. And thank you very much for showing me, before the podcast got started, I should tell everybody, you showed me the latest and greatest version of Oculus Rift, which is amazing. It's so small. For people watching the YouTube, this is the entire unit. This thing that sits on your head, it's very light, and it's not attached to a computer. Like, you don't have to carry anything around. There's no extra. Everything is in here.
Yeah, so this is the Oculus Quest, the standalone device.
No, I
It's been
haven't
kind of the
slept in
culmination
6
of a bunch of
days
different
since the
products that
game
we've
has
been
come
working
out.
on. And it's the vision that we had even 6 years ago, just the idea of not connected to anything. You put this magic hat on, and you're transported to these different worlds.
And this is
it's all coming
available right
together.
now. Anyone can buy this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's available. Jamie just actually pulled up
Great.
the website. Can I push this up to you? Pull that. Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
What is the battery life? On
Really
these things?
matter which one I
So
let
it
up?
depends on what you're doing. Where if you just sit there and watch Netflix, it'll last a little more than 3 hours. If you play some of the really hardcore games, it might only last 2 hours or so.
Do you have numbers on how many people are watching Netflix on this thing?
So our previous one right before this, the Oculus Go, was a little bit more media focused, and that's one of our more popular applications. I mean, surprisingly, everybody thought that VR was going to be all about these just amazing gaming experiences, but some of the most popular experiences are doing reasonably conventional things, watching Netflix, watching YouTube, Amazon Prime, stuff like that, where if you're you and you've got a great home theater and everything, there's not this much benefit to having a theater like that in VR. But if you're in a situation like you're in a tiny room in Tokyo or something, the idea of being able to put on the VR headset and have this lovely ski lodge atmosphere with a giant screen TV, it has some real benefits. So in the end, VR should be a replacement for anything you do on screens today, whether it's your phone, your tablet, your TV, your laptop, your PC. All of these should eventually be superseded by just having more flexible screens in VR. I mean, we have lots of challenges now with resolution and comfort for long-term use, but this is the direction that everything's going. Not only do you have things in VR that you couldn't do anywhere else, just experiences that you can't have with that level of immersion, but it should pull along every other thing that people do with screen devices today.
I didn't consider television shows, but of course people would be watching Netflix on this if it's possible. Have you done the Disney World ride, the Avatar ride, Flights of Passage?
No, I haven't done that yet.
It's amazing. You sit on this, it's like a motorcycle looking thing. It straps you in place, and it's supposed to represent one of those flying dragon things in Avatar. And then you have the headset, you put that on, and the virtual reality experience is second to none.
Vendors for
I mean, it's
one
incredible.
full
Super
G
high
a stack.
resolution, and the motorcycle
Little shadow silk,
you get
dude.
wind and smells and all these sensory.
Yeah, so that's one of the really interesting things. Like, I think about that whenever I am at amusement parks for things like the Harry Potter rides and stuff like that, where they're doing
guys
lots
whizzing
with
on through
screens
there?
and motion platforms where I think about it from the VR perspective. And anything we're doing visually and audibly, we could go ahead and do a great job in the headset. So it's cutting it down to these few physical things that you can't do. So you've got things with motion platforms that actually jostle you around that you can't do in VR. You've got things like smell and like the Void, where they have the Star Wars experience there. We have a fantastic Star Wars experience on Quest, which in many ways has a lot of that magic. But in the Void, where they set it up and they blow hot air over what's the virtual lava towards you, that's something that you still don't get. But it's kind of like the age-old battle of what can you do differently in an arcade that you can't do as good in your home system. And VR now lets you do all of these amazing things there. But if you're willing to spend millions of dollars and build a theme park attraction, essentially, you can still throw some of these extra things in. People joke about when is smell-o-vision coming to VR, and there have actually been real companies that have spun up to say it's like, well, we want to do scent augmentation, but it's not a great thing, and those are still the last vestiges of things where you have to go someplace. But the promise of VR is to, the world as you want it, not having to go to some place to do something magical. And if you can get to 90-something% of that experience staying in your own room, then that's great.
What would they be able to do with
Danny, this guy that's talking right now about Oculus.
Yeah, I know.
Access to the program.
He
so like if you were flying over
he was at
orange fields, it
GDC
would
one
spray
year,
citrus
and
in the air.
one of
So
my
like
old
soaring
coworkers
over
was
the
friends
world.
with
Have
him.
you
I got
ever
to
done
talk
that
with him
Disneyland
for
ride?
like 10 or 15
Somebody
minutes
literally
before
did
he
make this
went in
where
to do
they
his
made a
talk.
little box that put
Really?
that glued attached
Yeah.
to the underside of the head-mounted
I didn't
display.
actually go
And one
into
of the
GDC.
interesting
I was
things
just like
about
hanging
set,
out
as
on
opposed
the
to,
outside of
like
Moscone
audio or
because my
video,
office
with
was like
video,
right
everybody
next to
knows that
Moscone.
you just make red, green, and blue colors.
really
You can
cool.
mix them in any way and make all the colors that we can see. Smell isn't like that. Our nose is actually a receptor for a
Yeah.
whole lot of discrete different molecules. There's no way to mix up smell like the way we do with light to make red, green, and blue primaries with that. So they really
I
had to
didn't know I
pick,
was gonna
okay,
meet him,
here's the
so I
dozen
didn't
or
have
so
like any
smells
interesting
that we're
things to
going
ask
have
him.
with
But
this.
he
And
was
it
cool,
will
dude.
just sort of spritz it out on a little blast of air, very close to your nose, so it doesn't need much of it to get in.
So if you really wanted to do some sort of a jungle experience with, thousands of different smells of plants and dirt and all the, you would have to have like some enormous unit that's spraying these various.
I mean, he was
things.
fine, but I
although
only talked to him
suspect
for
that
like
at
10 or
least
15
modern
minutes. So
people in modern society do not really have that discerning of a level of scent. Like if you took some Peruvian indigene or
How we
something,
doing,
that
Devo?
they probably
Tearing it
would
up,
complain.
duty?
It's like, oh, the fidelity on this is garbage. I should have 500 different smells here, and I only detect 5.
Right.
But you take, a normal city person, and you just 3 scents of jungle is probably going to be more than enough to sell the experience.
Yeah, the guy in the jungle will be like, this is sterile urine. This is not real. So what is this, Jamie?
This is a
Oh my
version of
goodness.
it, I guess.
Oh my
One of
goodness.
them.
So this is something she's holding.
No, she's pulled it off. It attaches to the headset right here.
It says "Feel Real." Sensory mask.
I don't
it's a
think so. I
sensory
think he said he was
mask
going to go
that
to sleep after we
smell
quit.
virtual reality. Oh yeah. It simulates hundreds of smells to immerse you in the virtual world. Wow.
Yeah.
Of course it's coming. But why am I shocked? Look at this guy. He's got like a little cartridge just popping in there. With all the,
It's like refilling your toner cartridge on your ink.
Wow. Reliable scent generator. How hilarious.
Oh shit!
But yes, if you have to
255
rank your senses, that's
Yeah.
not in the top 2.
Yeah, and it's probably going to be clunky like the earlier versions of VR, where you got that low resolution sort of thing. I remember my friend Duncan. He's a huge technology freak, and he had a really early version of the consumer virtual reality headsets, the early Oculus. And I remember putting it on, going, "Oh my god!" Even though it was really pixelated, I'm like, "This is a game changer." Like
That sense that you've seen the future.
Yeah.
You put it on, it's like it's not here yet. But that's the ability to just project a little bit past the flaws there and say, okay, well, we're going to sort this out. Over the next several years, we'll get higher resolution, we'll get the response better, and you can imagine what it's going to be.
Yeah, it's pretty stunning. And what you just showed me today, the Star Wars one, is actually higher resolution than the Void, which is the one that you pay to go see, or that you go into the warehouse and everything. I've done that several times. The Void with Star Wars, and then the Void with Wreck-It Ralph, which is pretty cool too. It's really fun.
Yeah, but the physicality of having the actual props there is the magic of being in there. It's like you pull out your Stormtrooper blaster and you heft it around, and that's really something versus a lot of times when you're just using the controllers to pretend you're doing things, you feel like you're a mime someplace, some French mime kind of pretending to do things, and that doesn't sell the experience. And that's why my favorites are the things like Beat Saber, where in the game you are swinging this lightsaber sort of thing through things. So your actions in reality are exactly what your actions in the virtual world are. You swing through it. There's a little bit of a buzz as you cross through it, and it just feels like you're projecting yourself there.
Now, what about the possibility of a haptic feedback vest or a suit or something you could put on your body?
So there's the interesting things all the way back into the Doom and Quake days. I remember one of the really early kind of entrepreneur guys that came by. He had made this leather jacket with all of these impact pucks on it, and it had like 8 or 9 different things that were these solenoids that could deliver a pretty sharp thud, and he wanted to get
There you go, Devo,
support
Grazie.
added to the games for that. The idea you play that, and when you're getting shot, it actually feels like you're getting hit in the back.
Ooh.
And I didn't think that was a very likely mass
I'm
market
charging
consumer
and
thing.
fearing,
I
I
mean,
think.
not too many people want that level of fidelity where it actually starts making you sore. But that's one of the wonderful things about being able to open source the various codes after the games are a little bit older, where anybody that wants to can nowadays go and take Doom or Quake or those earlier titles and program in for whatever crazy thing. They don't have to convince someone. They don't have to go convince skeptical John Carmack that this device is going to be a worthwhile thing to add support to the mainline code. They can just go do it, which is a wonderful thing.
That is very cool that you guys do that. I think that's really cool. And
yeah, that was one of those things where early on, as you can imagine, that was a tough sell in the company where the people that weren't coming from the sort of hacker ethic background on the programming side, you get the business people and the artists and the designers, and they're like, we want to just give away our source code. Won't that be a leg up to the competitors? Why do you want to do this? And it was one of my, it made me really happy when many years later, Kevin Cloud, one of my early partners, told me that, yeah, in retrospect, that was really the right thing to do. And it's great with Doom and Quake now, especially Doom, where anything that has a processor runs Doom. If it's got a 32-bit processor and it can conceivably display an image, people have ported Doom to it, and that code will live forever. 100 years from now, people will be able to dig up and run the Doom source code in some emulator.
Yeah, that is very cool. Now, what was the conversation like? Like when you were saying, hey, this is good for the community, this is good for games overall, it's going to get people excited about it, it's just going to generate more business. Like, how did you sell it?
So it's an interesting path there where in our earliest games, I can remember that some of the very first things that happened with Wolfenstein 3D before Doom, where that was not set up to be easy to be modified. We were still back in those days of fitting on floppy disks, so I had all the data compressed in this non-standard thing that I
Alright,
just
so you'll
made
be able
up
to
at
stay
the
out
time.
here all day
People
long with no
dug
horde
through all of
interference
that,
right outside
disassembled
their
the code,
city,
figured
and it'll
out
be
how
fine.
it worked, and started making some level editors and doing the things like, you know, replacing Hitler with Barney and all these early mods. And we're all like, well, this is fantastic. You know, this is people taking the game, they played through the game, they loved it, and they loved it so much that they want to keep doing things on it, and they wind up breaking into the game at that time, essentially, to figure out how to make new things. So by the time we were working on Doom, it was an explicit top-line technical goal for me that, okay, I had these graphics things I wanted to do, I wanted to do networking, but I also wanted to really make game modding a first top-level feature. So we added all this ability to do the WADs and PWADs, and we documented all of it, and we released a lot of the tools, the early source code. So here's how you go ahead and
there's
it's
like a
much
couple
harder
different
at
things
that
you can
point with
do,
more
but
sophisticated stuff going on. But here's how you build a level in Doom, and we even released the code for our level
they were
editor.
just getting
Although
punted
that
and
didn't help the
destroyed. They didn't even
community
have the
that
right
much because
right
we were using
mechanic
these
down.
crazy expensive Next workstations, and other people had to take the steps to go ahead and make them run on PCs. But the step beyond that, when we were looking at Quake, so I knew that I wanted to enable actual changes of the gameplay, because in Doom you could swap out all the different models,
nice
you could
having the
swap
hunter in
out
this group, Buck.
the way
Rips.
things looked, the way things sounded, and some people would go in and actually patch the executable to do a few minor changes in gameplay, but the next step clearly was allowing people to really make whole new gameplay modes. So that was how Quake got this Quake C extension language, and we wrote a lot of the game in that, and that led to all the things like Capture the Flag and Team Fortress and all those, which
Rocket
was
Arena.
Yeah, all these really, really great things. But there were still things that you couldn't do or couldn't do effectively there, and that's where there was still this desire to be able to say, well, what if we just gave them everything? What if we gave them the full source code and let them sort of hack to their heart's content, port to other platforms? And again, it wasn't a super popular decision, but the way I was pitching it was, well, it still helps our titles. It still gives them life. It gives them life after they would have been off the shelf, falling off of people's radar, just falling into some game of nostalgia. But being able to let people make real new versions of it would be, you know, it would keep them current. It would keep them relevant. And so the pitch that I ran for years there was, after our new game came out with
But it
brand new
was
technology,
definitely nicer,
then
eh?
we
We
should be
grinded
able
with a
to
mouse.
open source release the previous generation. So of
Yeah.
course, when Doom was out, we released Wolfenstein. When Quake was out, we released Doom. And when the later Quakes were out, we released the Quake 1 code. And that worked out really remarkably well. I know at the time there were some people in the company who were just like, this is just John's thing. They were not really happy about it, but I was in a position where I could kind of throw my weight around a little bit that, and I was happy that I did it. And in the end, everybody agrees it was a good win. I'm a little sad that more companies weren't able to take that final step. Modding was embraced broadly by a lot of game companies, but only a handful of companies were able to really go the entire way and release full source code in years course.
That's too bad because that is one of the cooler aspects of the Quake community. Is that you guys did release that stuff, and there were all those cool extras and things you could download on maps. So many different maps that people created that were really interesting. I remember one was a guy's apartment. Like you could play Quake in an apartment. Like you could shoot, you could get to the top of the toilet and shoot at things off the toilet. It was really amazing. How did you feel about when people would play the game competitively?
Drew got his fucking weapon.
So yeah, that especially is a sore point with the artists that have labored for years to build these glorious textures, and then you get the people that just turn them down. And there's two reasons to turn them down. You turn them down to help performance in some cases. In the early days, and especially the early graphics cards, you would get higher frame rate if you turned them down, so you'd have less latency in your response times. But there's also the even more nefarious
Where'd you get that
thing of
staff
turning
from the
them all down
boss?
to improve the contrast on your enemy acquisition.
The fucking big whooping
so
stick.
People want this almost flat
Oh,
shaded
no,
world,
that's
so
an
that
actual
any moving
upgrade,
set
though,
of
man.
pixels there
I-
just turn and fire.
I've
at that.
invested into the
And
axe specialization.
Change the
I-
stun on it,
I never
dude.
came to
You're gonna be a
really great
PvP
terms with
god.
that, where I always thought on
20
in the early
strength,
days of
so-
esports and
It's like
gaming, we did always
Yeah,
an
it
have
is
early
funny, though.
version of
play
that
with at least
Dark
plausible
Edge of
resolutions
Insanity.
there, because we want our game to look good. We want people that are looking at it for the first time, seeing these professionals play it. We don't want them to look at that and say, well, this game looks like
yeah, I
garbage.
guess
It's all
so.
flat shaded or blurry. And luckily, computers got fast enough that people could start playing at the frame rates that they wanted, even with the full textures running in it. But the whole pace of doing the kind of the esports and the competitive gaming was very interesting. We saw the dawn of that with Doom, but it's been pretty surprising. It's been amazing the
that's a
state that
fucking
it's taken.
huge
It's
upgrade.
gotten to today. Where I remember when we did the Quake Red Annihilation tournament, I gave away my first Ferrari as grand prize, and I was thinking, this is just the most over-the-top thing. This is going to be unmatched for
Fucking
years.
plate belt, dude.
And it was only a year later that there was some other tournament with a $100,000 prize coming out. So that went on and went much quicker than I expected. And then today you have just the amazing celebrity of the top pro players. It's great to see the path of this thing.
It really is, and it's very interesting to see that they're now like legitimate sports stars and they make a ton of money. Whereas if you were a kid 10, 15 years ago, your parents would tell you you're wasting your time. This is nonsense. Why are you playing these games? But now you have a legitimate opportunity to be a professional game player.
Although I hate, there's a hazard there where.
What's this?
Top burner here compared to the top Tiger Woods, how much he won in the Masters, and the top 500 earners.
So Tiger Woods won $2 million in the Masters. The top Quake players won $3,121,872. Oh, it's not Quake. What game is that? What is that? What's Dota?
Different game, not Quake, but very popular.
What's it stand for? I've never heard of it.
It's a Valve game. It's a MOBA, massively online battle arena game where you're directing all the different little characters down there, and that, along with especially League of Legends, even beyond that, not as popular in the United States, but is just amazing overseas, where they. Like, if you look at the numbers for things, people think, oh, the Super Bowl, like the height of all competitive sports, whatever. And
Hopefully
a
you
lot
run
of
this
these
again,
esports
if
games,
they
especially in
want to.
South Korea, they dwarf those numbers.
I didn't actually get
And
any
some
more
people are just
questions.
very,
I mean, I got
not
some
aware
them.
of this,
Not
where you just
deflecting.
get millions of people tuning in.
And enormous arenas too, right? They play in these gigantic places. Look at this! Oh my God! Look at this arena. That looks.
I don't
like
know why I
30,000
keep thinking of the
people. That looks
mountains
like a UFC
in
event.
Yeah, actually, a lot bigger than UFC events. So that was.
Oh, I'm
I don't know about that one in particular, but they have some really enormous ones.
Biggest UFC event we ever had was 55,000 people.
Yeah, they've been well over that.
That's crazy. That's amazing. It's really cool to see. And it's these games, particularly Quake, they are unbelievably difficult to master. It's one of the more fascinating aspects of video game play and addiction is the complexity. Like when you would watch, like remember, do you remember Thresh?
Oh yeah.
So
Thresh was the one that won my Ferrari in that first Red Annihilation tournament.
Cool. That guy was the hero back in the day of early Quake play. He was just this, what is it, Kenneth Fong? Is that his name?
Yeah, or Dennis Fong.
Dennis Fong. There he is. There's Thresh. And I remember I would watch demos. One of the things about Quake was that you could, is that his Ferrari? One of the things
Yeah, so that was Mile Turbo 308.
Now you turbocharged your Ferraris too, which I want to get to as well. That's crazy. But so this guy was like the first real killer in first real killer in the Quake playing games, and you would be able to watch him play on demos. You could play through his eyes, so that you would be able to see like how he does things and move around. It was really cool.
Some of the interesting things about Quake, where it wasn't really so clear when we were designing it, but it is a brutal game, especially in one-on-one, where a lot of modern games are much more approachable, where if you followed a lot of the Quake games, a lot of them were just blowouts, where you would get somebody that would take control of the level and they would be running their pattern, denying anyone any foot in the door, and you'd wind up with these 20-to-1 blowout games, where there are things that you can do in game design to make it more approachable, where like if you don't have health packs where you can keep it, because in a game like Quake, you go in, as long as you come out on top in the fight, you've got this little window to run around and bring your health back up. So even if you're only 5% better, you might win every engagement because you have enough time to go back, get yourself back up before you wind up re-engaging. Where in another game, if you didn't have health that would continuously have the ability to bring it back up, then even if somebody didn't win, if they knocked you down a whole lot, then they might get you the next time around, and scores can be much more even. But Quake gameplay winds up brutal, tending towards blowouts, and very frustrating for it did not have the approachability for new players, where a lot of more modern games, things like Overwatch, can be jumped into a lot more easily, because team play is another aspect of that, where if you've got a team, you could be on the winning team even if you suck, because you might have really great players that are kind of covering for you there. You can jump in and have the chance to say, yay, I won, even if you didn't contribute at all. And you might wind up doing something. You start off being completely useless, and then you slowly work your way up to being able to contribute effectively for your team. So I can recognize some of these things now about ways to make things more approachable, but the kind of brutality of Quake right there was it was a taste that a lot of people really did like. It wasn't so much explicitly designed for that, but it worked out that way. And that's one of the interesting things as we look at game design today versus the old days. A lot of people fall into a sort of nostalgia trap about saying, well, the games I grew up with were the greatest games ever, and you see it with music and movies and everything. And I tend to be much more optimistic about the state of things today, where the amount of effort that goes into the modern games is extraordinary. Just the detail and all the quality on all the different levels. But there is a little sense of games are so expensive to make now, sometimes in the hundreds of millions of dollars, that they do have to be conservative. So they have to be careful to make sure that they've got something that has a broad mass appeal. And I think that is the upside of some of the older games, where they might have a little bit more of a distinct flavor. They weren't sort of focus grouped to death in the way that some of the more modern games can.
That's the Quake blowouts, although that is a thing, it's so fun to person out that it's worth learning the maps.
Oh, getting bounced up.
That's the people don't understand what we're talking about. Quake would have, it has maps, and on those maps, like this is where the rocket launcher is, this is where the railgun is, this is where the health is, this is where the mega armor is. And you had to know where these things were, and that they would regenerate every X amount of seconds. And so you're managing not just your fighting, but you're also managing the resources. So you're running around and trying to control the map, and trying to control the mega health, and trying to control where the armor is, and don't let the guy get the railgun, don't let the guy get the rocket launcher. And in doing that, it's this incredible game of strategy as well as like fast twitch aiming, and there's so many factors going on.
Yeah, and the masters would have it timed such that they're just running to where it's going to spawn, and a half second before they get there, it respawns, they run over it, it's theirs, and it's gone. And the difference between the top level players is something you see in competitive games a lot, even today, is you get the sense of the big
fucking
fish in
Luke
the small
Goblin
pond.
boy.
You know, it's like I totally beat all of my friends' asses, and or the best. I'm the best player anybody's ever seen in my tiny little area. And then you put them in the big pond, with some of the professional players, and they get nothing. You know, they wind up not being able to land a shot. There is that much difference. Of course, you see that in everything martial arts, where you get the dojo
dropping
hero in
shit I
one
need.
place that then goes in and actually rolls with a professional and just finds out that they weren't all they thought they were. And there's even more layers of that in games because you're not so confined to some of the physical limits of the human body.
Yeah, and
we
the
good to
amount of
vendor
time
first?
you
Did
can
they say
do it
that's
is not confined to the physical limits of the human body. So there's people out there playing 10, 12 hours a day where they're thinking and sleeping and dreaming and, you know, catching people with rail shots in the middle of the air.
Yeah, that sense when you're obsessive about something, how it does invade your dreams. And there have been a number of times in my career when I'm learning new things, when I'm just immersed in whether it's a new programming paradigm, a new piece of technology, and I'm working 13-something hours in a day, and I go to sleep and I have dreams about what I'm working on. That's when I know I'm really deep in the groove of soaking in this new information. And the dreaming is my mind helping synthesize this into a useful form so I can apply this in the future. And those are some things that I look back on very, very fondly when I've been that obsessive about something that it's soaked into my dreams.
Yeah, I used to get that with martial arts when I was competing over I would play kicks in the middle of the night. I'd have like dreams of like moving, and I'd wake up thinking I was in the middle of a fight. And I had a real problem when we have this LAN room set up here with Quake on it. And when we got into it, where my addiction got re-sparked again, we were playing 2, 3, 4 hours a day, I was starting to have big dreams. It was really weird. Like, I'd have dreams that I was going down corners and dodging rockets, and it's just, that game is so immersive, and it's so, you get done with it, and your heart is pounding. Like, me and Jamie and Jeff would play, and then when it was over, we would all be out of breath. We'd all, our heart would be racing. We'd have to get up and walk around. Would be like, Jesus, try to shake it off.
So that's one of the real interesting things that gets amplified even more in virtual reality, where when I was doing a bunch of the work on bringing Minecraft into the Gear VR system, I played a bunch, and I would play with my family, and it's great when you can have your kids playing with you. And I would have the VR headset on. I'd be playing in my swivel chair, turning around, running, and I had this really weird sense where there were times that I would remember that not as I was playing a game, but I remembered being there. I remembered like being in that cavern and breaking through into a raining sky, or having the creeper run up behind me. And it was not the sense that I remembered playing a video game. I remembered being there, and that's the power of VR. And in many ways, we don't have as intense of action games like Quake in VR, partially because there's a movement control problem where in VR, you're fine as long as you're moving in the virtual world the same way your body is in the real world. But if you go ahead and play a traditional game like Quake, and you're moving your mouse to spin you around, you would get really sick to your stomach quickly, because parts of your inner ear detect motion of your physical body. And your brain correlates what your eyes are seeing with what your inner ear is telling you. And when they disagree, that's what causes simulator sickness. Now, some of the theories are that that's your brain saying you ate something that's really bad for you and you should get sick and throw it up. But this idea that you can't play traditionally like that in VR unless you've just got an absolute iron stomach. So things like that, the dashing down corridors, flipping around in corners, you don't do very well in VR. But things where you can either stand still or move sort of in a straight line, as long as there's no acceleration. The worst things are sort of parabolic arcs. So rocket jumping and stuff in Quake is bad news in VR. It's still pretty amazing when you go do it, but you do it too many times. No way you're doing that for a 3-hour stretch there without having some problems with it.
So what you're saying in terms of the inner ear and the visual, what you're taking in visually, is that when those things are off, your brain thinks maybe you consume poison, and that's why they're off?
Yeah, that's one of the theories, because it makes your stomach upset, and people do throw up sometimes. If you've been, people used to do that even just with traditional video games, where I remember in the early days of Quake and Doom, some people would be staring intently enough at the screen, and they would get that sense where on a small monitor, it's usually not a problem, because usually you see the rest of the stable world around you, and the field of view that you pick, like traditionally we used about a 90-degree field of view in the old days, and if you have a little monitor here, it's really only taking maybe 25 degrees or so of your field of view, so your brain doesn't really buy it as I'm looking into a window in this other world. You're still kind of controlling something and driving it around. But when you get a giant screen and you get the field of view about right, then your brain starts picking up and saying, oh, maybe I should be paying attention to this visuals, and that could cause some people to have get simulator sickness even on a screen. But in VR, where it's covering your entire field of view and you don't have a stable reference, it can be a much bigger problem. So we have some of these band-aids where people would put cages of things in virtual reality so you've at least got something stable to look at, and that helps a little bit. Like there's a game called Omega Agent where you're flying around in a jetpack, and on the one hand, this is the worst thing to do in VR, parabolic flight. It checks all the don't do this in VR buttons, but it's still really amazingly cool to just jetpack up and kind of coast around down things. So sometimes you're making these trade-offs with your body on the VR experiences. We try to push people towards the no trade-off games. Okay, you can sit here, you can do this amazing thing, and there's no downside to it. But for the adventurous, there are these other things you can do which might be exactly what hits the right buttons for you, but you may suffer some for it.
Do you guys take into account the possibility of people getting sick and suing? Because I think you kind of have to, right?
So there's a lot of what we were more concerned about health and safety wise is on the new system where you can walk around is people banging into walls, falling down steps, and so on. So we spent a lot of effort building this.
Dude, I didn't even open mine. What the fuck?
When you start up, you basically trace out what you say the
I
safe
grabbed my
area
rain
is,
out.
and that's
I
on you.
grabbed my
If
rain
you
out of,
trace out the safe area
fridge,
over
I
your
didn't drink it
staircase,
once.
bad things can happen. But the idea is that it has a known good area. It knows where you are, so it will tell you. It'll bring up this little overlay to show you that, hey, you're approaching a wall. Do not be charging headlong. Now, people should not be sprinting in VR under almost any circumstances.
Time is money, friend.
But you do wind up getting into the action on things, and something sits behind you, startles you, and you jump around. So you need a reasonable amount of space to do these. We call them room scale games, where you're actually walking around. There's a lot of them that are stationary, that you're expected to pretty much stand still. But there's some amazing experiences about being able to clear out a room, walk around, and just not be on task as far as hyper aware, but just being able to soak in a space and kind of crouch down and look at things. And I always like to say that modern games have so much artistry put into them that is largely wasted or lost on the players, where you have the fire extinguisher sitting in the corner that some artist lovingly crafted for a week, and you just glance at it, see the pixels, and move on. But in VR, you wind up saying, it's like, oh, I'm in this room, I'm looking at this. You lean down or even pick something up and turn it around and look at it. And, and that's really great. But the larger spaces have these hazards. And it turns out that it's hard to protect people from themselves in some cases, because we started saying, well, what if somebody's swinging their hand really hard? We want them to be able to stop their hand, and even if we show when the hand is really close to it, they're not going to have time. So we put in this predictive filter to say, based on the velocity of how fast you're moving your hand, maybe we'll start showing up the boundary a second earlier. If we think you're going to hit it in a second, we'll show the boundary now. But then everybody says, oh, I don't want that flashing up, it's distracting me, and we need to put in parameters to turn it down. And it's a real balancing act there, where a lot of developers just kind of go in and say, turn off Guardian, I'll accept the risks for this. But yes, of course, the lawyers are very concerned for this. We have some duty of care to the people that are our customers. There are some interesting YouTube videos of people playing VR, not setting things up right, and like running into walls and so on. And even internally, it's if you don't set it up right, if you extend it further than you should, there are people that have smacked their knuckles into a table or something and kind of post the bloody knuckles picture from that. But it's on you on how conservative you want to be with it.
It was interesting when I stepped outside of what is it called? The Guardian?
Yeah.
Whatever it is. The matrix that shows up. And you walk through, then you see the regular world. Like you step out of the virtual world and you're into the regular world, but you're seeing it through this weird lens.
Yeah, so it's black and white because it's using the same cameras. Like on the Quest, there are 4 cameras that are pointed off in different directions, and they have 2 jobs to do. They track where the headset is by looking at the world around it. They find stable little pieces of the world, and based on where they are as you move around, it can figure out where the headset is. And then they also look at the controllers, and the controllers have little invisible IR LEDs on it. But it takes this black and white image of the world from the 4 different views, and it can pass through the real world. It's pretty low res, doesn't have color, but it's good enough for important things like finding where you put your controllers and letting you orient yourself. Because depending on what you do in VR, if you spend a couple hours in an environment where you're turning around and moving, it can be very shocking to people when they sort of come out of it and they're in the opposite corner of the room they thought they should be. They're pointed in a different direction. Having the ability to kind of bring the world into place, especially in those cases where you're approaching the boundaries, it's nice.
Is there anything that you guys have that can, or maybe in the future can, map out uneven terrain? Like, say if you were at a park, and there's a hill, or in your backyard or something like that, where you have various sort of surfaces. You have a sidewalk, and then grass, and a hill. Is there ever going?
So there's a few aspects to that. You can set up really large Guardian boundaries. We do have an upper limit on it, but again, some developers have disabled that to do even larger areas.
That would be Sarah,
and one of the coolest experiences that I had was at a convention last year. And
she's sitting over here next to this desk. I felt that vibration.
Really, it was like 50 feet long. You were inside this kind of aquarium-looking thing in a workshop, and we sketched out this giant boundary, and I walked around. Like, I walked literally from room to room in virtual reality. Yeah, very few people have the space to set something like this up in their house, but we were at a convention center, and the ability to walk through a door in virtual reality, get down on my hands and knees and crawl through a crawl space into another magical little area, that was really something. I mean, it's not clear how we can carry that over to other people.
Yeah, dude. Fooling out with my boys, fucking big dope.
There's a few technical issues with it where bright sunlight overpowers the little tiny LEDs on the controllers. So while it's possible to sort of stop down the exposure on the cameras for tracking the headset, if it's reasonably bright, you're not going to be able to resolve the controllers, which breaks some things. But people have found that if you get the right overcast day and you've got the right environment, you can go out to like a tennis court or a big field or something, stretch out a large boundary, and explore some fairly sizable things. Now, really accurate determination of the world. Facebook Reality Labs has done a lot of research for almost what is the absolute limit of what we can possibly do with the sensors for building the most accurate representation of the world. And it's pretty damn good when you get to the point where they could take even a really cluttered room like this.
That was a
scan
thing?
the world for all of this, and they could make
No.
3D representation, so you could then be good enough and like pick up individual things. But it's still, it's pretty expensive to do that, both in terms of needs some slightly different sensors. They have to project more structure out into the world. It's a lot more calculation to do it. It's too much for this generation of products here, but certainly that's something that we're looking at in the future, where eventually we want to not have that one step of drawing out the Guardian. We just want it to be both sensitive enough that it can tell what's going on in the environment, and sort of smart
Like
enough
hype
to tell
man over here.
We want that magic that we just put it on and does everything just right. We're not there yet, but that is sort of on the roadmap.
So you think there will be a time where the technology will allow you to maybe possibly have several filter layers, like you can see the whole world, and it would be more of an augmented
Don't call me Ricky, call me Rims. All my little homies hanging out today, making me feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, so we have a lot of debates about both the useful things that you might do there and then some real technical aspects where, in terms of augmented reality, this idea that we all buy into this future vision of a world where you've got something that's this, that feels like sunglasses that you put on and you can pull up all your information and maybe it clouds over into a virtual experience. There are still fundamentally unsolved problems in display technology to do the magic thing that we really like from all of that. So you step back to saying that, well, what you saw in Quest when you saw the world through that, obviously it's low res, it's low frame rate, it's not good, but we could fix all that. You could say, let's go high res color, high refresh rate, and you can make we call that a pass-through rather than a see-through augmented reality system. And we can absolutely build that technology, and we can make that be good. But then it comes down to, what do we expect from the user story to be? If you had something like that, Would you be wearing this boxy thing out, out into the world, riding the bus with it, doing different things? We have a little bit of a hard time seeing the kind of socially acceptable way that you're running around going about your life with sort of the shoebox size thing on your head. It's an open question where everybody agrees if it came down to sunglasses, everybody in the world's going to want something like that if it gives them these magical abilities and it can turn into virtual reality or augmented reality. It's an open question whether there's an in-between way. If we get down to the point where it's something like swim goggles or very thin sort of ski goggles, something that's half
Verse 2, the sun come down.
would that be something that people would want to wear for long periods of time? I lean towards no, but we haven't built it, so we don't know yet. And then the question of what you want to do with that in the augmented reality world, where people make these interesting little demos where, all right, we've mapped the world in this incredible detail, now we can flood it with water, we can do a simulation of all of this, isn't this cool? Or we can turn it into, we can reskin your world as Bilbo Baggins' Hobbit hole or something. And I am skeptical of the broad utility of a lot of these things where, like today, there's a ton of AR apps that you can get on your cell phone. You can hold your phone up and kind of look at things and interesting little things happen. Well, Pokemon Go is an interesting thing where that actually has more of a point for it, and the augmented reality side of it is very small. But the things that actually augment onto the world, I haven't seen anything that I've found really compelling. They're interesting technologies, but I think that I'm still betting more on the fully immersive experiences where you take over. And this idea of bringing part of it into the world, I'm a little more skeptical on, but I don't know how it's going to be.
But that's the concept behind Magic Leap, right? And Magic Leap was very, very hyped up a couple of years ago, but it hasn't really come to fruition yet in terms of like a consumer product that people could. You remember they had the little girl and there was a ballerina that was dancing on her hand, and it was like, is this going to happen?
So the problem with Magic Leap was they had a lot of the augmented reality videos, you wind up with things that are synthetically created that are not really what the product does, and they oversell what the actual capabilities are. And that's a slippery slope there, where you want to sell your vision in some way, and you're very rarely showing exactly what the product does, but they showed something that led people to believe it was much more than it actually was. But even before Magic Leap, Microsoft had been selling the HoloLens for a few years, and it's turned out that they have some real wins in some enterprise applications for training and for people like working on jet engines and stuff. It's an expensive product. It costs thousands of dollars for these things. You're not going to spend that to get it's got a fairly narrow field of view. It's not a great gaming experience. They have a few things that you can do with that. But if it's something that helps you do your job and you're a high-paid specialist or something, it's a tool. It's something that has value there. But that's the state that we are in with AR today, where there are some devices that are providing some legitimate value, but they are essentially, they're like socket wrenches. They're a tool you get when you need to do a specific job. The world that we want to be in is it's something you put on and it's essentially a part of you, where I want something where I roll out of bed, instead of grabbing my normal see-through glasses, I grab my augmented reality glasses, and then they do something useful for me for 16 hours. And that's where 2 hours is not enough. We have a few there's a few companies that have made things that are sunglasses form factor that can do some little things with a display, but they run out of battery. But you want something that you can use all day long, and it becomes something that is so automatic. Like cell phones are augmentations of our power right now. In fact, we're looking the thing up super quickly. If you have that ability, and it doesn't even mean pulling your phone out of your pocket, if you can access information just by potentially even just thinking about it. I mean, there is serious work going on about brain-computer interfaces, where you could imagine having these glasses, and even if it was, all it did was, say, zooming in, say it was just supervision, if you had the ability to just think, zoom, and it would zoom in for something, that would be a product right there. It could grow into this augmented world and annotate everything and do all of that other stuff later. But I'm a believer that this sense of giving you a new power, giving you a new physical ability, and either it needs to be ultra intuitive. I mean, maybe there is something where just tapping your wrist or some super, super fast, low latency interaction, but ideal would be something like brain-computer interface. Maybe it's some eye tracking or even teeth clicking or something that you could do, but if it just became so natural that that just like you think if you turn your head to go look at something, if you just do this thing, you zoom in on it, you get more information. That would be pretty magic in the sense of augmented vision capability.
Have you paid attention to this Elon Musk Neuralink thing?
So I actually went out to visit the Neuralink company. It was like the week before they did their big public announcement. I spent a whole day there kind of deep diving with a bunch of their technical people. And it is exciting stuff because it is, you know, I like to use the word bold for things like that, where it's not just this incremental advance where it's just taking something, fixing a few of the flaws and going out. It is visionary, looking to the
Fucking
future,
stunned him with my staff,
where
dude.
the potential upside of this about being able to make
Are you using that
the whole
thing?
automated
Whooping up,
electronic
whooping
world,
up, up?
something that is
I'm
directly
just
accessible,
hamstring spamming,
input
leveling
and
my shit
output
up,
to
you know?
your brain
Oh.
is really remarkable. And what they've done, I mean, there's a lot of people where you can say, it's like, well, other companies
Got
might
it
have
up
these
to 180 right
capabilities,
now.
but
50
clearly
off.
they are at the cutting edge. You could argue how far above or behind other companies they might be, but I think it's going to largely work to some degree here. And they're going to be working with people that are like seizure patients, people that are, in many cases, profoundly disabled. And they don't expect it's going to work forever when they put it in. There are all these problems with the brain kind of rejecting implants eventually. People have done experiments like this. Quite a few. It starts off with just one neuron. You stick in one sensor or one action. And in the Neuralink case now, you've got tens of thousands that they can put in. So much, much higher fidelity. Even if it doesn't work forever, and they're still working out different codings, tactics, different installation procedures. Somebody's going to go in there and go from being profoundly disabled to probably being able to play a video game, being able to sort of directly control things with your mind, where you start off being able to do maybe just very slowly driving a cursor, and people have done this again for years, where you can slowly move a mouse cursor or something and figure out a quick thing. But here, when you have tens of thousands of neurons going in, you could go from this very slow moving something to doing this deep analog, multi-dimensional, playing a symphony with your brain output potentially, and then potentially feeding information in a way that we can't right now, that you could have this sort of tactile feel to it.
Do you remember Lawnmower Man?
Yeah, vaguely.
That was the idea.
I thought to myself sometime I should go back and watch that, because I literally have not watched that since it came out when I was a teenager, and the VR is laughable at this point and everything, but it should be good for a chuckle.
Well, it was, I think it was a fun movie, but the idea was the Stephen King book. The Stephen King book, where there was a guy who was sort of slow, and they did something to him, and all of a sudden he became some super genius, almost godlike character. Like, if this Neuralink stuff does work, and you can take a person with profound disabilities, and all of a sudden they become the smartest human being on the planet, that would be really weird.
So I know that was one of the pitches that Elon was making early on, that Elon is
fucking
very concerned
stunned,
about
dude.
artificial
Jesus
intelligence.
Christ.
And part of Neuralink was this pitch that, well, maybe we can supercharge humans in a way that AI won't run away so far, or we can at least interact with them on a more level playing field. I am less sanguine about that. That seems a little bit more of a reach to me, because I suspect that, okay, even if you do put 1 million neurons in, when we're making artificial general intelligences, they're going to have billions and billions of these different connections. And I think that it might be many steps above what a human could be, but if AI becomes possible and takes off, I am a believer in artificial general intelligence. I think it's probably not as far off as many people believe, that it is likely to be able to accelerate and advance faster than even a neuralinked human.
How far away do you think we are from artificial intelligence?
So by nature, I'm an optimist. I tend to underestimate how long things take. But on the other hand, as a programmer, I've usually been able to say, well, maybe I missed my estimate by 50% while everybody else blew it by 100% or something. I think that we will potentially have kind of clear signs of AGI maybe as soon as a decade from now. Now, lots of people disagree. The majority of scientists working on it think it's like, oh, it's going to be at least a few decades. And you still have a few holdouts that say, oh, it can't happen at all. But I'm a strict materialist.
done with those.
Our minds are just our body in action, and there's no reason why we can't wind up simulating it in some way. So I don't think
No,
the
they
question of how
drop
far off,
in
there's a
the
lot of
gray
numbers
pretty
that you can
area
play.
pretty
Like
good.
the brain has something like 85 billion neurons in it, and they have something like 10,000 connections between them. You can multiply those out and compare them to what we have in computer memory and processing time, and you can say that, yeah, within 10 years those curves should have crossed, but I would even go so far as to say most of those are probably not completely necessary. We know lots of biological systems. Like, we understand processing goes on a lot in the visual side, and we don't need nearly as many computer transistors as neurons that are used for processing some of those early layers. So I suspect that even today, some of the government supercomputers, the top 500 list that they have, those are remarkably probably useful for doing artificial intelligence, where for a long time, for decades, I thought that was sort of just national chest thumping the top 500 computers, because so many of them, they relied on replacing what used to be the old big iron Cray vector supercomputers, and they really weren't very easy to program. Most programs people want to use, you can't run it on a supercomputer and just be a lot faster. One of the shocking things most people don't really appreciate is the fastest way to do most single-threaded applications is an overclocked gaming computer today. You can't go spend $1 million and buy a computer that will do many tasks faster than what you can just run. And this is not at all the way things were for decades, where for a long time, you would go spend your millions of dollars on a Cray supercomputer and all of your code would run faster than anything you could get. But it turned out that the processors that you wind up using in high-end gaming systems are, in many cases, the fastest, or in all cases, at least close to as fast for certain serial applications. So the only thing else you can do is pile lots more of them together. And these big computers are football field-sized systems that are just racks and racks of GPUs and CPUs. And nowadays, a long time I'd be like, well, what would you? I would think, how could I make a faster Quake map build or something on one of those? Because we would sometimes have hours and hours spent processing this. And at one point, we had a computer that was almost in the top 500 at id Software just for making our maps. But I looked at a lot of these supercomputers and now these are terrible, not very useful for what we want. But now as I look at AI work, and I think that, well, if you're just doing a whole bunch of these general matrix multiplies, that computer right there is probably pretty good. So I would suspect that you could do something, if we had the right algorithms, the right training schedule, and the right time to run through it, that it's probably possible on some systems today, and it will just still take many years for the right algorithms to wind up being developed, the right training regimens to be run, and faster, cheaper hardware to wind up making it more economical to run all the experiments. Because in so many cases, the trick is not that the minimum requirements exist, but that 1,000 people have thrown themselves at the wall of a problem. Most of them have bounced off and failed, but eventually somebody gets through.
Now, what about quantum computing? Is that something that could potentially break the bottleneck that we have with Moore's Law?
So I am not an expert on quantum computing, and I think many times I beat myself up about it, where there's some simulators online where you can go and work on it, and I should work through the exercises of doing the basic factoring algorithms on quantum computing, but my read on it right now is that it's probably not directly useful for most of the artificial intelligence tasks. The big things that people worry about that are the things like breaking cryptography, breaking the different hashes and encryption methods, that it's possible that in many ways that's almost a terrible technology, because it's a technology that doesn't solve so many of the problems that you'd like it to solve, and it does solve one of the problems you kind of wish nobody was able to solve. Like breaking all of the encryption. Like if somebody winds up with a quantum computer that they achieve quantum supremacy and runs past all of our traditional computers, and all of a sudden they can break all of the secure socket layer stuff, break everybody's signatures, impersonate any public key sign stuff. There's no upside to this. That's all downside and all bad things that are going to come from that. While it's not going to make your video encoding go any faster, and it's probably not going to help artificial intelligence in many ways. So I haven't found a whole lot to get me really excited about quantum computing. It may just be that, and with all these cases, why I beat myself up about not learning more about it, because in most cases when presented with some capability, there's some way to figure out how to apply it usefully to the things that we really want. In fact, I consider that almost the essence of engineering. Engineering is figuring out how to do what you want with what you've actually got. And if anytime somebody gives me new hardware, usually I can figure out some useful way to do things that I want with it, even if it's not in reality. And maybe quantum computing plays out that way, but it is still definitely the domain of big labs with cryogenic cooling and all that stuff. So it just hasn't been at the top of my radar.
Now, when we talk about technology and we talk about the exponential increase in the powers of technology, is it possible that we could come to a point in time somewhere in the future where there's no way to encrypt anything, where it's not possible to hide things, where we won't be able to do banking online, we won't be able to have digital currency, because virtually everyone will have access to all the information. Because essentially, digital currency or anything that's encrypted, it's just information, right? It's just ones and zeros. Is it possible that technology will reach a point in time where borders and boundaries are impossible?
So one thing that a lot of people don't appreciate about cryptography is there's a really straightforward way to make completely unbreakable cryptography, and that's what's called a one-time pad, where if you essentially have a very long set of data and it's private as long as nobody else has it, you can encrypt anything with it, and if it was generated randomly properly, you always have to worry about flaws in your random number generation or your random number source. But a properly generated one-time pad is unbreakable. Now the problem is it's finite, so you have a fixed amount of it, and all of the really serious spycraft would use something like that, where you've got a one-time pad, you can send a message through it. In the old days when you were manually doing it, you might only have a book with a certain number of pages, and once it's over, it's gone, and you can't get more without returning to base. But this is always a possibility. And as we've seen storage densities increase so much, the fact that you can get a little micro SIM card that's holding hundreds of gigabytes now, which is pretty remarkable, you could imagine a world, like if we did have this quantum apocalypse where all of these short 512, 1024-bit keys, whatever, all of those just get smashed irrevocably. You could imagine a world where, heck, maybe people start implanting the one-time pad inside people, so whatever you need to encrypt that's coming from you has this, this clear, unbreakable key that you're working on.
Do you think that we're going to have things implanted in our bodies soon that allow you to interface with computers or technology or wireless internet?
I think that it's possible that it will. We have people that want to do that right now. In fact, that was.
She implanted a Tesla chip in her arm so that she could just get close to her car and the door would open.
So in fact, one of the things that, talking with the Neuralink people, the idea that, of course, right now you start off, you take somebody profoundly disabled and you put them in a laboratory and you try to train them how to use this. But we were all saying that, well, what you really need is a programmer at this interface. You need to be able to let a programmer actually program themselves on their interface, and you will make 100 times more progress.
Man, sure was a good day to go out
disabled person coming into the
on
lab
Gun Lake for a bachelor
day.
party.
And it was funny, the conversation.
No, not at all, dude.
It's
It's fucking chilly out.
Yeah, we'll give them the basic rules so they don't stroke themselves out. Okay, yeah, that's kind of
It's
important.
like 50
Talk about
degrees.
health and safety rules there. But if you start getting a programmer in there that starts running this, so like, all right, instead of just going through these basic exercises they run everybody through, you really understand exactly what you're doing, and you change it, you write the code as you're experiencing it. And there are probably people volunteering that are ready to go do that, have something like that. I read an article sometime after that about one of the early neurosurgeons that did implant himself with some electrodes. He had to go to one of these fringe countries that didn't have any ethical guidelines around the medical practices or whatever, but he paid a neurosurgeon in one of those countries to implant an electrode into his head. And he even had some complications afterwards. It was like, now there's a dedicated researcher. Although, interestingly, there's the whole history of a lot of medical science where you would get people that would wind up having the conviction to do the experiments on themselves. And you've got to respect that, where it's one thing to make a grant proposal to set up a study to do all of this, and it's another one to say, damn it, I'm so confident in this, I'm going to have someone cut a hole in my skull and implant this in me so we can learn the lessons.
What was his complication?
I didn't get it.
He had some problems with speech afterwards. He had to learn how to do it. Like half of his face had a little bit of a sag to it from the get in there. So yes, it was life-affecting changes as a result of going with that. And this was I don't offhand, but this was a Wired article, I think, from a number of years back. But this was like a single electron. It was just doing very 1-bit or 1 analog value computation, and he had a little transponder kind of put in under the skin of his skull, had a big lump on his head with that. While interesting, again, the Neuralink stuff, all modern high tech, where you kind of power it with RF through the skull, and it's got a little plug. And one of the first, when Elon first kind of approached me about talking with them about that, the idea and the thinking, which was kind of insightful, was this idea that the I/O levels that they were doing on the Neuralink, or they were planning on doing with that, was fairly close to what we do on virtual reality, where, okay, we've got theoretically maybe up to 1 million inputs here and 1 million outputs, and I can run those numbers and say, well, that's kind of like the cameras that we're taking in and the display that we're putting out. And I made the point that, well, you probably could run that off of a Qualcomm chip that we've got in here. You'd set it all up as like turn them into what are called MIPI lanes for the input and output, make the inputs look like a camera and make the outputs look like a display screen, and you could then run software on something like what we use here to drive your brain. The programmer could then kind of start running some of those experiments with it.
Well, it's so fascinating being on the outside, watching all this stuff come to fruition, because I remember when virtual reality was sort of, it was something that was tossed around in the 80s, and we talked about the future, and that was one of the things that people were really concerned about or looking forward to in the future was virtual reality. But the technology really wasn't there.
Yeah, so I have stories from, in the early days at id Software, every game from Wolfenstein, Doom, and Quake, we had at least one VR entrepreneur that wanted to work with us because finally here was content, because they were like, everybody had this vision of VR, like it's this hazy vision of the future where cool stuff happens when you put the helmet on, but they didn't have this concrete instantiation of like, well, what do you actually do? And then people saw the 3D games like, oh, that's what you want to do inside the virtual reality helmet. So they would come up and they'd want to basically work with us, license the technology. And every time I looked at these, I'm like, oh, this just isn't going to work out. In many cases, they were people that were they were high on enthusiasm, but a little low on the raw technical necessities to make something like this happen. Because really, it was too early. I mean, there were systems that if you had unlimited money, you could get a big SGI refrigerator-sized infinite reality system that could render images that could be interesting. But people talk about the current resolution limits here, or like the original DK1, kind of the views for there. Those headsets back then, they were the resolution of, remember the original Pixel Doom, like 320 by 240 sort of resolutions there, but wrapped around your head. Somebody called them football-sized pixels, you know, like you've got this big blurry blob off to the side. So it was never going to happen in those early days. So we always made the point of saying, well, okay, we'll license the stuff to you, but you know, I wouldn't put a dime of my investment money into something like that because I just thought it was too early. And then here we are a couple decades later, and the future has arrived.
Yeah, it seems like it was about a decade ago that people started really taking it seriously, where the technology had caught up to the vision.
So it's I think we can date all of it to the demo that I gave at E3, which had the Doom 3 as the kind of running there, because it was amazing talking to people. I got into it several months before that, and I had this thought. Okay, I had just finished Rage, the last game that I had worked on there, and I was like, all right, between each project I would do research. I would take a time to go ahead and explore some new technology, whether it was in the game rendering or something related to
Look at you now,
and
dude.
I thought, well, virtual reality, back in, I remember dealing with that in the 90s. It's been 20 years. Surely they've sorted this out by now. It was a matter of the technology was terrible back then, but here we are, closing in on 1 million times faster processors. Surely somebody's just sorted this out. And I was shocked when I went and I looked through, I surveyed everything, and it really wasn't. There was a cottage industry of people that would serve basically Department of Defense contracts that would make these very expensive systems that were tens to, in some cases, like $150,000 for some of these big things, and they weren't even very good. It was offensive to me as an engineer, where I look at the capabilities of what's possible. You know, I say, this is our display, this is our processing, these are our sensors. What is the limit? I always talk about these speed of light calculations, like if everything was perfect, how good could it be? And I could look at what we had and say, it could be a whole hell of a lot better than what we have here, what people are shipping, and that are charging these very high prices for it. And so that was when I started cobbling things together myself. And that's what led to working with Palmer at the start of Oculus and led to where we are today.
What year was that?
So 2011, the first work, I think.
That's so recent.
Yeah.
That's crazy. So yeah, less than a decade, and now we have it down to a one wearable headset that sits on your head. My friend Duncan's first unit was connected to a computer, and you had cables that you would trip over, and I think there was a backpack involved as well.
So there's still some reason to want to use the computer, where one of the points that I like to make is that while cell phone technology, which is definitely what these standalones run on, is astounding in how much power we've gotten out of these, but your high-end gaming PC rig, it's a difference of, it's 50 times more powerful. It is just way, way, way more powerful. And if you just want to make something happen quickly and easily, it's easy on the PC, where you have to sweat pretty hard to make some intense things happen on the cellular systems. And one of the interesting things is I make the point to people that we are so used to computers just getting faster and faster, and they have for
in the pursuit of
decades and
maximal
decades,
individual
our entire life basically. But we are approaching the end of it. People talk about the end of Moore's Law, like you mentioned, and I've had to tell people that while we've still got a lot more power to come, the next decade's still going to be good. It is very likely, barring some magical new technology, which fingers crossed maybe
getting into them.
But you will probably never get the cell phone technology
Getting into them.
that modern gaming PC is. Which on the
You
one
gotta be
hand
running
sounds
now.
like obviously that's a different thing, but on the other hand, if
Getting
you've been
into it.
here through this 1,000,000x increase in performance, it's a little bit of a downer to think that
shit,
no,
I
we just can't
big
wait
stick this
another
fucking
10
dude in
years
the
and we'll
head.
have
Oh,
everything
shit.
we could do there
I'm popping
available in
off.
systems. So it does mean a little bit of a cultural change to start thinking
Popping
more
off
about
on a big
performance rather than
big
just say
stick.
throw everything at it, and that used to be what I did in the early days. I did. We would make
fuck
these
that
bleeding
guy
edge
up.
things where only a few people at the start had good enough computers, or people would get it and they were running at a low frame rate. It made them want to go upgrade their computer, wanted to go get the latest thing or buy a GPU, do the thing to make the game better. But we are approaching the limits of what's going to be happening with that. So you have to be better. You have to be a more conscientious developer. You have to start paying
shots.
attention to all of the different aspects of performance that on the PC you can still largely gloss over. And I like that. I mean, as an old school optimizer, where I always appreciated the challenge, that's why my entire time at Oculus I've been focused on these mobile systems, where in many ways it's easier to do spectacular things on the PC, but mobile is super important, and it's more of a challenge. It winds up fitting a little bit better for me, but there are generations of game developers, especially now, that have grown up making PC titles where it's easy, and they have to educate themselves quite a bit now to go ahead and make the step down to something with less than a tenth or less than 50th in some cases of raw power.
When you're talking about the end of Moore's Law, what is the limitation that we're facing technologically? Like, why is it going to? Why is there going to be a point where they can't get any more powerful?
So the way the chips work is you have these, they wind up sketching out basically wires onto the silicon chips, and they have gotten so small that the wire that the current's flowing through is a handful of atoms wide, which is just astounding if you think about it. These are these fundamental elements of matter, and the wire is this small integer number of atoms wide. Now, in theory, you can keep going down and say, well, maybe we can make a one atom wide electrical path. But you wind up running into, eventually, all of these quantum effects, where if you make a very narrow wire and you pack them very close together, you have two wires there. An electron won't necessarily stay on that one wire of conductor that you want it to be on. Because of the way quantum mechanics work, it is going to wind up jumping. They call it quantum tunneling. There is a percentage chance, and quantum is all about randomness like that, but an electron flowing here, there's going to be this chance that it just teleports, essentially, to a nearby wire. It takes this discrete quantum jump to another wire, and this is reality. It's shocking. It's not intuitive. People have a hard time kind of grasping a lot of this, but quantum tunneling is a real thing, and we are bumping into quantum limits. They can still shrink more than we are right now. We're down at 7 nanometers in the latest stuff, although there's all sorts of issues with marketing speak about exactly how they measure it. But they're still getting smaller, and there's still room to get smaller still. But the end is in sight. It can't go too much. And one of the things that becomes an issue is just the economics of it. Each generation has gotten more and more expensive. If you went back 30 years, there were a whole bunch of semiconductor places that could fab different chips. You could go ahead and have a design and you could shop it out to a whole bunch of different places, find the one that worked best for you. But it's come down to the point now where it costs billions of dollars to make a new fab, and at the high-end processes, you're left with just TSMC, Samsung, and Intel. Very few companies. AMD held on for a while until they spun theirs out, and it's so expensive, and that's one of the challenges where I have full confidence that we'll see a couple more node shrinks, so it'll still make chips cheaper, somewhat faster, more cores on them, but it is going to get an end to the line. But I hold out hope for potential other things. There are directions that maybe you have your carbon nanotube wires, or you're starting to be able to do some things with photonic processing in different ways. There are possible outs for it, but I don't know that any of them are a sure enough thing to really count on this point.
It's so hard for a dummy like me to wrap my head around that. But when you're talking about these wires, so if these wires, it's size dependent. When they get too small, then this quantum tunneling becomes completely unpredictable. Is that what it is?
So if you draw out like a probability density function of you've got a particle, and you like to think about particles as being like this hard little billiard ball that's sitting here in this specific place. That's sort of the vision that you used to see in grade school textbooks about here's an atom. You've got these billiard balls in the middle surrounded by the electrons moving around. But in actuality, they're really these distribution functions. It sounds so weird, but they have a chance at being in all of these different places. And this is not a curve that goes to zero. There is a non-zero chance that a given atom, could wind up being a macroscopic distance away. But there is a real chance that it could wind up being a few atoms away. So the electron moving around at the edge of this wire, if it just says, well, I've got some chance of being over here, and if you've got billions of these, quadrillions probably, of electrons moving around in this, even if it's a small chance, eventually it's going to jump over there, and enough of them jump over, and all of a sudden you've got a wrong bit, you've got a mistake. So we start fighting all of that by doing error-correcting codes and doing ways that there's this whole set of technology about how you work with unreliable systems, which starts it should start making you feel a little bit uneasy that, okay, we're going to have this error rate, but we're going to, by this carefully crafted codes, allow ourselves to constantly be failing, constantly having errors, and still getting the right answer in a statistical enough case. Now, there's a lot of things, like the way your cell phone works with the way the radio signal is interpreted. There's a lot of things that do work in this sort of probabilistic way. But when people are used to computers as being this accurate thing where you always get the right answer, that sense of moving to something that has a larger chance,
your money's
in
the mail, by the way, damn.
Still feels a little bit sketchy in some ways.
Now, do you keep tabs on latest cellular technology as well? I mean, I know you're a coder and you code for games, but do you keep tabs on all the various incremental increases in cellular technology? And
so it's interesting right now where we have a lot of 5G companies that they've sort of got a problem of how to sell 5G, where fundamentally it's just a bigger pipe to everyone's computers, and it should be this relatively boring thing, but they need a way to kind of make it sexy in some
estimated
way.
value is worth like 400G right now.
Where, how can we use VR in a way that leverages the 5G experience?
I think that's pretty too.
It's not a spectacular fit because many of the things...
I can't believe I found some sweet-ass BOE
Beat Saber, that uses no data transfer. It's like all it does is check your spot on the leaderboard after you're done. 5G does nothing at all for that. But there are some things that you can look at with the immersive media.
For a while at 60.
360 3D videos, where it's like, okay, it would be nice to have more bandwidth here. But it's not that it's made possible by 5G. It's just 5G.
It's about time for the old layer swap so I can start taking out these Murlocs
than they have on the current systems. It's a tough marketing problem for them where changing your cellular infrastructure, each one where you have to go into tens of thousands of cellular base stations and pull out the racks and replace them. It's very, very capital intensive. And they would like to be able to have some cool marketing ploy to make people think this is great, switch carriers over to this, where the bottom line is it gives you more bandwidth, And perhaps more importantly, it does cut the latency more. It's possible that things like cloud gaming over 5G networks may be more of a thing. The idea of actually playing games instead of installing them locally, they run in data centers and they can just go ahead and wirelessly get to you with low enough latency so that in many cases you wouldn't be able to notice.
When you're watching this from the outside and you're seeing all this technology develop, are you concerned at all when you see how addicted people are to their phones? Because this, like, your games are very addictive in the best ways, right? Quake is super addictive. It's really fun. It's great to play, and that's why it's addictive, because you just want to get that charge, that rush to get back in there. But the odd thing to me about cell phone addiction is there's not much thrill. It's a weird addiction where you're just constantly checking and nothing's coming back. Like, people are just constantly checking their email and their Twitter messages, their DMs and YouTube videos, but there's not a lot coming back at you. I'm concerned.
Did you guys only do that one ZF run, or are you doing
where
multiple?
You'll go to a place and you'll see 80% of the people just looking at their phones and not interacting with people. Do you
is that a throw up?
Like, look at that and go,
who
where's
is
this going?
Nah,
So I do
I'm fine.
think
I
about
thought I
this
was
in a way
I thought
that,
I was muting,
this is
but
one of
in
these
fact
things
I was
where I
unmuting and I
recognize
was
it in some other
sneezing.
people where I think I probably do
Sounded like
interact with
food
things
poison.
a little bit differently, and you know, I am sometimes conscious of the fact that
Sound like
most
you ate
people
some
don't
of those
think
fucking
about
chicken
things the way I
scrums from
do.
Rice Kitchen, dude.
And it's
I had a
clear
whole
that yes,
fucking
a lot of
box
people
them
just
last night.
they get rage out of Twitter, and I can see in some people it's probably bad for them doing some of these social media things. But I mean, I get inspiration out of Twitter. I mean, my feed I'm going through, I'm seeing brilliant scientists, new research developments, wonderful art from people, hard workers developing products, and I just look at this as like this is this amazing set of human beings that are building the future, and I've got this window into their mind, and it winds up being a very positive thing for me. But I do see the people that just wind up having that it is a negative aspect for them, and I don't know what to do about that, because I mean, talking about people issues are obviously not my strong suit. I'm the nuts and bolts or bits and bytes technology person, and social challenges. I mean, that's one of the things that probably over decades, I've just come to be more at peace with the fact that I probably do think a bit differently than most people. I don't expect them to think necessarily like I do. And in many ways, that keeps me from being upset at a lot of people. And
Definitely
to say, well, people
funny,
are different. They're not going to
PvP
process
weapon for the
these
moment.
things the same way that I do. But yeah, I can see it as potentially
we
a
get
problem.
a-
But I do think
like
also
an
there's
elite
this ability
mob
for
or something
people
we gotta
to.
kill. That's done
People
might
always
be
want to
cool
say,
if it works.
okay, put down your phone. Why aren't you living in the real world? And there's another aspect to that where for many people, the world that you get in the virtual world, whether it's on your phone or all the way to VR, the whole reason you do that should be because it's better than the world that you're choosing to step away from.
You don't even need to sort
And
of send it over to me.
again, it's harder for many people that are in an elite thought leader position. If your life is awesome in every way, then yeah, you don't need that much from the virtual world, whether it's on a cell phone or virtual reality. I mean, if you've been, courtside, backstage, pit lane, whatever, if you've done all of these things in
Tom
real life,
Rupture's a
the
way
VR
smaller
version of it is not
than
going to be that
Eviscerate.
compelling. And if you saw people, fixated on all
I
of
don't
that,
think
you'd
you
probably think
understand.
those people are not living in reality. They should just be living in reality. But for so many people,
don't like
what they
blood.
get, the people on the other side of the phone that they're interacting
Got
with,
new chest, new
that's where
neck,
they'd rather
new
be.
belt,
The fact that people can find their
fucking
tribe out of the
goofy
billions of
ass
people in the
weapon.
world, even if they live in some podunk town in the
quest rings.
Midwest,
Yeah, that was-
I
that
think
was
that's a
pretty
really
good.
wonderful thing. And so while,
Definitely
yes,
do
there
more of
is
it,
a
though,
negative
'cause,
tail on
yeah,
one side from it,
farming that little
I
area
think that
is
this
decent.
connecting everyone is largely a good thing on net. There are downsides. Maybe there should be things
Got
we
that
should be doing to
fucking
mitigate
bag,
the
dude. Oh my
downsides.
God.
But I think this connection of humanity
Got a bag?
is on net a positive thing.
I tend to agree with you that it is a positive thing.
12
I think
slaughter.
Philosophically,
Or is that a
I think
14?
the way
Yeah,
we understand each
dang.
other, the way we
I'm
communicate,
still
is
rocking a
very
6
radically
slaughter.
different than our grandparents, and all of it seems to be moving in
just,
a place where we
find
understand each
somebody
other better. And you're gonna have your side effects like Twitter
that
rage
can make
and,
the bags, and I'll give you the
social
leather
media
you
bias,
need,
and
and then-
these
I have leather.
confirmation
Oh,
bias
okay.
groups where people just
I just haven't
sit in
worried
these
about
echo
upgrading
chambers
my
and
last.
reiterate the same ideas over and over
See, I
again in each
figure with
other.
AoE and you're doing it,
you're
it'd
also
be
going to
really
get
useful
people
for
that
you.
are understanding cultures, understanding each other, understanding
I don't know,
psychology,
mobs, I've
understanding
been
the way the
AoE
mind
and
works,
you can
and
eat skin
getting
like
access to information at a rate that's unprecedented.
kinda sucks.
In terms of the knowledge that you can get, like just being able to.
But I
Google
also still haven't gotten
things.
my
it's-
artist and
you know, and
skinning,
nobody-
so it costs
You know,
like
nobody can
$4
actually give
or
them credit
something,
for it.
man.
And like Mark
Fucking
Zuckerberg and the
rip-off.
Facebook leadership, they talk about the mission is to connect the world. And, you know, of course, it's like, oh, okay, of course the Facebook CEO is going to be mouthing these things. But, like, I really legitimately do think that the Facebook leadership is doing this because they think that's a positive thing. And I agree with them. Now, I'm not a very social person. I'm an introvert. I'm a hermit mode sort of person so much of the time. But I think that this is, again, a good thing, that connecting more people, giving them the opportunity to find people that they wouldn't otherwise be interacting with, people they wouldn't even have known existed in many cases. I think we'll come out of this, you know, looking back decades in the future. There will have been all the tragic things that happened with social media, but on net, it's going to be good.
Now, when you say you're a hermit, I mean, that sort of really lends itself to coding, right? Because coding is an exorbitant amount of time just staring at a screen. How much time do you think per day, like when you're in full code mode, you spend, like if you're developing something, how much time do you spend just staring at a screen?
So this is an interesting thing where at least once a year I get pulled into some debate about overwork and bad working conditions and things where some people, you know, the way people always wind up extrapolating sort of unacceptably where people think, oh, I worked 18-hour days or something. And I have to say, no, I never worked 18-hour days because I know my productivity falls off a cliff after 13 hours. You know, that's about the longest that I can do any effective kind of computer work. And the key to even being able to get an effective 13 hours is having multiple tasks that you can switch between rather than just kind of sitting heads down, grinding, beating your head against one specific topic. But you know, I've been for most of my career now.
At least now
I like working a 60-hour work week. I like being productive. You know, nowadays I have family and kids, and I don't. I usually miss that target by a bit now, but if I ever don't hit 50 hours a week, I feel I'm being a slacker. You know, I like building things. I like creating things and making forward progress. This sense of, in some small way, I'm helping build the future.
But then it skips a level and a half.
The work that I do. Now, in a big company like Oculus,
go ahead and do
Facebook
this like
is
6 to
now,
7 times.
I probably only get to spend about 50% of my time actually programming. The other half is being in meetings, trying to convince people about things, pushing on strategy, doing all that type of stuff. I don't actually manage anyone. I'd be a poor manager. At best, I can lead by example and provide some inspiration to follow behind, but I've never been good at trying to figure out how to get the best out of individual people.
I want to stun you, dude.
But I do love, I
you know,
I love taking a retreat where I'll work out with my wife and family and say, okay, I'm going to spend a week or something, and I'm just going to be by myself, and I'm going to do nothing
it's a
but
big
programming.
totem that you're holding
I'm
on
gonna
to.
largely cut myself off from the internet. I used to do this by literally flying to another state. My wife would set up some, like fly me to Florida or something and just get off and go to a hotel near the airport, so I'm not around anybody or anything that I would distract myself with. You know, lately I would wind up doing it more locally, but that's still something that like I would worry as I got older, or I'm doing
like,
more of
what?
this.
I like scrolled back up. I was like, I didn't read that shit.
Can I not do that as well as I
See
used to?
many
But in the last couple
win
of
fears. You like
years, I would
headbutt
go
the
and take
dude?
off, and it's like I quickly slip back into that where
That'd be
after
sick.
a day of adjustment,
That's what
and
Barman
I'm back in,
Shank
it's
should
like,
let
all
you
right, here's my
do.
13 hours.
You shank
in
him,
the
then you
day,
headbutt
and
him.
Here I am plowing through a bunch of things.
That's some Kano
So
shit.
you would just go by yourself, and you wouldn't get weirded out by that. You don't get lonely.
No, like I like to think that sometimes I want to pull on that thread a little bit and say, well, how would I do in a snowed-in cabin someplace? Would I get cabin fever or something? And I'm pretty confident that, a week's just not that long of a time. I mean, who knows if it was a month or longer than that? I'm not sure. I've never run that experiment. But a week of doing that and then coming back and seeing my family, that's pretty great. I did that just a little over a month ago for this year, and I got to really kind of deep dive doing a bunch of artificial intelligence related work stuff that I was poking at. And it really makes me smile, that sense of like, okay, I can dive in, and the sense of learning new things, not just necessarily grinding on projects. I mean, it's great to just be productive and say, wow, I just crossed off these 10 things off the to-do list, but diving into newer fields that I'm not an expert on and learning what all the other brilliant people in the world have been kind of codifying and getting the aha moments of going through that. Yeah, it's amazing. There's so many things to work on.
Well, it's interesting because you're so pragmatic about your time, and you have a realistic understanding of your own physical limitations, as well as what you actually enjoy doing. You actually enjoy diving into this work and getting this done. I mean, so many people are tortured by their work. They do it, but they don't like it. It's just something they have to do. So it's very refreshing seeing someone who, even though you have this really unusual job and you have this really unusual task that you're trying to, it's essentially designed for you, or you're designed for it.
Yeah, and there are clear decisions that you make where the majority of technical people at some point decide to make the pivot into some kind of management level, whether it's being a startup CEO or just taking a VP position somewhere and managing other people. And there's good reasons for that. I mean, an argument that I would have with myself about how I'd seen kind of the transition from these very low-level programming tools, writing in assembly language, to writing in higher-level languages, to using application frameworks. And at some level, you say, well, the next level of productivity-enhancing program development is to work with people. You instead of writing the code yourself, you find the team and you tell them what to work on. And that's the way most of the world runs. That type of kind of groups and teams and hierarchies that makes the world go round. But it's not what I want to do. I don't want to be the one doing that. And in many ways, that's selfish, where at some point, if I'm all about the project, if I'm all about saying that I want to change the world in this way by bringing this product into
want
existence,
the quest to be able
I
to
should
get
just
the
suck
key
it up
and shit.
and learn how to manage people and make that happen. But it is selfishness that keeps me saying, it's like, no, I dearly love building the things myself. I don't want to step away from that, even if it would be more effective. And I know that even if you go and do that, I could be maybe super effective for a couple years at that, but then my skills atrophy and the world moves on and I'm no longer at the cutting edge of those different things. And eventually I'm giving bad advice to the people that I'm managing, or at least not current and optimal advice.
Damn.
So I'm at
He wants
peace
the
with
other
that.
buddy.
I do sometimes look at other people where, like, I think Mark Zuckerberg made a very conscious decision that he's going to learn to be a top-notch CEO. He was a programmer, but he decided to largely step away from that and says he's going to learn how to manage a company well. In many ways, while Elon still keeps his hands dirty in engineering to some degree, most of what he does is make his empire of companies run, and that's a lot of work. And I think
I don't remember if it's a quest
I think he misses it to some degree. I had one time talking with him, he had a little bit of a kind of a wistful thought about talking about the early days of programming things. And I am willing to make that trade where I would rather continue to do the things that I dearly love, and maybe that keeps me from going to the next level. Maybe it prevents me from becoming a billionaire, and I'm okay with that. But maybe I do come across some next great thing that can productize in some way like that.
Well, it seems like you have to have a very specific personality to do that, and you have that personality. Like for me on the outside, when I look at people making games, like I've been a fan of games for a long time, and one of the things that's fascinated me is this when a game starts building, when the process of creating a game starts, there's this insane amount of work that has to get done in a relatively short period of time. And I get anxiety thinking about other people making games, and I don't even make games. Like, there's been a few like Duke Nukem, right? For like, it was vaporware for the longest time. People were like, when is this going to come out? Or Daikatana was one of them.
Fucking bug-ass Murloc
a
spawn
very
shit.
hyped up game. Everybody was super excited. It took a long time for it to actually come to development. It was actually a pretty fun game when it came out, but I would get anxiety thinking about this. Like, my God, how much work is involved in these things.
Making games is really, really hard, and this is kind of an interesting thing, seeing the kind of the culture at Facebook, where you've got the big tech titans with the Facebook, Google, Apple, Microsoft, all that, and you get a lot of people that roll right into that out of college, and some of the people that have been in some of the other industries, they do look at it and it's like, oh, they have it so good at these big tech companies where they really are, everybody is taken care of incredibly well. They get all the different perks, and and then you look at the game industry where it doesn't pay as well. There's less job security, and they work you a lot harder. But they have, And it's kind of there is the problem of the fact that when you have an industry, and this has been the way for artists forever, artists and musicians, where if you've got something that people are passionate about and want to be involved in, supply and demand works its way, and you wind up in a situation where, yeah, they don't have to be paid as much. But the other side of that is it allows products that otherwise couldn't exist to exist by people working at that level in a way that maybe couldn't be sustained in other industries. There are probably many of the greatest things that were ever made in gaming were only possible by people throwing themselves at that level at it. And there's some serious debate about it. Some people despise that about the industry, that, you know, nobody should work that hard. And there are people that, you know, that think there literally should be laws that should prevent people from working that hard. And I always have to argue against that, where there is there's a power to obsession, and like being able to absolutely obsess over something and throw your life's work, you know, instead of work-life balance, it's your life's work. And everybody will point back. It's like, well, yeah, that worked great for you. You were a founder of a company. You were in a position where you got to make your own decisions. But is that okay to say for the 19-year-old out of a game dev program that's being overworked for it? And I have to always be aware that my view into the industry is very colored by, obviously, my experiences. I never actually worked inside of one of the big EA or Activision studios.
To secure the level, I was
and
thinking about,
it's possible that they have some valid criticisms, but I still come down on I think it's great when people throw themselves at it beyond the point of what even other people think is reasonable. They have free will, they've chosen to do that, and if that's what they think is going to help them get close to their goals, I'm not going to try to make that impossible for them.
I think what people are concerned about, though, is a company forcing an employee to work massive
46
hours.
is already
And
low,
that,
but
well, hey, I want to
to
work in video games. I'm very passionate about working in video games, but I want a life.
So,
I want to be able to work 8 hours a day, which seems to be a reasonable amount, and then go on about with my life. But you can't really do that if you're in a game development, can you?
So again, my experience isn't the experience of everyone else, but we had Michael Abrash, who was my right hand in the Quake days. He came from Microsoft. And he had a family. He had a wife and daughter, and he would work a reasonably normal schedule most of the time. But he was awesome, so of course we were happy to have him. It's not like anybody was browbeating Michael. It's like, oh, you know, why aren't you staying past midnight with us here? Everybody was aware of his contribution and value. Now, that may not be the case in some of the companies today, but I suspect that if all of a person's peers know that they're doing spectacular work, and they say, I'm out of here.
I just saw Terry's character's name on Classic.
I don't find
it's
the
fucking
companies,
big hard.
I don't find it that credible that the companies are going to get rid of people doing great work just because they're not spending 60 hours a week there.
But do they give you a requirement, like you're required to work 12 hours a day? Is that reasonable? Does that happen?
So no, I've never. Again, I'm not involved in the HR departments of all of these companies, but the ones that I have been familiar with, or that I've known people doing that, largely they come back and say these people are choosing to do this, and the rejoinder is it's like, oh, it's a toxic culture that makes people want to choose to do that. But I definitely don't buy into that sort of social engineering level of things. It's like, if they're doing it, they agree that they'll wave the flag and say, I am doing this because I care so much about this. I don't think that's a problem.
Now, when you look at the future of games, and we were talking about first-person shooters, and we're talking about Oculus.
I don't know how.
Do you envision a time where there'll be something where you maybe have a unidirectional treadmill or something along those lines, and you'll have a standalone unit in your home with some sort of gun that's very accurate, where you can actually reload it, and you can get physical exercise while you're running around in this virtual Quake-type environment.
You can do that.
So yeah, the Ready Player One vision, that's a real thing, that omnidirectional treadmill, but you come into all of these...
Have you used one?
I actually haven't played on one of those. I've played on somebody's early prototype of one, but I haven't seen the very latest stages of things. But that's another one of those things. I wouldn't put money into that, because the joy of VR is the fact that it's like this little thing. You just pick it up and carry it around. As soon as you're building material things around it, you've kind of defeated some of the purpose of VR. And I think there's this niche for things like location-based entertainment where you go and do things like the Void, where you have the physical gun. You know, you pick up the Stormtrooper gun, you go through a physical door. But I don't think that's mass market. But it is a real problem, the idea of locomotion and how you move around in VR without getting sick. And the omnidirectional treadmill does sort of allow you to run in the different directions. But in terms of getting getting exercise from it, again, I play Beat Saber pretty regularly, and I wind up drenched in sweat afterwards after a long session with that. It is legitimate exercise, and that's how I tell myself I'm multitasking. I'm doing my game playing while I'm doing some of my exercise regimen, and it works out great.
Well, the boxing virtual reality games are really incredible, and you really do get a great workout. The only problem is the knuckles are in the wrong position. Like when you're holding the handles and you're throwing punches, even if you turn your knuckles over, the gloves kind of come out like this. You kind of have to twist your hand sideways.
Yeah, my problem with the boxing games is they also are tremendous exercise. You know, you get in there and you run through the drills and get in there and you're feeling really kind of worked over at the end of it. But from a purely interaction tactical level, you don't hit anything for real, unless you're too close to your guardian boundary and you punch the wall. So it feels, I lose some of the immersion on a lot of the VR experiences where you're sort of miming an interaction, whether it's flipping switches that don't exist or throwing punches in boxing.
Dude,
we might have some room for improving that with improved haptics in the future, where right now the controllers can make a little buzz in your palm, and that seems to work pretty well. When you slice through something, you get a little sense of like, oh, I've kind of cut through it, but it doesn't give you, that kind of impact sense. And I've suggested that we only have small motors, small batteries, so you can't put really hefty things, force feedbacks. But I've suggested that there might be something, if you were winding up a spring in some way there, that a very sharp pop of feedback could give you that sense where there's a lot of sort of kinesiology things where a little hit in some way will almost make you retract your hand. And I kind of hand-wavy suggest that boxing games might really benefit from something like that. So you throw the punch and you feel a pop in the palm of your hand, and that gives a much better sense of you've actually connected for something.
Well, I think a great solution would actually be a real boxing glove with more internals. Because, first of all, it would aid in your exercise because it would be heavy. Like if you could get an 18-ounce boxing glove, and as you're moving, you're pushing that weight in the air, you really get a great workout that way.
Yeah, sometimes my son and I will take out strap-on weights on our shoulders or on our arms for a Beat Saber. And that really does make you think. If you got 5-pound weights there, you're really thinking about not flicking, but finding the optimal looping pattern that goes through everything. And good shoulders especially, keeping them up like that.
Yeah, the boxing thing would be great when you have plenty of room inside that glove to put some sort of a haptic feedback system, so that as you did make contact with the thing, it gave you a sense of it in your hand. The other thing I was thinking of in terms of martial arts is that I know you have a background in martial arts, grappling martial arts, right?
Yeah, judo.
Yeah. That wouldn't be so good for that unless you had some sort of a working dummy that was programmed that I think could be possible.
Yeah, I actually made a pitch that what I would like to see from a martial arts standpoint there is immersive instructionals, where when you set up the modern cameras right for the 180 stereo VR, it does give you this extra sense of depth that for a lot of things, if you're looking at instructionals, sometimes it's a little hard to see exactly where the hands are in different areas. And I think that there's some value for a lot of training aspects for virtual reality. And in fact, that's like Walmart's doing a ton of work with that. And there are a lot of companies that one of the side effects of that, of putting a VR headset on, is you are forced to pay attention, where if you're a company like Walmart training people, you expect most people wind up having their phone out, they're not paying attention, but put them inside the headset, they have, it's almost the Clockwork Orange stretching the eyes up. They have no choice but to pay attention. But if it's important and you're training them for something that matters, this is what you want. But when I was thinking about things like I remember watching some judo instructionals for things, and like male Olympian level stuff, it just goes by so fast. You just blink and it's gone. But a lot of things that I did in VR for some of the video stuff was giving you this almost superpower sense of time, where you freeze
That
frame and
other
then
than
being able to like
simulation,
slowly
it's like
frame
forcing
forward, frame back,
attention.
jog forward. And when you've got an
And it made me
immersive
just
sense here, that
imagine,
really
like,
feels like an
schooling
interesting
becoming that
godlike
way.
power. Like you're
It's
sitting
like,
here, you're just like
regardless if you're there
stop
in
time,
person
step,
versus,
step,
like,
step,
some shitty
roll
online
back,
thing
look
where you're,
closely
like,
at it,
jerking
you know,
off
run
on one
forward, and
screen and
almost
paying
anything
half
physical that you
attention
want to
on
train
the
people
other.
to do is going to have some
If you like
benefits for
doing it in
things
VR.
like that. And that's something that we're still just really
In a
at the
world where
early
it's not
days
so
of
shit
exploring
still,
that for making a difference for people's training.
Yeah, I think sparring. You could have something that would throw strikes at you, and you could move away from those strikes and hit it, leg kick it, do things along those lines. The problem would be that you're not hitting anything. That's the only problem.
Yeah, but there's certainly some valuable things you could do there. And I have a friend that has a stick fighting background. When I showed him Beat Saber, he was like, oh, immediately you have to do some stick training thing for this. And yeah, clearly, where even if you're not hitting things there, but that sense of getting the motion, figuring out how to move around, the situational awareness,
So
and there's
broad.
probably some things to do there.
how
It is
far
a
away
stretch
are
to
you?
imagine some kind of a head-mounted display involved in actual grappling in any way, but
That's the big stretch. Yeah, because also you would have the thing. The only thing I was thinking is you could have like a dummy, like a robot mechanized dummy that has crude movement, like but does understand it can throw punches and kicks, and it's programmed, and you could kind of spar with this thing in a virtual world, and that thing also connects to the system, so it understands where you are, and understands what you're doing.
martial arts robots punching
Yes,
people.
yes.
That could go poorly.
Go very poorly. Yeah, it could go very poorly, but it could also be awesome.
But you could imagine, perhaps, again, the augmented reality systems that we have today are finding most of their value in training. And it's for people like jet engine mechanics, but you could imagine scenarios like that where you're training something like martial arts, where
Sure.
it's
There,
looking
Justin.
through, and it's not making you a
Yep.
fully simulated thing, but even if
Fighting
you're
to a
working
degree.
through a drill with someone, if it's basically drawing the outline of your arm goes here, your leg goes over here, again, training is one of the value areas that is working.
Yeah, visualization is very important in martial arts. I mean, shadow boxing is already a huge part of a striker's learning how to visualize, and that's what they're doing. That's what they're supposed to do. And when you see a good fighter shadow boxing, they're sort of recreating these movements. If you had a virtual reality headset and you had an actual opponent in front of
Trying
you,
to layer
I
swap
think
away
it would
from
be
another
way
mage
more
that's grinding
lifelike
this
and actually
area.
way more beneficial.
In fact, there are a bunch of football teams that are using VR for some of their training, which largely is kind of visualizing the way plays are going to go. It's not like they have virtual versions of everything, but that sense of being able to get it to see what it would look like when it's going right, to kind of lock it into your mind, has some value.
It seems to me that something like the Void, which is really fun to do, you could see in the future as technology improves, having Quake-like competitions in some sort of enormous warehouse environment with other players.
That's been one of the real visions from early days. And in fact, last year we cobbled together a demo at Oculus Connect, our big kind of convention, which is the new one's next month here. But we had a large area set up, and you had this game called Dead and Buried, which is kind of a cowboy zombie shooting thing. But we had a bunch of people that could play in one common, enormous shared area, and it was amazingly cool. And everybody's like, "Well, when do we get to play with this?" And this was all held together with duct tape, sort of
you're now the
experience.
third person,
It's
and
a
I
lot of
haven't
hard work
layer
to turn
swapped
it
it all,
real.
so I wonder
But
if
this
they did
warehouse
something
scale
with that.
stuff, there are a number of companies that are trying to do this with various bits of technology.
Weird.
Jamie just pulled something up. What
Yeah,
is
that
this,
idea
Jamie?
of that was where you could set up people are crouching behind real things in their virtual headset. This is all kind of zombie western themed stuff, and they can put their hand on real things there. They can move around, draw a bead on people. And then you've got another person there with a tablet, which is a window into the virtual world. So they could look at that and see the whole, the way it's all drawn in style, the way the people are rendered inside it. So there is, this is again the amazing stuff you can do outside of your home, where you get the VR stuff that you wind up doing inside your home, and then you figure out what things can you do if you're willing to set up a dedicated play space. And this is people not moving around too much. It's mostly kind of a cover-based thing. But there are companies that have people kind of charging around in pads, with a virtual world that they can skin in all sorts of different ways.
Keep opening new ones.
It's all exciting.
And so we're getting an image of what it looks like to the people that are playing it. So, and as things get more and more accurate in terms of what you're seeing and more realistic, you could conceivably be jumping up and down on boxes and running up ladders and things along those lines, and actually doing it in the virtual world as well as in the real world.
Yeah, so right now, like if you've done the Void, you can tell there's like a little gap between reality and you wouldn't want to do like a diving grab at a ladder rung, but you can see that there are things we need to fix to get there, but that's all possible. There's no can't be done sort of thing there. And eventually you won't even need to be holding a controller. It'll be able to track your whole body just with cameras and work all the kind of computer vision magic out from that. And you will then be able to set up these wonderful skinned virtual environments.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking like esports in terms of like an actual sport, like esports in terms of like doing something on a soccer field with a bunch of people with virtual reality, and they're playing some sort of horrific nightmare dystopian environment, zombie game, like whatever, fill in the blank with your imagination.
Yeah, that's totally going to be it.
That's how far away are we from that?
So a lot of it depends on kind of company plans where we don't have. People pester us about the technical hooks for things like this, and people that are doing it themselves, like the Void, they put their own tracking technology on top of it because ours isn't set up publicly in a way that they can do that. So it's a lot of work for people to do it. We will eventually commercialize it so that you can set things up more easily out of the box. But a lot of these then become entrepreneurial business plans of like, okay, who's going to go raise the tens of millions of dollars to set up and do it right? But it's on the cusp of being, it's not a technical problem now. It's not a technical impossibility. No new research really needs to be done, but there's still lots of challenges to work out. So it's more about figuring out if you can get the business plan to close, you can make the technology work.
How do you have time to do other things? Like, how did you get involved in grappling? How do you have time to turbocharge Ferraris? Like, where do you come up with the extra time to do all those other things?
So, I like to tell people that one of my pitches is, like, you should always get enough sleep. Like, I do not work well. Like I said, I can't work more than 13 hours. If I don't get 8 hours of sleep, I also start falling down. But there's a lot of hours left in the week after your 8 hours of sleep there. Like on the martial arts side, it is kind of interesting where I wrestled in junior high and I did sort of Midwest YMCA judo back then. I wasn't any kind of a phenom. I was sort of a second place finisher for most of it, but it was still weird enough that the kind of the school geek was pretty good at that type of stuff. I messed up my knees a little bit doing that, and in retrospect, I wish I had pushed on a little bit more with that. Where in recent years, I sort of tried to challenge the wrestler ethos, the embrace the grind to people. Where it's just like discipline is something I was always obsessed, but I could have done with a little more discipline when I was younger, and I probably would have been better off if I had kind of stuck through some of the wrestling side of things. But I got back into it in my 30s, where it was kind of something I'm just, again, one of the between projects, well, what interesting thing do I want to take a look at? And I looked up some of the local judo places, and it was interesting where the place that I wound up was called Becerra Judo, and I had come again from Midwest YMCA Judo, which is just kind of, you go and you learn your moves, and it's not that serious. But this was he was a Cuban Olympian, and it's still judo's mostly kids. You get mostly kind of teenage kids coming in, but I go in there and he's just yelling at the kids and berating them. It's like, get up, grab the gi, and all this stuff. Much more serious training environment. But I got in there and it's like, hey, I did wrestling and judo back when I was a teenager, 20 years ago at that point. But I got on the mat and rolled, and I had enough kind of wrestler instinct memories that I'd go down, I'd base out, and then the guy would roll me over an armbar me like 3 times in a row because early teens YMCA didn't teach you the arm bars or anything. But that was enough. It's like, hey, I was having a good time with that. And so I did what I always do on something. I studied. I went and said, well, okay, let's learn these arm bars and things. And I got the instructionals and the tapes and started working my way back through that and got pretty good at that. And then my wife for Christmas one year got me a year of private lessons with Carlos Machado.
Wow.
Yeah. And that was where I certainly took me up several levels. I was in a situation where I had Armadillo Aerospace, my rocketry company at the time. We had enough space, so I had a whole bunch of mats set out there. And I would work with Carlos and one of the other guys there on Saturdays.
Devin, did you ever
and
meet
he
Doug?
really tuned me up where
Doug
I had
Hauserman?
a really good straight arm bar. That was my
There's the
go-to
S2
move for
guy.
everything. And against most of the judo people, that it was just most of them wouldn't know what hit them on that. I would just be able to over and over again. And there was a period there where
Anyway, he's the game
I'd go
design
mix it
lead
up
on
at
the new
club
Bioshock
on one
game.
day, and then I had judo with one of my coaches another day, and then Carlos on Saturday. There was a period there where I was pretty dangerous, although I was always one of the, I never did work out proper flow, kind of just the way to just kind of roll effortlessly. I was always a very tense, aggressive, kind of grappler. And an interesting thing about that, where you know from rolling with any of the really good guys, like rolling with Carlos.
I mean, yeah, they had a lot of
fun,
good
he's
people.
Smiling, and
Just the
you always
company was
think you
dog
should be able to
shit.
do something, but just actually.
But there's one thing I say and always keep.
And it's funny where talking with a friend about that, where you think that should be like going to the Jedi Temple, it should be this majestic thing, but it's like all this where you go and actually get out on it. But I remember I did some rolling with an old judo guy, gray-haired guy, practicing his English with me. And it was shocking how different it was versus rolling with Carlos, where still he was way, way better than me. But it was a sense where when I was rolling with him, I just felt I had no options. Like, for whatever reason, I was just always bound up and I couldn't do anything until eventually he gets my arm and I tap. As opposed to the fluidness with Carlos, where I'm like running around thinking, oh, if I just do this, maybe I'll be able to get around it.
Yeah, jiu-jitsu is very famous for playing. My instructor's his brother, John.
Yeah.
You said you messed your knees up. How did?
So of course back then I had tweaked my knees in some way where it wasn't bad enough that I had, maybe at the time I should have had surgery, but I didn't.
This
I had
is
a little
the jiu-jitsu training.
No, this was
judo
actually
training?
back
This is
in
wrestling.
one in wrestling and one in judo when I was a teenager, and so that's why I've still got these little stick legs because I could never lift heavy weights because my knees gave me problems. So I wound up with strong upper body and really nothing on the legs.
Did you get your knees MRI'd?
I never did. Again, this was back in the
How does
the
a guy
80s.
like you not embrace MRIs?
Well, so again, this was the 80s
They
back
didn't
then.
have MRIs back then?
Yeah, they did, but it's like, I was not, it was teenage me back then. And it was like, okay, my knees
But they still bother you
hurt a little
now?
bit. No, so by the time I was in my 30s, they generally felt okay. So that was when I decided I'm going to go back into judo, and it's been all right for quite a while. And it's interesting there where a lot of people are surprised that I care about this. Like I tweeted about going to the UFC in Dallas, and there were a number of people that are like, this is shocking and disappointing that you like, seeing people harm each other. And there was one interesting thing at the club where there was a new kid that came in, and I could tell he was probably here because his dad thought he should toughen up a little bit. A very not forceful person. And when he found out who I was, he said, "What is someone like you doing here?" And it just didn't compute for him that somebody that was a technical, kind of brainy sort of person would appreciate my kind of rolling at a judo club. And I probably agree with his father that there is a value to getting people into a sense where they felt the physicality of it. They've had to push as hard as they can and maybe not get through, and learn that, find the extents of what you can and can't do and what the limits of your body are. And I think that's good for almost everybody to get that at some level. I mean, even if you don't care about the competition and the winning, but kind of knowing what's possible and the different limits there, I think, is valuable.
I agree wholeheartedly, and I love the fact that you got into it, because I would like to encourage so many more people to experience that there's many things going on simultaneously. There's the technical aspects of the various moves. There's to understand the points of leverage and how to get to a superior position. Then there's also the physical exertion aspect where you're managing your body's resources, and you have a finite amount of energy and you can't burn it all out quickly. So there's this sort of management game that you're playing. And then on top of it, it's like you have to be able to be uncomfortable. You have to be able to put yourself in a good state of mind while you're uncomfortable. And so many of those lessons learned from that are applicable to everyday life. And they give you a higher threshold for discomfort, a higher threshold for
do it.
pushing through obstacles and understanding boundaries and how to overcome them and how to increase your physical engine, how to strengthen your meat vehicle.
Yeah,
so
that
you
whole
can do
lesson
that.
about, sometimes you're the hammer and sometimes you're the nail. And a lot of people do go through much of their life, without ever really internalizing that, where
Yeah.
it's always, a participation trophy or whatever. But it's like sometimes you get your ass kicked, and that can bring you can come back stronger after that.
Yes, it's good for you. It's actually good for you, and it's an amazing camaraderie. It's particularly in grappling. I found that grappling, the camaraderie is much nicer than striking. I came from a striking background because the thing about striking, there is a camaraderie, a deep camaraderie with people that you would go and compete with. You're hurting each other.
Yeah.
Whereas in grappling, you're not really hurting each other the same way, and you can kind of do it full blast, and you appreciate each other because iron truly does sharpen iron. in that
Yeah, I mean,
regard.
there's so many times I remember just driving back from judo where I just have a big smile on my face, just thinking that was really great. Now it's like the judo club was in a little bit of a sketchier area of town, so my wife was always like, "You can never drive your Ferraris to judo practice."
Pork chop.
So how did you get involved with turbocharging Ferraris? Like what? Because that's a no-no in the Ferrari
Yeah,
world, right?
it definitely is.
The Porsche world, they sort of have always encouraged modifications of the cars,
You're
even from the
definitely
early
hooking
days.
them up based
People
on
have
the value of
hot-rodded
shit,
Porsches, but when you fuck around with a Ferrari, people get really upset at you.
So my path through the cars is interesting, where as a younger kid, I was not a car guy. I had a stepbrother with the Lamborghini posters and all of that, and I just did not care. I was all about computers. I knew what I wanted. I would much rather have, a new Apple than look at a Porsche or something like that. And my first car was this very boring Volkswagen Jetta. And it's like, hey, it drives me around. I was just fine. Somebody ran into it, and looking around for the next car, was it like uncle-in-law or something had I worked on cars, and he had an old British MGB in his garage. You're familiar with British sports cars, and in many ways they're just terrible, terrible cars. But I fell in love with it. It was just beautiful, and I had to learn all about cars at that point because the clutch master cylinder broke the very first day that I had it, and just everything's breaking all the time. And it's a pathetic, weak little engine, but you're like, oh, I can make it a little bit faster by doing some of these different things. And I went through like many other things that I've had in my life, I go through sort of this larval learning stage where I start reading the hot rod magazines and graduate to Circle Track or something. And again, this is Midwest, Missouri, where I grew up. So I learned all the basic ins and outs of the cars there. And then I go on, I start id Software and start getting successful, and I do the sort of natural upgrade from an MGB after it gearbox eats itself. I buy a Miata, which is sort of the modern slick version of a British sports car. And that was going along, okay for me. I enjoyed it. But almost on a whim one time, I went into the Ferrari dealership in Dallas, and here I am at it was like Wolfenstein days, so I guess I was 20 years old or something, and I'm in a t-shirt and ripped jeans, and I walk into the Ferrari dealership and say, "Can I sell me a Ferrari?" And they humored me, and they kind of walked around. We looked at the different things, and a lot of the Ferraris at that time in the early 90s, 348s and Mondials, I didn't really like all that much, but one of the ones in the back garage, they had a Ferrari 328, which is kind of the fancier version of the Magnum PI car from the earlier days. And I thought it was just the most beautiful car. I really wanted to get it. And when I wound up buying it, it was interesting because the salesman gave me a little bit of a talk where he said, if someone in a Corvette pulls up next to you and kind of revs their engine, just kind of hang your hand out the window like you got 1,000 horsepower under the hood. And that didn't sit well with me. That was like this idea of like, he kind of knew that those cars weren't actually as fast as they looked or their reputation would have. And that there's this play that you would do to just kind of not get into a situation where it doesn't hold up to its looks. And I was like, I don't like that. And so I wound up kind of calling around to all the different shops in Dallas where it's like, okay, I've got a Ferrari 328. I want to make it a little faster. And I had done all this stuff on my MGB back in the day, so I know the things that you wind up doing with intake and exhaust and cam timings. And the options there, but they were all basically horrified. Like, you just don't do this to a Ferrari. And like the only suggestion that came out was, we can put an Italian tubi exhaust on it, and that'll, it'll make it sound better, and maybe it's good for a couple horsepower or something. Those are things that people largely do for the aesthetics, whether it's oral or visual with it, and that's not a big move. And right at about that time, John Romero at the office had picked up, there was a copy of Turbo magazine back in the day, and there was an article about an old replica kind of race car done by a local company in Dallas called Norwood Autosport, or Norwood Autocraft. And I thought, well, he's right here. I'll call him up. And so I call him up, I get Bob Norwood on the phone, and I start going through my pitch. I've got a 328. I'd like it to be a little faster. What do you think we could... And before I could even finish, he said, we'll put a turbo on it. Like, yeah, now we're talking. And that was the beginning of kind of all the science project experiments.
What does a 328 have standard horsepower?
I think in the best, probably the European trim, it was probably around 300 horsepower.
And what'd you get it up to with the turbocharger?
So we went through a number of steps of this, and this is all swapping out all the computer electronics, different turbos, and eventually I melted the engine in it when it was at like 500 or so. And I went through a long history of melting many pistons in the different devices, in different cars. But that wound up being this decade-long set of interesting experiments there. That was my gateway drug into work.
Yeah, you don't care about leveling that up right now?
We've made all this power in this system. We know it's kind of at the limits of a lot of things in the chassis. After we melted the engine there, we tuned it back down a little bit. That's the way so many engineering things wind up going. You go it until it breaks, then you dial it back a little bit, and you stay there.
It must have been radically fast for a 328. It's very light, right?
Yes.
What is a curb weight?
Well, it's not super light. I think it was like 3,200 pounds. And, but yeah, you could really feel it rear back when you went into it. And at high speed, it's a little bit darty if you start getting up in 150 plus miles an hour for that. So we thought, well, what's the next level? Where do we go from here? So he had done a twin turbo job on a Testarossa before, which is a much wider car. Stock, they would go 180, 190 miles an hour with the normal Ferrari trim. And it was a bigger 5-liter flat 12, so there's a lot more possibility for doing things there. Yeah, so I got a Testarossa, and we said, all right, we're going to do the twin turbo job with intercoolers, with the new the new engine management systems. And we went through this long string of upgrades through this, which generally was like, okay, we melted the pistons,
just seeing like 12 Murlocs trying to run out of a blizzard in every other fucking direction is pretty
still have the dyno
hilarious.
sheet for it. It was like 1,009 horsepower at the rear wheels. None of this crank horsepower talk. This was over 1,000 horsepower at the rear wheels, and it was amazing.
That sounds ridiculous. What is standard horsepower with those?
It was like 380 or something.
Oh my god!
So it was a huge difference. And you had all these things like, it couldn't launch like a dragster. Ferrari gear shifts are really gears in a blender sort of thing, and you've got a dog leg first, so it would not do a really fast 0 to 60. But if you were on the highway and you could just downshift to fourth, you could go from 50 to 150 faster than anybody's business. It was with that much horsepower. I would run down super bikes. It would just be faster than anybody. It was shockingly fast.
How did it handle?
Really pretty well. So we had bigger tires, some stiffer suspension on it. It was not designed to be a super track car. I had taken all of my Ferraris to the tracks, but I was no pretensions about being any kind of CCA champion or anything. But I could move them around the tracks reasonably well. But the main thing about this was this just ungodly amount of power. It was this see Jesus effect when somebody takes a ride in it and you're like, okay, we're going. Are you ready for this? And you have enough space. And for all of those years that id Software, our building was positioned off of this. We had this long highway access road that led down to it. And more often than not, I was working kind of night owl hours. And this car was so loud and kind of obnoxious in retrospect, but I had this personal drag strip basically every day when I would go there, and everybody in the building could tell. It's like, oh, John's coming, which was sort of the signal. Better get to work and look busy by the time he gets up here. But it was, especially in the early days before we got some traction control dialed in, it could get really squirrely just because when the boost would come up fast enough on there, it would tend to throw the car a little bit sideways. And I'm
Right.
happy
Actually, it
that
shows
I
I
can
have
look
mail
back
from
and
him,
say
too.
I never spun a car on the one of the big
Stupid
cars on the
Blues get
streets. I
fucking
did spin my
dizzy.
little MGB when I was learning how to
smacked up.
drive as a teenager, but I never did that with the big Ferraris on public roads. Although there was one time at the motorsports ranch when I pitched my F50 like through the infield, just spinning it around over and over, and we're like, well, there's the world's most expensive lawnmower.
Now, what did you do with those cars?
So the first one I gave, the 328, I gave away for the Red Annihilation tournament. So that was that Thresh won that
Does
one.
he still have that, do you think?
So no, he wound up. There were some pictures of that going around recently where it was a little bit weird, sketchy because it was a turbocharged. It really wasn't technically legal in Dallas most of the
Nice. I
time.
already have the
We would
bike
make it legal sometimes, but
Meet
much of the
you over
time
there,
it probably wouldn't have passed an emissions test, and it really wouldn't have passed a California emissions test. So he wound up using it as he had it sort of in the lobby of his company for a while as kind of a conversation
all sorts of
piece.
ways.
And he did, I think, eventually wound up
You know,
selling.
I
it.
mean,
think I got
unless
a
you like run
message
through
from someone last
WPL behind
year
Strat
that still had it, so
for
it's still
Scolo.
functional at this point, which is saying something because it had an early, almost one-off Haltech
But I'm
engine
pretty sure
control
just going to
system
South Shore
that
is faster.
probably no one can do anything to right now, and you'd probably have to completely replace it if something went wrong with it. The Testarossa, we eventually detuned it a little bit down to 600 or 700 horsepower or something, and somebody bought it from me. And I felt he might have been buying more car than he should have at that point. Well, because it's gonna break again. It's going to have problems. He wanted it, and I think that he got some great satisfaction out of it. But I know it broke again on him later, and I think he had to get rid of it. After that, then I had a Ferrari F40, which is a beautiful, beautiful car, and that was the only car that I didn't really modify. All we did was turn the wastegate and close, lock that off, so it was making all basically race trim F40 there. And the F40 is an interesting car in that it has, in those early days, the turbos weren't nearly what they are right now. It was a small engine, 2.8 liter, because it was spec'd for racing. It really was sort of a race car. And if you didn't wring its neck, it was a pretty slow car. If you just idled it off, it felt like a Honda Civic. It was terrible at the low end. You had to really rev it up and slip the clutch out, get it up on boost. But it was a great car because it was like this amazing race car that you're driving around on the road. And that was still where it didn't even have internal door handles. It had a little pull cord inside there, which led to the point where there was one time I was getting it valet parked, and you could tell the valet that had to go get the car for me is like, this is, okay, highlight of the week. He gets to go drive a Ferrari F40. And he pulls it up and he can't figure out how to open the door. So all of his friends, everyone else working with him are just kind of looking at him, and I had to come over and tell him how to get it out. So that went from the highlight to like the worst day of his time there.
Do you still do that? Do you still have cars like that?
So no, right now I am all about the Tesla, where I have a P100D, and I think it's the best car I've ever owned by far. So I've gone through all of these hyper exotics, and I love my Tesla.
I have the same, and it's as fast as anything. It's the fastest car I've ever driven in my life.
So compared to my my supercars, the Tesla is much quicker off the start, which most of the time that you're driving is, my point about I talk about how antisocial the old cars were, where you could not just go use this. You would have to plan ahead where, okay, you make sure that you've got enough room. If you have a traction issue going here, you're going to cover a huge amount of distance. It was so loud, you really wouldn't want to do it in most places. But the Tesla is so magical where I had one of the first Roadsters, and one of the, when I was letting some other people take it out for drives, they said, you're driving a railgun, which essentially you are. It's this electromagnetic pull on the car, and you just push the throttle down, and it just goes. And it's this amazing feeling, and it's not antisocial. Every stop sign you stop at, you've got traction control. It's not burning rubber.
Right.
You can just floor it every time you stop, and it's amazing. It just brings a smile to your face. It is this happiness machine.
Well, the stunning acceleration is so confusing to people. I've my wife hates it. I've had people in my car, and I go, "You ready for this?" And I stomp the gas, and then just go, "Jesus!"
Yeah,
because it doesn't seem real. It doesn't seem like a car that looks like, a nice four-door sedan. should be able to do that.
Yeah, so that launch is definitely really something, but compared to like if you're already moving, the old Testarossa with 1,000 horsepower was a very different beast, where that Jesus sense that you get at the very beginning, it's that magnified, extended for quite a while as you're running up through 150 miles an hour or so. And but yeah, I signed up for the next 2020 the next Roadster.
When is that supposed to come out?
Does it make us
So,
come back over this way?
You know, I wouldn't put too much. They'll probably slip.
into
You
the
know, the
hinterlands?
Tesla is
We
like
gotta talk and-
like game companies and so much of the other stuff. I think they were saying it might be. I don't want to mistake. We should probably look it up here, but I'm on the list. It's going to get here as soon as it can, and I want the Rocket Boost edition also with the extra compressed gas tanks.
Yeah, what is that going to do? What is that extra rocket boost thing?
So the idea is that cars with this much power are completely traction limited, especially at launch, where you have no aerodynamic forces. So you could have infinite horsepower, and you're not going to get off the line to 30 miles an hour any faster than what the P100 will do, given the same amount of tires. So
Close one, boys.
there's a few things that you could do with that. You can be like a rocket. You can throw something out the back, so you need no traction at all. Rockets don't use, they don't require traction. They don't even require air. They can work in space.
Mobs,
so most rockets, of
resist
course,
frost,
have
Nova, man, feels
all sorts
bad.
of propellants you really don't generally want to be around that are either cryogenic or toxic or generally problematic. But the idea here is that for SpaceX, they've developed a lot of these really cutting-edge, state-of-the-art compressed gas tanks, which are the same types of things you use for compressed gas vehicle tanks, except much higher, much more mass efficient. So the idea is you just fill them with air, pump them up, and it's like an enormous balloon. You know, you let go of the balloon, it flies around the room. When you've got 10,000 psi of air in, you put a rocket nozzle on it, and essentially you just open the valve, and it can push you forward with an almost arbitrary amount of thrust. The amount of thrust is only determined by how big the throat of the rocket nozzle is, which means that sometimes you see these industrial accidents where like the end of a compressed gas tank falls off. It's got a hole like this big, and all of the gas is coming out of there. It all blows out in a very short amount of time, but that can launch those, those bottles like really high into the air through walls. It's limited only by how big of an outlet you want to get. I don't know what they're speccing this as for how much they can do, but there's an interesting thing about that where you can have it just throw the thrust completely horizontally, but I suspect it would be slightly better if they angle it up a little bit so you get a little bit of downforce, so you can both steer better. But in the early things, especially on the Roadster, you've got more torque available from the electric motor than you have traction. So you would wind up with net best acceleration by a little bit of downforce, so the engine can actually throw all of its power at it from the electric motor, and then all the rest of it is horizontal thrust. Now, ideally, of course, you would gimbal it, and then you could start moving it around and vary your downforce and thrust. And you could take this all the way where you put them on all four corners and you could bunny hop your car. Figure out that's not spec for the current vehicle, but you could take that exact same system, put more of them on there, and you could control that, which is like all the work that I was doing in rocketry. Started out with these computer-controlled rocket vehicles that would use the rockets and steer them under control, and they could sit up there in the hover, kind of right in front of you, move around, translate, and land. And you could totally do that on a car. You wouldn't be able to do it for very long, but the idea of being able to make sort of a Batmobile leap or something, to be able to, it's like, get away, get over something, that is plausible and would be interesting to do.
Wow, like how far do you think you could travel?
So it totally depends on how much propellant. In this case, cold gas doesn't give you very much. So no, would not be flying car, but that's why I'm saying you could make a hopping car. You could make something that takes a leap, has enough propellant to be able to do a steady descent. So it's an impulse up, and then it decelerates so you're not wrecking and lets the suspension take the rest of it at the end. And somebody should do that. That's something that the world should be able to see that happening.
So similar to what they're doing currently with jetpacks, where they have a very short window of time where they can apply the thrusters.
Yeah, so it's interesting to compare the history of that, where in the early days,
get a
back in the
Popeye's
60s,
chicken
there were people
sandwich
that made
from,
these rocket packs that used
DoorDash.
concentrated hydrogen peroxide, which is one of the easiest rocket propellants to work with. And it's what my company used for a number of years. The great thing about that is it's one liquid, monopropellant as opposed to bipropellant where you need like liquid oxygen and kerosene. So it's just one liquid, and essentially you just spray it through this special mesh of catalyst, and it decomposes to really hot steam and lots of it. So it's the easiest rocket in the world to make. Maintaining the catalyst is a problem, but fundamentally you need a tank pressurized up and a valve that opens to kind of go through that. So they would make these things where they would have a couple nozzles and they could slowly open the throttle and let them up, and you'd see the people kind of hovering around. And what's important about this is that is completely unstable. There is no sense of kind of stability that you get. Even on a helicopter, which is very unstable, you still have a big spinning mass and it's got some directional stability. If you're flying on rocket thrust alone, you can flip end over end
That's where I
trivially.
want my lock
So
boxes.
the people that did these, they were like stuntmen, people that were used to doing this, and still almost everybody wound up breaking legs, having problems like this. Because they could only last for about 30 seconds, usually about 20 seconds. You have this backpack full of, maybe you're carrying 50, 60 pounds of propellant, and all that gets you is 20 seconds of flight time. So they would plan out all of these things. It's like, all right, we're going to fly into the Olympic Stadium or whatever as this very short, it's an arc from here coming down to here, because you just do not have much time to loiter around and try to fix things. What makes the modern jetpacks that people are working on so much better than that is the way a jet works is, instead of like a rocket where everything that it's throwing out the nozzle is stored in a tank, jets work by using the air as for oxygen, which is the bulk of what you wind up consuming, and then only carrying kerosene or some kind of fuel, jet fuel, to burn with that. So that lets them get several minutes of flight from things like this, even from potentially smaller tanks. Now, they're still, it looks like they're still largely doing it with highly skilled operators that are working that are on the edge of wiping out at any given moment, and wisely, often flying over water and so on. But there's no reason why that can't be computer controlled. And you see the amazing things that people are doing with drones now. This is something that I think about where it was pretty exciting, the early days of the rocket stuff that I was doing, where you had a rocket that could hover and slowly move over. There was one time we were flying at an Oklahoma airfield, and we had this, kind of good old boy reporter coming out there, and we flew this rocket through this trajectory. It was for the Lunar Lander Challenge. It was like, well, there's something you don't see every day. And it was this very shocking thing about this giant 2,000-pound rocket just kind of picking up and moving over and landing. But the same algorithms, like, I was proud of myself doing those. I had learned all the necessary control dynamics and embedded systems programming and stuff to do that code.
I don't remember what the state of
and it was doing what we needed it to do.
pre-rate
But you look
bis
at what
healing
people do with
cloaks
drones today, and it's just magnificent. These aerial ballets of synchronized hundreds of drones doing all these gymnastics. And you could do
Yeah.
that with the rocket engines or the jet engines
'Cause I
or something
found a
like that, and they
plus
could be
22
doing
healing
movie-style Iron Man
back
stuff
piece.
as soon
Wow.
as you're willing to let the
That's-
computer trust, that it's going to do the right thing. But that's
Oh.
the key difference, where
Okay.
we were able to make amazing progress for what we were doing because we were willing to build and destroy a couple vehicles a year. And I was very proud of that for a long time, for like at least 8 or 9 years. We built and destroyed 2 rocket vehicles each year. We learned something, built another one, and threw it away. And these were fairly expensive. They would cost us later ones in the $100-something thousand, and you have to know that you're building it. It's going to turn into a smoking pile of wreckage at some point. The vehicle will be expended in the learning process.
Nope.
But
Next
what's made
level.
the drones so much better is all of these people that do these university teams doing controlled dynamics, they have a closet full of drone wreckage because the drones are so amazingly cheap that you just have these commoditized parts. You put them together, they try something, we crashed another drone, toss it in the closet, grab another one out. And that's a real lesson about pace of the acceleration that you can get by reducing the time to experiment.
Are you done with the rocket world?
So I used to think about it a lot more, even after I was kind of out of it, where getting out of rockets, my wife is wiser than I am in many ways, where she had put a kind of a limit. This is John's crazy
About
rocket
those
money.
boosts as an upgrade.
And you are not going to bankrupt the family by pursuing rocket dreams. And I was doing it part-time, and eventually we got to the point where we had 1 year where we had an operating profit for a little aerospace company we were working for. We were doing some NASA and Air Force and Rocket Racing League. That was great. These manned rocket planes we built that they got to fly around and have some racing with. Some stuff that I was very proud of, but we reached a point where there's this trap that a lot of companies like that can get into, and I saw a number of them in it, where you go into this thinking that we're going to change the world, we're going to do this massive thing, we want to colonize space, all of this, but you get stuck in this area where, all right, there are opportunities for us. We can get government contracts to do various work. You know, there's work we can do for NASA and Department of Defense. And you tell yourself that, well, we'll do this and we'll be using their money to fund the real dream of the rocket ships that we want to build. But I've never seen
I
it
had
work
a
out
couple
like
stuff
that. You know,
reading
you
last
wind up
week.
kind of stuck in this drip
it was
feed
2
of you can
weeks
get
ago,
a
maybe,
few new
actually.
contracts and you can keep the lights
Yeah, it
on.
was.
And the government does this really largely intentionally, where they say it's good for the United States to have some level of grassroots aerospace companies, these small technology companies. It actually covers a whole bunch of material science and lots of different things. It's good to
Think
have
you can
these
get
small companies
anything as
exist.
crazy as a
So the
double
government
stuffed
doles out
root
this
been out
drip
in the
feed of
wild?
contracts where you can keep your researchers and engineers kind of working, putting
That's
some things
true,
together.
but
And it was a fork in the road there. We could have gone down that.
I want to make sure I'm getting on the right fucking boat here. I know. I think this is the right one though, because it's the one on the right. It makes the most sense that it'd be this one. Does the old switcheroo? They just pass each other. Yeah, I want some fucking boat PvP, man. Boat PvP used to be a big thing back in the day. Oh my god, that would be so fun to do. Yeah. You'd see somebody like standing by all the guards, pacing back and forth, and they'd see you, and you'd just see them disappear. They'd just phase out. Somebody invited them to get them out of the way.
Ishno del Diab.
Greetings. Asha Fela. Peace. Peace be with you. I am listening. Good luck, friend. I am honored. Del Nadris. How may I help? Goddess, watch over you. I heed the voice of Elune. Ishnu Allah. Good luck.
What show? Oh.
Hello. Have a good one. Can I help you? Farewell.
that path, but decided that no, we were going to try like one more year. I'll put the money into it. We're going to go for it. We need to, it's like suborbital or bust. I'm, getting the 100-kilometer reusable vehicles. And we didn't quite make it. We got to like 92 kilometers, and I'm, out in space, some lovely pictures of like the flare of the sun and spinning around in the black sky and Balut coming out for reentry and things that I was proud of. But we just didn't quite make it. And I was at that point where I had to say, it's like, all right, this is the end of the road. I did wind up selling most of the assets to some of the team members that raised some other funding to continue on. But one of my biggest lessons from that is I don't think I can do a proper job splitting my focus part-time between different things, because I was still full on id Software and doing the gaming. I was like 40 hours at id and 20 hours at Armadillo. And I just wasn't able to give it the focus that it needed. I don't know how Elon can, have 5 companies that he's involved in to some degree. I think that me personally, I need to have some level of focus. So I was saying if I go back into it, I want to do it full time. I have my crazy ideas for things that I'd like to try in rocketry, but largely I think SpaceX is doing an amazing job. It is, again, things sneak up on people. They don't notice the world changing around them. But this was the science fiction future that we wanted in the 50s and 60s. We have a billionaire that's gone out and built the world's best rocket ship that wants to go to Mars and is building the rocket ship to do that. This is the movie scenario. It's almost, the only thing is in movies, it wouldn't have taken the decade plus time that it takes. It somehow would have been compressed into 3 or 4 years. So it takes longer in reality, but even the things you want to see in the movies are actually happening here. So I think SpaceX is doing a great job. And Elon invited me by, and he actually had me sit in one of their engineering meetings, and I'm just throwing out random ideas to the people there. And I know I could kind of, they'd be happy to have me working with them in some way, but I'd be just another, principal engineer in some way. I'm much more interested in being the crazy plan C in some way. And if I thought there really needed to be a crazy plan C, I have my ideas for scary mixed monopropellant rockets that might be super cheap in some ways, might blow up horribly. But it turns out that there are now a number of companies. It's shocking now that there's another company like Rocket Lab that's been successfully launching things into orbit. And we almost haven't noticed and remarked about it, where this is something that, again, prior to SpaceX, space launch was the domain of a half dozen national governments. And now we have a few small companies. SpaceX isn't small anymore, but we have a few companies that have just gone and done that. And that's pretty great. So I am tempted to go back in. I have ideas that I'd like to try, but I think it's in good enough hands right now. But it's always a possibility in the future.
What is Jeff Bezos' company trying to do? They're emulating SpaceX in some sort of a way, right?
So yeah, Blue Origin was like all 3 of these have origins back in similar periods of time. Like at the very start of Armadillo, when we had just our very crudest things, Elon and one of his first guys came down, visited us in Dallas, and we talked about rockets and everything. Then Bezos came in somewhat later, initially very, very secretive, and also very conservative, where in their logo, they've got a turtle, basically, and there's more or less saying we're going to take our time and do this. And I did always think that was the wrong direction, where that's a real hazard where you have a billionaire backer that says, take your time. Unlike SpaceX, where SpaceX was burning through all of Elon's money. Elon had a large fraction of his fortune invested in this, and he was down to the last point where they blew up 3 rockets, and it's like, this one's got to make it, or they're just not going to be able to get by. And that's a very, very different work environment than hey, we've got a blank check, we can take our time, we can do all of this. And I know every time something goes wrong for SpaceX, every time, they have an explosion or a landing failure, so many people are ready to jump on them. But that's what's allowed them to make these really, truly remarkable advances.
So the turtle approach is just not conducive to rocket.
So they've cranked it up more recently. What
are you looking for? See you around.
You got my attention. See you soon.
How are you? What's on your mind?
I suspect it would be slightly better if they angle it up a little bit so you get a little bit of downforce. Carry people up. I do the little ride. Like, have you ever taken one of the zero-G airplane rides?
No.
You should. It's interesting.
Sure.
This would be the you go do that and you get these little kind of parabolas of 20 seconds or so of weightlessness where you can float around or you can get simulated Martian or lunar gravity. The idea of the suborbital space tourism would be that you go up there to 100 kilometers and plummet down, and you got about 5 minutes of zero gravity floating around with space outside. And that's the idea that would be, this
What'd
remarkable
you order, Diva?
experience. And we had a bunch of companies that were sort of targeting this as the direction that there's not much market for small satellite,
What'd
these
you
tiny
order?
microsat payloads. How do you close the business? The pitch was always that, well, if we have this reliable, people want to do this. We call them like self-loading carbon
Applebee's,
payloads.
huh?
People will want to
Dang,
go in
dude.
the world's tallest roller coaster. And you would say, originally the thinking was, that'd be $100,000, which is like, of course, everybody's like, whoa, that's like way too much.
I didn't say shit
But
other than
there's
dang,
a lot
dude.
of wealthy people in the world. It seems reasonable. But one interesting life lessons I got from this when Virgin finally came into this and they decided, well, we're going to enter this. All of these little scrappy companies that didn't necessarily have much business know-how or things like $100,000 sounds about right for the price for a suborbital tourism. It's a nice round number. But Virgin came in, Richard Branson and all, it's like, the price is $200,000. And everybody still signed up with him. That was a notable thing where reading your market correctly for that, where that was the difference between $100,000 maybe eking by and covering your bases and everything and $200,000. It's like, oh, you've actually got some profit margin there. But now a decade has passed since that's gone on, and there's no way they're going to earn back all the investment that they've piled into that. If things take too long, that's tangenting off here again, but that's another one of the life lessons where I used to be known about the catch line, it'll be done when it's done. When will Doom ship? When it's done. When will Quake ship? When it's done. And it felt good saying that in terms of that was sort of the being rebellious about we don't have any publisher that's going to force us to be out in time for their quarterly earnings. We're going to make sure we ship the game when it's actually done. But the aspects of seeing
Literally every
with a
green
little
drop
bit more
I get is
perspective
leather.
now. It's like if you're talking slipping a quarter, slipping 6 months, yeah, great. That's definitely fine. But when you're talking about slipping years, when years go by, the world changes around you in a way that being a kind of totalitarian about it'll only ship when it's done, I largely recant from that now, where with a little bit more perspective, time has a
Alright, that's like a
physicality
full
that you may
level
not
that I got
appreciate.
in, like,
And I have the two big
2
reads on
hours or
that.
so.
I am seeing some of like Virgin Galactic. They're never going to make that money back. They're looking into satellite launch for things now.
Not really,
But
no. I
even,
was listening
the
to
last
this new
big
Lana
game that I
Del Rey
worked on
album,
it
kind of
which was
sucked.
Rage. We spent 6 years on that game, and we went into that. It was using flashy new technology, which there's some other life lessons about that. But we had an E3 where we were game of show at E3, but we kept on. It didn't quite
I think
ship.
I'm
And by the
gonna
time
hit
it
up
got
the
out,
old booty
the
bay,
world
do
had
some
changed around
STV
us.
questing
The
now.
technology decisions that were made for some earlier systems weren't necessarily the right thing for the very latest ones. We now had Call of Duty and Battlefield coming out as these juggernauts that we were competing with. And I look back as one of those real decisions. I think we should have done whatever it would have taken to ship that 2 years earlier, be less ambitious with some of the technologies, and get it out earlier. And I can even make reasonable cases for going back to the earliest games like Quake, where Quake was the first really traumatic game to ship internally, where we're still only talking like 2-year developments, but at the time it felt really long, and we had all sorts of internal strife for things because we were trying to do so many things. It was, 6 degree of freedom rendering, modding, internet-based game servers, 6-off models, and it was a lot of stuff. And I later looked back and said, we could have done half of those things in a Super Doom and shipped it earlier, and then done the other half even better on a game coming in later. And I still roll that over in my mind sometimes, where I love Quake and I love Doom. I think all of those were... Doom, I think, was the optimal game to ship at the optimal time. Quake was challenging and painful enough that maybe we could have done some things slightly better.
It's just like...
popping a couple off
chill
the stack
out,
there too, back to Blue Origin.
Have a good time.
I think they spent a lot more time than they needed to in that kind of turtle mode, but now they're building big, serious things, and I think they've probably abandoned the space
money
tourism
from
stuff.
Murlocs is dog shit,
It's like,
though.
it looks good enough that
Like,
some people
all I'm
could
getting
get
is
in,
zesty
but
clam
right
meat.
now,
And that's
Murlocs
5 silver a
game
stack.
of $200,000 self-loading
Fucking
carbon
hate
payloads
fighting
to
Murlocs. They're so
billion-dollar NASA
aggressive.
contracts, and it drives your
The nice thing
engineering in
is
different
they get
ways.
like
So
super
I
slowed.
think they're now saying we don't want
Like,
SpaceX to run off.
I
And
don't
take
know
it
what
all
it
for
is with
themselves,
Murlocs
and
when they're
scrambling
slowed.
a
Their
little
like
bit to
walk
be able to bring
animation
their
is terrible.
architectures to bear there.
Yeah,
That's
it's pretty
gotta
dumb.
be beneficial to everybody, right? To have all these billion-dollar companies compete, particularly Bezos with his unlimited bank account, competing, and for all of us to watch these commercial space ventures take place. It's really, really interesting.
So I do think that space is one of those things that you can make all the hard analytic arguments about, okay, we've got communication.
I just feel like they
and all the
always
stuff that
respond at
Elon's
really
doing with,
inopportune times is my thing.
The low altitude satellite communication networks. These are big, important things that may be incredibly valuable, but all of us that have done this at that level do really believe deeply at some level that we do want humanity to not be tied to the Earth. We want to be a multi-planet, or at least space habitat species, where there's this sense that the world is discretized now. When you have GPS, and it's kind of a weird thing when you can look at GPS with the numbers read out to all of this and say you are exactly here within a meter on the world.
What the hell
you can
is
map the
this?
whole world and lay
You
a
can just
texture
swap
over it.
the
In
empty
some ways,
bag
it
into a
squeezed
full
some of the
bag?
magic out of the world. The lost city of El Dorado is probably
What
not
the
hiding,
hell?
in some place.
I didn't even know that was a
just had canopy
thing
cover for
in
all of
like
this because we can turn it into
retail.
a grid and walk through all of it if we need to. And it leads some people to
Yo, we need to
a
get the
more
devs
fatalistic
on
attitude
this.
than they should have about the limits of growth, the limits of resources, that we need to dial back our ambitions because the world is only
Right.
so big and there's too many people in it. And I think they're wrong even on the single Earth case, that there are so many resources here that people do not even appreciate. But I think once you step outside of the Earth, and once you do have people on the moon and Mars and that are doing things there, there's a lot of reasons about eggs in one basket sort of things, killer asteroids and stuff, but just having humanity spread out more like that, and knowing that I want people to be able to look up at the moon, a full moon, and say, there are people working up there. There's another city up there, and that's someplace you might go later on for some reason, that you get on the next transport there. And this is the good old-fashioned future of sort of the 50s and 60s, the Robert Heinlein science fiction world of the future, the strong-jawed engineers building the spacefaring world. And I realize I'm conscious of the fact that I have a foot in both camps here, where I'm building VR, which is kind of the stuck in the Matrix sort of thing, the dystopian modern science fiction future. But a large part of me does still
I'm gonna be able to
hanker
afford
for
so many
this old
abilities
sense of
when I
like,
go
no, the
back to
possibilities
town.
are unlimited. Technology will save us. We can get there. It's a matter of engineering. We can build what we want. We've never been in a better position before. There's smarter people in the world today than there ever have been. And it's unlimited. It's not this limited world that we're stuck in. We can colonize Mars. We can colonize the moon. And we can make space stations. And the fact that we now have idealistic billionaires building this, that we don't have to go ahead and necessarily wrangle the votes in Ohio for the NASA station in Houston or whatever, I think it's a fantastic thing.
Yep, 23 minutes exactly.
Do you have a long-term vision
23
in terms of what
minutes
you're
and
trying to
47
do with
seconds.
virtual reality and Oculus?
So I do, and it's it's something that some people read this the wrong way and react incorrectly to it, where I've said that my pitch for VR is that the promise of VR is it's to make the world as you want it, where people do not have it is not possible on Earth to be able to give everybody all that they would want. Not everybody can have Richard Branson's private island. There's just not enough islands in the world to give them to people. But even on a much more mundane level, not everyone can have a mansion of a house. Not everyone can even necessarily have a home theater room. And these are things that we can simulate to some degree in virtual reality. Now, the simulation's not as good as the real thing. Again, if you are rich and you have your own home theater and mansion and private island, good for you.
Safety first, Steve-O. You at least tie it down with whatever frayed-ass bungee cord that you got laying around.
You're still probably not the people that are going to benefit most from it. But most of the people in the world aren't in that position. Most of the people in the world live in relatively cramped quarters that are not what they would choose to be if they had unlimited resources. And the technology curves for these things this is $400 now. We have an earlier one that's $200 that's less capable. But these follow the cell phone price curves in many ways. We have $25 cell phones in India now that are smartphones that do a lot of these things. The technology curve, Moore's Law may be crapping out in terms of absolute performance, but we've still got a lot of price performance that we can drive out of these things. And we can have virtual reality devices that can get cheap enough that lots and lots of people will be able to have these, and we can make better and better software, and it can be a better world in many ways. Now, everybody points towards, like, there's this piece of art that goes around the internet of this sort of dystopian kid in the corner, drooling with glass goggles on with rainbow pictures on them, and it's a terrible looking place. And people say it's like, oh, this is the world you're trying to build. People plugged into virtual reality that ignore the world around them. And of course, the first rejoinder to that is, well, is his life really better if he takes them off and he's in this horrible place there? But more concretely, like, I just came from, in Dallas, it's 100 degrees this week there. We change the world around us in all that we do. We live in air conditioning, and people nowadays don't generally go, oh, you're not experiencing the world around you because of your air conditioning. You should be out there really experiencing the world. Now, that is what human beings do, is we bend the world to our will. And I think that a virtual reality that lets people do things that would not be possible in the world, or it comes down to it, not economical. And a lot of people react negatively to any talk about economics, but it is resource allocation. You have to make decisions about where things go. And I think that economically, we can deliver more value to a lot of people in this virtual sense. We're at the very earliest stage of it right now with the experiences that we have and the things you can do and how long you want to keep it on. But there is a path to this comfortable thing that you can wear for hours at a time. Maybe you spend your entire workday working in it. Maybe your time after coming home is putting it on. And I mean, right now you can watch TV with someone else in virtual reality, which is this mundane thing, but you can have your sister or somebody that's across the country, and you can meet in a virtual space, look over and see each other, and watch something on TV. Like, all activities that do not require an actual tactile physical thing can eventually be subsumed in this, where there are a lot of things that do require the tactile stuff. You're not going to be replacing food with virtual reality anytime soon, but a surprising amount of things that people value are these largely audiovisual things. It's the decoration. The museum that you walk through, you're not fondling the individual things there. You're experiencing things in a way that could, with a good enough virtual reality experience, be replicated there without the travel, without the lines, without the crowds. You could have it private to yourself. And there's so many things like this. It's not everything. It's two of your senses simulated fairly well. But we can do an enormous amount with this. And I always, internally, I'm almost a broken record in the company. Most people are tired of hearing me harp about this, but it's all about user value. What I care about building things as an engineer, the whole point is to bring value to the world. And I think that virtual reality can bring a lot of value. We're not there yet. We're in very early days of there are certain niches of people today that can get a great value out of this. I don't pretend that this is something that, everyone in the world can benefit from today, but we're inching our way up towards that. And that's how the world gets better, is by building technologies and distributing to them people so that they have something better than they would have had if that didn't exist.
John Carmack, thank you for being you. Thank you. And thank you for everything you've done. Thanks for being here. It's an honor. I'm glad we finally got to do it, and I really appreciate you.
All right, great being here.
You.
Thanks.
Thank you. Bye, everybody. That was awesome.
What's going on with all the cigars?
Which cigars? Those are not cigars. Those are marijuana.
Oh, okay. I figured it might be something like that.
It's marijuana on the outside. It's called a blunt. That's what the youngins call it. It's
I know the term blunt, but that looks like a legit. I thought it was like
you're younger than
kind
me. Of course you know it.
Yeah, but I'm not as schooled as you. I'm not as schooled as you in the illicits. Even though it's not an illicit now.
Speaking of illicit, we got some meat eater bourbon, some elk shank bourbon.
Yeah, it pairs with.
It's a good name.
Pairs with beaver tail.
Pairs with beaver tail.
I've
had
shank.
Both of those things thanks to you. Elk shank's a great name for it because that is like one of the rare foods. Like if you talk to most hunters, like I said, have you ever had elk shank, ossobuco? They'd be like, what? Most hunters have never eaten that.
No, but it was revelatory to find out about it, and then it's the thing that I started to proselytize. I found out about eating it because my brother found out about eating it because he has this old cookbook called the LL Bean. It's like the LL Bean Wild Game Cookbook by a guy named Angus. First name Angus, if I remember right. And he's got a shank recipe in his book for antelope shank. And so we started making it. That's a funny thing about wild game cooking that you've probably picked up on is that you could have a thing where you could say like, hey, here's a recipe for a white-tailed deer heart, right? And someone would be like, but do you have one for a mule deer heart? Have I explained this to you before?
No. Well, they're interchangeable, aren't they?
Well, that's the thing. So
obviously,
like when we did our cookbook, I tried really hard to steer away from things that would be elk recipes, deer recipes, and just take it from a cut basis.
Your cookbook is excellent.
Have you messed around with
many
it?
times?
Oh, that's
many
good.
times.
That's
I've cooked
great.
Quite a few things from it. It's really great.
We got away from saying that like here's an antelope recipe or whatever because it's just like the cut is more important, especially with all these ungulates like horned and antlered game. What it is more important than what it came from. So by putting elk shank on that bottle, I'm kind of like going against my own advice. But if I just put shank, people might not know what you're talking about.
Well, it could be like lamb shank, but it's just a cool name.
We're going to do a limited run of those where we write all kinds of weird stuff in there that it pairs well with.
Is it good? Is this good stuff? Should we
yeah,
try
man,
it?
It's 5 years old.
Should we get a taste?
Yeah.
All right, let's get some ice and some glasses.
Because I took a long break from drinking.
Ooh, how long?
Well, I just slowed way down on it when my kids were started to be born, and then gradually me and my wife have gotten back into it. Gradually. You know what she's...
Clink.
Yeah. No, we haven't...
You guys are working together.
Yeah.
Right? Which is really crazy.
I know. We haven't toasted. Giannis took a year off booze.
Wow.
Just for like whatever Giannis...
reasons.
Whatever Giannis... I can't remember. He had some reason for it. He had a birthday once and took a month off. Then he had a birthday and took a year off. He's got 4 months to go.
For the end of the year, and then he's going to drink?
Yeah, but he says his family, I think his wife was explaining to me, there's a lot more disposable income around the house now because she's like, I never realized.
How much boozing takes up? Yeah.
How much all those fancy beers what all those fancy beer adds up to.
That's an interesting thing. Yeah, people don't think about that. When you run your tab at the end of the week and then add that times 4 and then add that times 12, that's real money.
Yeah. And I don't know if you remember, you probably liked this when you were younger, where like it was impossible that you would have leftover booze in your house. Because everybody just drank so much.
Right.
You didn't, now we're like such grown-ups. In our pantry, we have like a little liquor section.
Right.
And you have like, there's,
Yeah, I have a wine fridge.
Yeah. But in the old days, you couldn't because you just drank it and it was gone.
Right. Yeah.
I want to interview you. I want to interview you for a minute.
Okay. Go ahead.
How comfortable? Do you ever tell your listeners about the comedy stuff you're working on, or do you like to keep a big secret?
Yeah, I tell them some things. I don't like to give up premises. Cheers, sir.
You don't like to give up premises?
I mean, punchlines. And, I'll say like a subject I'm working on.
You do or don't give up subjects?
Well,
I want to engage you about a subject that we were texting about.
Oh, about the missionary?
Yeah.
Yeah, cool, sure.
I just don't understand.
This is good.
I know that you will.
I like it.
I know that you will have. Knowing you and how good you are at what you do, I know you'll have done it. But I don't understand how you could have had a novel thought about the missionary.
Yeah, see,
who got killed. Just to refresh people's memory, there's an island, East Sentinel. What's funny, by my fish shack, there's an island called Sentinel Island.
Really?
Yeah, no one lives on it. I've been past it many times and have yet to been shot at.
It's North Sentinel Island.
Oh, it's North. Sorry,
North Sentinel Island. It's in the middle of the Indian Ocean.
At my shack is East Sentinel. Sorry, North Sentinel Island. Yeah, you know it better, so you should tell people what it is.
I want to go to your shack.
I would love to have you there. Really?
Let's next one, instead of a hunting trip, let's do a fishing trip.
I would love to have you up there.
Have Callan come out there and we'll catch some halibut.
So you're not interested in bringing your family?
Yeah, we could do that too.
We kind of take a family approach up there more and more now.
Well,
your kids like flipping your kids like flipping rocks and seeing what's under the rock.
My youngest loves fishing. Loves it.
Rock flipping.
She loves everything.
Okay.
She's really big in that.
How young's the youngest?
9.
Oh, yeah, perfect. But no, I want to get like I just can't. I can't. I've thought about it, and I can't think. Not that I don't have faith in you. I just can't think of what the take would be.
The problem is if I explained it, what the take is, it would fuck up the bit for people that haven't seen it. I'll show it tonight. Tonight.
No, I'm going tonight. I can't wait to go see. But I just wanted to.
I'll explain off air.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you feeling good about the bit?
Yeah. It's a fascinating subject. You know the guy, Commander Maurice Vidal Portman. You know who that guy is?
No.
He was the pervert that traveled around from island to island, measuring guys and taking weird photos with them, dressing them up like Roman soldiers.
I read a big piece about this, which I actually sent to you to see if you'd read it too.
Yeah, I'd read.
And you said you read everything about it.
Yeah, I'd read quite a few things about it because there was a guy on Twitter. His name is Respectable Law @RespectableLaw, and he posted a whole series of things. He had actually been studying this case or this place before because of this pervert guy. And so when this man, this missionary showed up on that island and got murdered, like he knew all about the history of this island. So he made like a chain of posts on Twitter, which were really interesting and informative. And then I started going deep into it. And I read the guy's journals. The journals were hilarious, man. Like
the kid that got killed.
No, the guy who was the pervert, the English pervert in the 1800s probably wrecked like that whole area for those people because they had this idea of what white men are. Now these people don't have a written language and they just have stories. So they probably still have stories of these white men that come carrying diseases and want to touch your dick and measure them.
Yeah, so this is a guy, he was into, I just want to make sure I remember this right. He was into like skull morphology but with sexual organs.
Well, it's hard to tell what he was into, but it's so obviously perverted. Like it seems like he was doing sexual stuff with these people,
trying to legitimize it by
just measuring them and doing detailed descriptions of their sex organs, and he was really into that. That seemed very important to him.
And he survived the island. I can't decide which to go with, my new Laird Hamilton turmeric coffee
or the whiskey. Mix it up back and forth.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's like soup.
Yes,
with coffee in it.
It's very good for you too. Like I said, that turmeric. You know, people think of it as curry because it's a great spice for food, but it's a potent anti-inflammatory. Very, very good for you.
No, it's good. So I'll have to wait and see what your take on it is.
Yeah.
Are you? I'm almost done interviewing you. Are you drawn to that? Are you drawn to that idea? I certainly am.
Which idea?
That you'd go and hang out and spend time with uncontacted people.
Well, you've done it in what part of South America were you at?
Well, yeah,
they're not uncontacted. But they're
definitely not uncontacted, but so some tribes that like the Chamane and the Makushi and Wapashan, are all tribes in northern South America who have a long history of contact and engagement with the outside world, but individuals who can still very much like hang out with individuals who aren't that old, who in their youth were very much like living a hunter-gatherer lifestyle.
How are ya?
With a
Watch your
mix
back.
of native materials and also some Western materials.
And this was Guyana?
Guyana and Bolivia. People that, people that would still make their bows from native materials. People that grew up using canoes that were made like hand dug dugouts, using plant toxins to kill fish, but also like also other very modern stuff. Like one of these guys that I really appreciate hanging out with. I mean, the guy's got an email address, but I might have told you this story before. He's got an email address, but he also told us about. We interviewed him on our show, on our podcast, and he's telling me about how their peccaries, their white-lipped peccaries, aren't around right now because there's a shaman in another village who's jealous of their village for being so prosperous and has locked their peccaries up inside of a mountain, and that they're training their own shaman to free the peccaries from the mountain.
Great to meet you.
And you can shoot this dude an email. So, right?
Explain a peccary to people.
Oh, people here are familiar with a javelina.
Yeah.
Yeah, a javelina is a collared peccary. And then and they'll run in little troops of, you might see anywhere from 1 to 13 or 14. White-lipped peccaries are a bit bigger, and they'll run in groups of 200.
Wow.
Yeah, they'll ravage, like these people have a somewhat agrarian lifestyle. They hunt, fish, and also have farms scattered throughout the jungle, and they'll just come in and ravage farms in groups of, like I said, groups of 100, 200. I should be honest here and say I've never laid eyes on a white-lipped peccary. There's a third peccary, a Chacoan or Chacoan peccary that is much more rare than the collared and white-lipped.
Yeah, picture this, Jamie. There it is.
The white-lipped, yeah, those supposedly taste a lot better than collared peccaries. I've hunted collared peccaries in West Texas and
Dude,
in
I'm
Sonoma,
here.
Mexico.
Are they native to West Texas, or did someone bring them in?
No. Collared peccaries are native.
Oh, okay.
Like portions of New Mexico, Arizona, and West Texas.
So they look similar to
That's a javelina. No.
Oh, it is a javelina.
A javelina and a collared peccary are the same damn thing.
Oh, okay.
They got
Black
you'd
Mesa is pretty
appreciate
great.
this because just knowing your tastes.
Probably
They
could
have
have.
a
There's
large
not that much
breast
content.
with a nipple,
Or at least not
on
until
the
Zen
top
is
of their
finished.
back. Like what would be the neck of your ass has a nipple.
Whoa.
That's their scent gland.
So it's an actual nipple that someone nurses from?
Nope. It's just a scent
I
gland.
thought it was like the
I'm sure
last
your
half or
trusty,
third of the game. I thought it was pretty substantial.
Jamie.
Can find a nipple in the back of a
Yeah, he'll
Maybe
find a
I'm not
picture.
remembering right.
Are they somehow related to pigs?
No.
Not at all.
People like to think that they are, but
Well,
they're not.
they're reworking them to
Yeah.
not suck
See
ass
that?
so much.
Yeah, javelina tits.
When you clean them, you need to cut that away because it really
oozes?
like stinks to high heaven.
Is it like a tarsal gland? Like
Yep.
the same sort of.
It's a scent gland, very powerful smell, and you usually smell them well ahead of seeing them.
Mm-hmm.
And they're really they're pugnacious. You can call at them and mimic the sound of a distressed young one, and they come in ready to kick your ass.
I saw that on your show
Yeah.
when you and Remy went bow hunting.
That and Ion
Remy's
Fury,
got a lot
because
of
you
experience messing
sold
around
your
with these
thing, right?
things. It's funny because they're pretty popular. Like, they're good to eat, but they're much more popular south of
Dang,
the border.
dude.
Mexico is much more common to eat.
I still haven't finished that
Javelina.
game,
They make
honestly.
sausage out of them and stuff.
Yeah,
don't they?
yeah, they grind them up, make sausage out. I'm gonna cook just various things. Like
I
don't know anybody.
like-
Maybe someone's out there.
I think
that,
I got
like,
pretty
actually
far
takes, like, a
into
back
it,
strap
but
off of a
and it's a lot of fun.
javelina
It
and
just
throws on the
gets
grill.
kind of
But you generally
repetitive.
do like preparations with them where you cook.
I
them a
probably
fair bit.
put a good
Yeah, you'd
6 or
have
7
to
hours into
break
it,
down.
but
They got to be tough, right? Not
They
very
are.
fast.
You
Yeah.
couldn't just grill one. You couldn't just grill one. They're lean. You got to cook them down. But you can see how. You can see why they'd be popular though. 'Cause, I mean,
it's the
pretty, like,
exact
a nice little
same
bundle,
formula as every shooter
like, of
from
meat,
that
right? And I think
sort
that
of
in some
era.
areas,
Like
especially,
Descent was the same
Sonora and
thing.
elsewhere,
You know,
people aren't likely to like turn their
All
nose
the
up
same
at
shit.
good protein sources. It's
Yeah.
one thing that's like made for bow hunting, because I think that with rifle hunting, and people do hunt with rifles, and I've shot with rifles, but it's a little bit. It can be kind of
I don't
feel like
know.
a little bit of a gimme, because they're not. You have to get very close to them before they're concerned about your presence.
No, I don't
They're
remember
tough. They got tusks. You know, they can kill stuff and rip stuff, and they have like they're almost. You know, you think of the most, like, I would imagine of all the creatures, like a snapping turtle is least concerned with things that, like, a snapping turtle doesn't care about anything until it's within 6 inches of its face.
Clever.
And javelin is there's not that exaggerated, but kind of have this, like, their world sort of seems to end at 60 yards. Like, they don't care what's going on outside of that buffer. And so,
so you can kind of creep up to them.
Kind of walk up to them when you see them.
Do they see bad? Are they like pigs? Where
They
poor
seem to
eyesight?
have very poor eyesight. They seem to have poor eyesight and have an amazingly varied diet. You know, they'll eat like, I mean, if you lay there long enough, they would come up and eat you.
Yeah, they ate my friend's dog.
Oh,
yeah.
Huh.
Well, my friend's friend, Doug Stanhope, my buddy. He lives in Arizona.
Was he pretty tore up about it?
Yeah. Well, they were. You know, they hate those fucking things. They just piled on this dog and ate the neighbor's dog, and apparently it's not too uncommon.
Yeah,
it happens.
Flesh eaters.
Yeah, they'll fuck up a dog. They're weird.
You know, it's like one of the things that I think it points to a certain amount of sociopathy that I have. But when I hear about someone losing a cat or dog to wild creatures, I don't, like, my initial instinct isn't to be sad.
I see what you're saying. You're like, wow, that's part of the
Because you
part
kind
the
of
game.
view, I have this view that, I have this view of that sort of like settlement and development v wildlife is a global problem, right? And one always wins. Like, the destruction of wildlife habitat always wins. And then when you see it play out like that, in some ways you kind of like hope, like Brian Callahan, who you know.
Yep.
Recently, you know, that kid got a young kid. It was like a 9 or 10-year-old girl got thrown up in the air
by a bison.
Yeah, did you see that?
Yeah.
In Yellowstone.
Yeah.
And by no means does Cal hope to see someone, you know, especially particularly a child, get hurt. But he's like, you know, they still got it.
Yeah, you can't just close in on a bison. They apparently got within 15 yards of that thing, which is just ridiculous.
Yeah, I keep thinking about making a shirt that says Yellowstone National Park habituating wildlife since 1877.
They do. It is weird. I've only been once. Well, I went once when I was a kid, but I went once recently with my family, and it was very weird that you could take selfies with elk.
Yeah.
That these big herds of elk are so confident that people won't shoot them when they're in like the public tourism area, that they just go and hang out near the vending machine.
Yeah.
So I'm getting a Diet Coke, and there's an elk like 30 yards away from me. It's so strange.
That's a little bit in line with what I'm talking about when I talk about like that when I hear someone's dog got killed by a coyote.
Yeah.
You know, and again, man, I know like my brother has this little dog that he just loves, and they're inseparable. If that dog got carried off by a great horned owl, and a healthy great horned owl could carry this dog off, it's like a little shitting dog, I would feel real bad for him. So with that said, I do have this thing where you kind of root, and I do feel sad when I see, like in a place like Yellowstone, this is where it gets a little bit weird. When I see wild animals, especially animals that people hunt for, when I see that they've lost their fear of humans, some people would look and be like, oh, this is like what naturally they should be like. Okay. So this is animals where they've had to give up their where they've lost their human fear because we've given them this wild place. I see
old-timey
Dude, I'm real
Steve
sorry,
Ranella.
man. It's a good dude. Joe Farinato, call him. He's a good guy. People see in like a Yellowstone Park atmosphere, you see where wildlife becomes habituated to humans, and they feel like they're seeing something more natural, right? Because outside of human hunting, they all of a sudden don't have that feeling anymore. I look at that and I see that it's like, to me, it feels like something's been subverted and something's wrong with that situation.
Yeah.
Because it sort of depends on how fresh your perspective is. Because I mean, people have been hunting, people have been hunting in that area. I mean, at least 10,000 years. So then we take like 100-year break, and the animals become very accustomed to people. It's shocking how quickly they can get it back. And oftentimes those same elk that live, like the same elk that will spend their summer in that park, will migrate out of there and go into national forests and on ranch land.
And then they'll be wary
where
of
they can be
people?
hunted, and they know. They cross that line. So the same elk that some dude could basically walk up and touch there will just something in his head switches, and they enter into a new mind space when they leave, and they're still exposed to human predation.
And if they wind you, they'll bolt.
Oh yeah, it's shocking how it's shocking the degree to which they can keep this together in their heads, and it's also pretty surprising how quickly they adapt. Like I would imagine if you were to open up, this would be a pretty controversial idea, but I'll throw it out there. Let's say you were to open up hunting in Yellowstone National Park. I think that it would probably be less than a year. I think like a fall hunting season would have them right back into the same mindset that all the other animals that live with human predation, their sort of attitude toward people. I think they would very quickly get it back.
It makes sense.
But yeah, people going up and petting stuff. Again, like referring to Cal, his idea is that like people have gotten to where they confuse national parks with amusement parks, and they feel that the animals are like on rails. They're on tracks. Yeah, it's like they're programmed to do a certain thing. But it's still wild.
It's one thing that I've discovered over the last 7 years, thanks to you and thanks to you getting me hunting, is that most people have no idea what it's like to be around actual wildlife, to sneak up to them. Most people have no idea about their sense of smell, like to see an animal wind you and then just fucking bounce. To see that and to know that like you're dealing with some superhuman ability, some like impossible to imagine with the confines of your own biology, what these animals can do. And when you're out amongst them, and there's no cell phone service, and it's just footprints and trekking your way through mountains, it's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not Yellowstone. What Yellowstone is, and what anything like that, and zoos is the worst example, right? But when we think of animals, like people always tell me, like, because I have a famous dog. I run with him all the time, and he's on my Instagram. It's like everybody loves him. He's the sweetest dog in the world. And they're like,
I know that dog.
If you love dogs, how could you hunt animals? And I'm like, well, that's not. He's not an animal. He's a dog. He's a pet. There's a science project. An animal is a wolf. An animal is a deer. That's an animal. What a dog is, they don't survive outside of us. If you don't take care of them, they won't know what to do. They'll hope that the dog catcher comes and gets them and somebody rescues them. They're not wild animals. It's not. It almost has less to do with how they're raised and more to do with their ancestors. Like their biology has changed. They've literally been bred to something different. They're fucking
all right, I'm gonna go figure out my dinner situation. See you guys later.
He's a sweetheart. Everybody who meets him, he drops to his back. He wants you to rub his belly. He's just the sweetest dog in the world. That is not a dog. I mean, it's not an animal. There's not an animal like that would ever exist out in the wild. Because if he sees another dog, he's like, hello, are you my friend? He's not like checking to see if that thing's gonna steal his food or rob him of his mates or kill his babies.
Yeah, it's the result of a 20,000 or whatever year experimentation with the domestication of an animal.
Yeah, so most people when they say they love animals, they don't even fucking know anything. They don't even know what they are. They see the caged animals at the zoo. They see the animals on a rope that they take to the dog park. They think they know what an animal is. They don't even have any experience with it. We've been so domesticated and so isolated in cities. Most people, especially most people that have opinions on this shit, you know, people that live in rural areas, I mean, you know that. You live in Bozeman. Bozeman is surrounded by areas that are just fucking
It's too
completely
far away.
I mean, if you're in Bozeman, you're about an hour from your house, and then you're around bears, and deer, eagles. I mean, it's a completely wild place. People that are in those areas, people around Boise, Idaho, for example, they have a totally different idea. People in Wyoming, they have a totally different idea of what wildlife is versus somebody who lives in Santa Monica. Like, there's a video that just somebody sent me today of a guy in Thousand Oaks is on his street, and he's filming a fucking enormous mountain lion. I mean, it is huge. It's a big boy. It's like 150 pounds. And they're in the car, and they're looking at it through the window, and him and his son, it seems like, are filming this thing, going, holy shit, look at this thing.
Yeah,
and it's
yeah.
right there in the street, a big-ass cat. And he was saying that, like, somebody was feeding him, apparently, and they're trying to figure out what... You want me to send it to you? I'll send it to you. But this, you know, that's super rare. I mean, that's a real wild animal. It's super, super rare that anybody would have any kind of experience with one of these things. And most people that are talking about animals, they just really don't know what that even means. They're just saying it.
Yeah, I think that there's developed a like a pretty big cultural division between people who a pretty big cultural division between people who kind of like live around and work around and deal with animals, and people who view them or think of them as very other. A friend of mine who's a biologist oh, there you go.
Yeah. No, I'm sending you another one. I sent it to you. It's from Thousand Oaks. I just sent it to you.
A friend of mine,
though. That's a recent one too.
A buddy of mine who's a biologist with the Forest Service, a guy named Carl Malcolm. He might have heard on our show. He just sent me a paper that was about kids' attitudes to wildlife, and it was comparing rural people's attitude and knowledge of wildlife, the kids, with urban and suburban attitudes about wildlife. And you can see the input of media when you look at this thing, because people who live in an urban or suburban environment, when they tell you the top of mind wildlife they know about, it's non-native stuff.
Like lions?
Yeah, they're likely to know, like, what's an animal, right? And an animal will be like, oh, it'd be like a giraffe, right? And people who have a more rural or remote viewpoint are much more likely to, like, when they think of wildlife, to think of things that they interact with, you know, and not like the things that are on your mobile above your crib when you're a little baby.
Right.
And it sort of points at, and also there's a slight tendency, I got to look at this more carefully, but there's a slight tendency to have negative feelings or think things are dangerous or bad the more urban you are in terms of native wildlife, to more recognize it as like a negative or bad thing. And what they're pointing to is,
sounds fine.
Again, I want to look at this much more carefully, and pardon me to the authors if I'm messing this up. I was just looking at it this morning. What they're pointing to is the
Light be
stirrings
with you.
of there being a greater acceptance of
Safe
decreased biodiversity. Meaning that you're kind of like okay with the bad things having gone, and we're focused on like, what are animals? Well, animals would be like a giraffe and a hippopotamus and the things that Disney tells me about, and not like possums and raccoons, which are kind of gross. You know?
Get that video? Look at this fat boy. Play this thing. It's collared, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got a collar on it.
It's interesting. I could see that better. There's a lot of them out here that have collars. We got a photo that we just had commissioned, and it should get here soon, right? It's huge. Of the big cat that they photographed near the Hollywood sign.
Yeah.
It looks like it's staged. I mean, the cat is walking right by the trail camera, and the Hollywood
Oh, it's that
sign's
dude
in the
that sets up
background.
those famous. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
in National Geographic.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good picture.
Yeah, we got one printed on that picture right there. I mean, come on, man. That's
Yeah.
crazy. That is a goddamn crazy picture. It's a giant cat. Like, look at the forearms on that motherfucker.
Yeah, got
Woo.
that saggy stomach.
But it bums me out looking at that collar. There was a conversation that you had on your podcast about
That's our
shooting
favorite
a deer.
subject. Yeah.
About shooting a deer that's wearing a collar, and I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. I don't want to shoot a deer that's wearing a collar. I don't care if it's wild as fuck. If they caught it when it was a baby, and they just waited and measured it and then let it go, and it didn't have a collar, and I saw that deer, I wouldn't think twice about shooting it. But if I saw it and it was wearing a collar, I'm like, I'm out.
Oh, totally. But
out.
there's a really funny thing, and you probably caught wind of this, or know about this, is that it's
Duck
a big
bands?
deal. Yeah. To shoot a duck with a band on it, everybody knows is cool as shit. Like, I know that.
That's
Everybody
weird.
wants to shoot a banded.
Most people listening to this don't know that.
It's cool as shit if you get a banded duck.
Why is that?
Well, it's a little bit social science, because long ago, like, we used to not understand. This is kind of a little bit tricky to explain. We used to not understand how migrations worked, because everyone only knew what they saw. Okay? And there wasn't someone who was sort of like coalescing all of this information. People would know very well, like, you know, wherever you live along the Mississippi River, okay? And you might know very well that, like, in November, shitloads of ducks that you haven't seen, they haven't been here all year, are coming from the north and going to the south. And you knew that very well. You knew that ducks moved, you knew that they moved through here, but you didn't put you had no way to put all the pieces together. Over time, we wanted to understand, like, animal migrations better. And one of the this is way pre-collars, like GPS collars and pit tags and shit. We started this banding system where you could go and catch a duck in its nesting area. There's like times a year when it's really easy to catch ducks. One, you can catch them when they're young, and you can catch them when they molt. So people would go out and put a band on a duck, and you could go up in the Arctic or the upper Midwest, anywhere, and throw a band on a baby duck. And that band would have a phone number on it. And you were encouraged to, when you got a banded duck, it was like they made it be that it was a good thing. And you were encouraged to call that 1-800 number, whatever the hell they were before 1-800 numbers, and give them the band number. And then we started to really, with like great detail, map out flyways, how ducks migrated. Like the ducks on the Arctic slope in Alaska tend to follow along this path, and they tend to end up here at this date. And they're down in, you know, whatever, they're down in Texas all of a sudden, or they're down in Southern California. They're hanging out in rice fields around Sacramento, whatever the hell it is. We started to put together this whole detailed picture. And it was one of the great achievements in wildlife biology, was what we learned from the duck banding system. So I think that over time it became, like I said, it was sort of like social engineering, where people were taught to think it was cool. And you would wear a band, if you had a lanyard where you keep your duck calls on. This still goes on. If you got a lanyard that you have your duck calls on, any banded bird you get, you put that band on your lanyard. I even met these knuckleheads from North Dakota who have a lot of bands on their lanyards from banded birds they've shot. And you'd be like, dude, that's a lot of bands. And he goes, yeah, not one of them's reported. They think that it remains more pure to, dude, I don't know.
That's the dumbest shit.
It's the dumbest shit. I wish you guys did like call.
Why wouldn't anybody want to contribute to all this?
I don't know. You'd have to have like a calling component to your show, and we would call one of these dudes and have them explain in greater detail. But I remember thinking, like, that's the most fucked up thing I've ever heard. But yeah,
I don't think you'd want to talk to that guy.
It was like, he's like, yeah, they're all unreported. Anyways, I don't know if it's like an anti-science thing.
You love to argue. Did you talk to that guy about this?
You know, it was long ago. I could tell you where I was standing. I was in my brother's kitchen in Miles City, Montana, beneath this crazy chandelier he bought online. And I remember everything about it, but I don't remember if I challenged him on the sense of being proud of having not contributed to our scientific understanding of waterfowl migrations and why. Maybe like a sort of anti-government sentiment, like some black helicopter stuff.
Okay.
Regardless.
Yeah, some malicious shit.
It's cool to have bands, and I have like in my I have like a box where I put important stuff to me.
But imagine if you had a box of deer collars.
Dude, there's no way. I wouldn't put a deer collar. That's what I'm getting at. Is like, those are cool, but collars are not. And we had a friend. There's a friend of mine who's does a lot of carnivore research and other research projects, named Carmen Van Bianchi, which is a cool name. But she says that, you know, I'm someone that collars animals, and I even think that she's like, when you get one with a collar on it, She said it was quote. We talked about this the other day. She's like, someone has already got the best of them.
See you soon.
That they become tainted when they've been held by someone else. And that's a little bit how I view it, where like a wild animal, you want to imagine it being like the wildest wild animal. And once it has a collar, it's like someone, it's all sloppy seconds, man.
Yeah. Well, isn't that why the allure of Alaska is so interesting? Because it's one of the rare places where, like, if you run into a caribou in Alaska, there's a high probability that
Never encountered a
motherfucker
person.
Never. Doesn't even know what you are. Like, you've seen videos of hunters walking towards caribou with, like, their bow on their head.
Yep.
And the caribou's like, what in the fuck is this? They don't even know. They think that bow is a rack.
Their assumption in areas where I've been, particularly like up on the Arctic slope. No, that's not true, because I've seen it a lot of in the mountain ranges too in South Central Alaska. When they see your movement, their assumption is that you're a caribou. That's like, it seems, I can't, you can't get in their head. But their assumption is that, like, oh, I better go check it out, and then I'll circle downwind to make sure it's not a grizzly or a wolf or whatever. But they're like, you know, something that weighs a few hundred pounds, couple hundred pounds, whatever, walking around, probably a caribou, and they just like come on over.
They come to you
until they can rule it out. But they're gregarious; they want to find each other. And it that sort of thing like winds up in giving you a little bit of a sense of makes you feel a little bit bad for them.
Right. They're not tuned in like a mule deer is.
Yeah. And then you realize it's just like living like that. I mean, these are things that could migrate. You know, they migrate hundreds of miles.
Have you hunted an axis deer yet?
Yeah.
Axis deer in Hawaii is the most perverse, strange, but necessary hunting that I've ever experienced.
Yeah, and you know what? And they don't have like on Hawaii, they're not dealing with natural predators.
Zero.
It's
just
all
people.
it's all they're just very in tune to like their predator being people.
Yeah.
I imagine that they probably care the same way that we carry with us a sort of natural abhorrence of snakes, you know, a natural abhorrence of spiders. I would imagine that they come from that you probably know a little bit better than me because you spent more time with axis deer. They probably come from a very predator-rich environment, I'm guessing.
Oh, originally.
Yeah, and so like
India.
And carry with them a real high-strung sense from having dealt with like very efficient predators.
Tigers.
Yeah.
Yeah, they evolved to get away from tigers.
Like they got to be high-strung.
They're the fastest things I've ever seen in my life. I have videos of one where I shot at this one from 55 yards. 15 yards away, he sees the arrow coming 15 yards away from him, and he's like, Zoop.
Ducks it.
It's crazy. It's like they kind of understand that things coming towards them kill them.
Yeah.
Because they are hunted 365 days a year. Because they have to. They're so overrun. There's somewhere in the neighborhood of 20 to 30,000 deer on this one island with 3,000 people. And you've never seen herds like this before. It's crazy. I want to bring you.
It wasn't that when I hunted them years ago, and I remember the area I had been hunted very, very heavily. Do they call them does or hinds?
Hinds.
It had been hunted very heavily.
Stags.
And my God, was from my very limited perspective, from just a small set of experiences that happened over a couple days, it seemed like the pressure on the males had been extraordinary, where it seemed like you would see 100 hinds per stag. And I don't know if that's common there or not.
No, it's not. It's almost
I remember being like
50-50.
very surprised by that.
It's almost
No.
50-50.
Keep
when
your
you go
feet on the
to these
ground.
areas that are, you know, in Lanai, and apparently the same thing with Maui. They're everywhere. There's so many of them. Maui has a real eradication sort of program underway.
Which is
Yeah, no,
controversial,
in
right?
comparison,
Very
it's
controversial.
fucking
But they're also
insane.
selling it. They're selling venison sticks and venison jerky, and there's companies that are establishing these. They're establishing these conservation efforts where they're going out shooting X amount per year, 6,000 per year, which doesn't even put them.
Yeah. Is the goal eradication or is the goal just to limit it?
Limit them, but they eradicated them from the Big Island. Somebody had put them on the Big Island. Somebody had taken them from one of the other islands and put them on the Big Island.
Not enough
This
rage.
fucking idiot.
Forgive me, stop me if we spoke about this before, but there's kind of an interesting perspective.
I honestly thought the druid was gonna need it. You know, I didn't really care.
Where
But
we have this, you know, Hawaii just
I do less damage, but the proc's worth it, I guess.
I might be wrong about some of these, but I don't think I am. Breadfruit,
Oh, the
coconut.
drop on these seems good too.
All the major fruiting trees are non-native, and so much of the wild is not. I mean, they have like surprising shit like wild
Should have
turkeys.
Ben like fucking
wild
make
cattle,
me some food. Like,
pigs,
listen here,
axis
AFK
deer,
mage.
just like
I need
black
to
buck
quit
antelope running
cooking.
around.
Wild horses.
Chuckers, pheasants, just
They hunt horses.
yeah.
Yeah.
That mean?
I was talking to a guy one time that snares cattle. I don't know if he does it illegally. He snares cattle. My mom's, I guess I would call it, you know, technically he'd be my stepfather, but it feels funny. My stepfather, my mom's husband, who she married after my dad passed away, he grew up snaring white-tailed deer with garage door cable. But they were farmers and they just ate. And that was sort of his relationship was deer, setting snares, setting garage cable snares. Yeah.
And just
That sounds cool.
They were just hungry.
I'm not as
you know.
familiar with it, but it's...
Anyways,
Sorry.
in Hawaii, right? Those islands were colonized by humans.
Yeah, true.
1,100 years ago. And so now we have like native Hawaiians, right?
Yeah, that is true.
I've spoke with some native Hawaiians who feel that there's this uneasy relationship between what we're regarding
I
and
feel like maybe
describing as
Blizzard's
non-native
trying to give like a
wildlife,
sense of
even down
establishment.
to
They're
pigs.
just like trying to let you focus on learning your
Even
class.
though their ancestors, 1,100 years ago,
Getting
brought the pig
started rather
to
than
the island. And
all the
someone
pressures
expressed
of
to me
where
very
to
simply,
go.
He's like, how can I be Hawaiian? Like, I'm native Hawaiian. I damn sure I'm Hawaiian. Why is the thing that I hunt regarded as a non-native and needs to be eradicated? He's like, if we really want to talk about non-natives, I feel like that would be you.
Right. Yeah.
And he was like, and he was kind of pissed about this,
You need
this
some food,
attitude
or-
towards, because these are guys that like to hunt and eat a lot of wild
pretty
game.
low,
About this
but I mean, that
attitude
definitely
to
helps.
access deer and this attitude to pigs. And you
Oh,
hear the same
shit.
thing out of Australia. You hear the same thing out of New Zealand, which is guys who have this difficult relationship with
Not ready yet.
the things that they've come to hunt and the things that have sort of been culturally accepted as wildlife, right? Where people, you know, I don't want to use environmentalists here in a way that makes it be that the hunters
Oh,
aren't
that's-
necessarily environmentalists.
I was gonna
but
ask you what the
in
fuck
ways where
that
some
was.
people with what they would describe as an environmental agenda want to see species eradicated. The people have been interacting with for 100 years, in some cases, like in Hawaii, in some cases perhaps 1,000 years. They've been interacting with it on the landscape. But then someone wants to come and say, we want to get rid of it because
They
it's not
sell
native.
the spices in there.
And it
to make
causes
some
like
fucking
a
food
ton
out
of
that.
tension.
Some good food for
Where
us.
it creates a
with
particular
1300
weird
buff food
situation
stats.
for people in some of these places is that
Otherwise, I'm just like
hunters
low on bandages
have
too.
long justified
Hopefully, we kill something that
their
drops those like some
actions
trolls
to
here.
the public as being that we're
that drop it.
controlling, right? We're like controlling non-natives, so we're doing a good thing. But then someone says like, oh, you know, I got a better idea. Let's just kill all of them. And then the hunter's like, whoa, 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 whoa.
We know they did that off.
I don't mean like that.
There's an island off the California coast that was filled with elk, deer.
Oh, what was it called?
I don't forget. See if you can find it. They eradicated all of them. They just machine gunned them.
Yeah.
Just helicopters. Just eradicated all of them.
Are you familiar with the practice in those cases where they can have a Judas animal? Yeah, that's good shit.
There's a great article about a podcast about that. They kept sending this Judas goat to like the Galapagos, and he'd find the other goats and like they'd gun them all down. This Judas goat, like, they're my friends, fuck, and just keep wandering off, and you know he's sterile, so he can't.
Oh, is that right?
And he'd go to find these other goats, and they'd follow the collar, the GPS on the collar, find them, goats, and they'd gun them down too.
That would begin to wear on a human.
I can't loot that.
Yeah, I don't think goats entirely know what's going on.
The other day we had a meeting with our kids.
Okay.
We had a meeting with our kids.
So Santa Rosa
Oh,
Island.
dude, I was there not long.
It used to be filled with elk and deer.
FJ
So they set
Electric,
it
so
up.
I'm
Santa
trying to
Rosa
find out where
Island.
the auto
They
mount
had to
shit
set
is.
it up. Pro hunters hit Rosa up.
I think they mean professional. In that case, I would have used professional, not pro.
Murderers. Deer murderers. This is a
Yeah,
2011. So it's a
mule
fairly recent thing where they eradicated all these animals.
Yeah, I just not long ago fished off there.
It's supposed to be amazing fishing. The Catalina apparently is like the greatest mako shark fishing in the world, which is here's a weird one. Shark fishing, all of a sudden you're an asshole. It used to be with jaws and
Fucking
shark. Hey,
Christ.
dude,
Jesus
get that fucking
Christ.
thing out of here. They're gonna kill people.
Yeah.
Now it's like, you monster, shark's fin soup. Don't
Yeah.
you care about that? Don't you know there's global warming? Like everything gets conflated. It's all like piled all together.
do
Like,
that
what are you
yet.
doing with a shark? You used to be able to buy
Need
mako
more
shark.
rain.
in the ground.
Oh, you still see it. There is. I saw a thresher shark the other day on a menu. I did a magazine story about this long ago. It was right when I got out of school, and it was the first like assignment I had to go write an article. And I was writing it for Outside Magazine, and this is 19 years ago, man. And there's a thing called Mako Madness, and it was this thing in Montauk. You know what's funny about doing this? This is in 2000, and I got sent out there and had never, ever been to New York. And I didn't even go into the city. I just flew into wherever the hell I flew into and got a car and stupidly took a cab to, I didn't understand I was just very young. I didn't understand, like I took a cab from like the airport out to Montauk.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
How much did that cost?
I don't even remember. But I remember like when I had to turn my expenses, people were like, "Hold on, what?" And I'm like, I didn't know. But anyway, it was funny because we were driving along and seeing it was like the summer before, seeing the twin. It was like a year before, and seeing the Twin Towers, you know. And that was like my first ever view, and I never saw that place again. I never saw it again until after. But there's this thing called Mako Madness, and it was like a shark tournament. And traditionally, it had been like a contest to get the biggest shark, and they would bet money on it. And there was the general registration fee. So all these captains who had charter boats would join Mako Madness, and they would book clients on their boats for Mako Madness. And when you had to pay some amount of money this probably still goes on. You had to pay some amount of money to register your boat to be in the contest. But the real money was in all these side bets called Calcuttas. And so there was enough side betting going on around all the various captains that the biggest Mako could win $100,000, couple $100,000 to catch the biggest Mako. But the fatal flaw in this tournament, from a public perception standpoint, would be that there was a category for just biggest shark, and there was a category for like biggest Mako. So people going out like at a time, this is when shark populations were still, you know, and globally they're still on a decline. But there was still a lot of
you're already on
sharks from swordfish, longline, and other things. And people were getting very worried about shark stocks and shark numbers. And at one time, Mako Madness, there was a lot more Makos. Like people would be registered Makos. But there had been some years where Mako Madness had no Makos. People weren't bringing in a Mako. So everyone would go out and just make damn sure that like, I don't want to come back empty. So they would catch a blue shark. Because if no one caught a Mako, you still might get biggest shark from catching a blue shark. And at the end of this thing, man, they had dumpsters. They would not dumpsters. They would fill a dumpster with blue sharks.
And no one would eat it.
Dude, it would go into a dumpster.
But you can eat blue shark.
Yeah, well, you can. They're high in urea, and there's, it's like everything else. Like, yes, you can.
So Mako is the most edible?
Mako, thresher.
Can you eat a great white?
You know what's funny about great whites is there's a writer I love, and he does all these fisheries guidebooks named Vic Dunaway. I don't know if he's dead or alive, but I got all of his books. He's got like Gulf Coast, Pacific Ocean, Atlantic Coast. He does these books it's like all the fish that you're likely to catch, kind of like how to catch them. And then what I like about it, he's got like a food quality section, and his food quality sections are really funny. And like the highest praise is he can give something like excellent or one of the best, right? So if you look up snook, it'll be like one of the best. His headline for I looked in Great White Shark, it says don't even ask. But people feel that they'd be good because salmon shark are good. They used to call them poor beagles. Like salmon shark have a very good reputation, and Makos have a good reputation, and threshers have market value. And there's other sharks in other areas that have market value, but those ones are ones that are popular table fare. The assumption is
That
white,
dude always
the great
cracked me
white
up
sharks
because
would
he's like this
probably
fucking
be good.
dwarf in a
Must be
big
some
bird nest, you know?
Oh, I'm sure there's plenty
Just
of people
sitting
that do that.
around.
But at this Mako Madness thing, I can't remember the point I was getting at. What the
Dude,
hell was
if I was
driving at?
designing that
We're talking about Mako
NPC, I
Madness?
would have given him like the fucking beast
In this
stalker
article,
boots.
I got into like
You know what I'm
the history
saying?
of where like shark hunting and killing sharks came from. Is you're
Giving
familiar with
him,
Jaws,
like,
right?
giving him
Well,
like the fucking
sort of the
duck
shark
feet.
fisherman character in Jaws is based on this like very real dude, Frank
Put him in like a
Mundus.
yellow
And
fucking
Frank
in
Mundus
shirt.
used to fish out of Montauk. And at a time, Montauk was this premier destination for catching swordfish and big bluefin tuna. And as those big pelagic fisheries had collapsed from overfishing
Yeah.
in the 70s, Frank Mundus, he'd go out and he'd just go out and
Something I'm
find
curious
a,
to
you
know.
He'd go out famously. He'd go out and find a beached whale, or not a beached whale, but a floating dead whale, and he'd anchor up on that whale and catch big ass great whites, and then come in and hang the bloody carcass up on the docks. And he made necklaces with tooth sharks and shit, and he became like the monster man or something, or the monster hunter, and started booking all these crazy trips where tourists would come and be like, holy shit, I want to go kill a big monster.
even find
and he's
spices here,
credited
well.
with having created this like culture of like going out and getting, that's
Is that him?
That's Frank Mundus.
Let me see that picture upper left.
Dude. So
There he is. Look at him.
he kind of like built this idea of like shark hunting and
Does he have
and
a
like
shark bite in his forearm? Go back to that.
That'd be interesting if
What the fuck's
Frank
going on with
Mundus
his
did
left
it.
forearm?
Huh.
Something took a bite out of that motherfucker.
Yeah, so he's got the necklace, the dead shark, and Frank Mundus kind of like spawned this sort of thing where you want to go out and catch a big shark and hang it up and then throw it in a dumpster.
Really?
And people look at when people look at that history, they look at it being as like it's like in some ways Mundus and shark hunting was symptomatic of declining fisheries.
Look at that picture of him and the dude from the movie. They're so similar. Look at that. The black and white and the color next to each other. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
What was that guy's name? The guy in the movie.
Can't remember.
What was the actor's name? That guy was fucking awesome. What a great scene.
You know Mo Fallon?
Yeah.
That's his favorite movie. He loves Jaws.
It's interesting that the narrative.
He could next time you see him, have him convince you that Jaws is the greatest movie ever.
It's a great movie. It's a great movie. Richard Dreyfuss. The narrative of shark's fin soup and sharks being, something that we need to
Only
protect.
this feather.
That sort of, it's a new thing. It's only existed over the last decade or so.
I think so.
Yeah, it used to be if you caught a shark, like good for you. You keep killing someone who's swimming, or someone who's surfing.
The idea of sharks in soup and its allure was driven home to me one time when we were in Berkeley, and we were at a boat launch. We'd come off fishing, and we'd been out fishing for leopard sharks. Remember The Life Aquatic?
Mm-hmm.
That's a good movie.
That'd be
Did you like
something
his stuff or no?
interesting to look up
I
though.
mean, like the director,
what
Anderson,
happens
but-
with
what has he done
Wild
besides
Hammer
that?
Clan,
Fucking,
Reputation, and Vanilla WoW.
Royal Tenenbaums.
Or if it's
Oh,
like
okay.
some
Yeah, I
badass
like that.
tabard.
Yeah.
I think his masterpiece is The Life Aquatic. But in there they got the famous shark, and there's the jaguar shark, which is a good idea for a shark. I don't think it exists, but there are leopard sharks. And we were fishing for leopard sharks. And we came back to the boat launch, and there's a dumpster there,
I see another feather.
and everybody cleans their fish and throws the fish
I
guts.
shouldn't have to fight
in the
this one
dumpster.
either.
And I remember there was a gentleman digging through the dumpster,
Just kidding.
getting out leopard shark fins and heads and stuff. And I took pity on him.
Need more rage.
I thought that he was acting out of some sort of desperation. And I said, hey man, do you want like a nice fillet?
Not enough rage.
I'd be happy to give you a fillet.
Can't do that.
He's like, no. He just wanted just the fins.
Just to make soup?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you ever had it?
No?
I've had it.
Shark fin soup?
Yeah.
Did you enjoy it?
It was weird. It was weird. It was like, it's okay. It's okay. It's definitely not worth eradicating a fucking entire species for.
No, it's a little disgusting. It's a little disgusting. And I'm always reluctant, I'm always reluctant to... I'm a little bit reluctant to sort of oversimplify things around harvest and animals and stuff because
Hello?
I think people can take it too far. But
Nah,
if
I'm
you've seen
fine.
footage of people cutting fins
and dumping the
and kicking the sharks off the deck. And
What did I do?
And I think, but it speaks to something. I think that seeing like live finless sharks going into the water speaks to something about just your level of care. Do you know what I mean? Like whether you view something as sacred or not. It's hard to see that the individual engaging in that is viewing it as sacred. And there's like, there's a lot of stories about even like swordfish captains, burning blue sharks and stuff in effigy because they lose so much of their swordfish catch the blue sharks. But to see,
dude, I just wrote a mount straight up,
dude. It speaks to something about animal suffering. It speaks to something about like what is that person's view of the resource.
All right, here's where it gets really tricky though.
How do they respect it? But it also just speaks to like a general thing where you don't like to see things wasted.
Yeah.
And my understanding about like one of the things that slowed in U.S. waters, one of the things that slowed finning was just you used to be able to go out and you could fill your hold
I did it just
full
fine.
of just shark parts. If you were a fishing captain, you could just be like, "Oh, I'm just gonna keep the fins." And eventually they made it.
I did run across the entire side of that stairwell though.
They eventually made it that whatever you have for shark materials in your boat on a commercial operation, only a certain percentage can be comprised of fins. And since when you're on a commercial vessel, your hold, like the area where you keep iced fish, is finite, is limited.
Jeez, one of the fucking trolls actually
not worth it.
Followed my ass
because
over
let's say
here.
only like 30% of your shark parts can be shark fins. You had to keep the rest.
I'm calling this troll and this boomkin bitch
like shark
for
meat.
feather.
And so it sort of de-incentivized people to go out and fin in U.S. waters.
I had it I had it back in
Not enough
at a Chinese restaurant.
In the U.S. or
We'll
overseas?
see grind out another level before I leave tonight.
Pretty sure it was yeah, I don't think I've ever traveled.
You know, get drinks with Ben. You guys wanna head out to Bell's?
First one overseas.
Wow.
Overseas.
Fine.
Sound like like old sailors.
I'm trying to. I think I was in my.
So Canada doesn't count as overseas.
No, you can walk there.
Nor because of like the Darien, Gap in Central America. Like when you go to Argentina, overseas.
It's just.
Depending on
It's
you come
just.
from Florida.
I appreciate the invite, Ben. I don't go out a ton, but
flew dead nuts over Central America. Did you go?
I definitely just want to pack up my PC and get that shit set up so I don't have to do anything the next couple days.
Yeah, you still planning on heading home tonight?
Yeah.
Around the country when I was young.
It's gonna be a late one though. Like I said, I was hoping to
same thing.
do this until I'm dead ass exhausted, pack up.
Traveling to another country was like, ugh.
That's probably the best thing to do, because then you actually get a good night's sleep in your own bed too. You don't have to sleep on Devo's floor.
It took me a while to get used to the idea of traveling for a vacation.
Yeah, I'm not Ben Guido. I don't have those extra like 2 inches, so I
the
fit.
idea of vacation, like going on vacation somewhere in Europe, I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I'm not
I
traveling.
took the pillows off of it. I couldn't use the couch. I was too big. It was too uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean,
I realized,
I feel like
It's like
depending
sitting
how
in
you
a
position the
hammock if I'm
pillows-
sitting on the couch all the way out, and then it's like a hammock that doesn't have any cushion. It's just like crinking my neck and my ankle. It's like my fucking bed. Like I have a hardwood bed frame, and the goddamn frame is like too short, so I have to like sleep real awkwardly. Ah, there's some people in my fucking grind spot.
I just had a buddy of mine.
Well, I'll tell you
they're
this
doing
much,
it
Ben.
too.
It's nothing nearly as comparable as one of our friends growing up. His name was James, who had a fucking couch that was supposed to be in a museum.
Yeah, you have to. It's almost like you have to think.
It was love seat that was made of hard ass wood. There's no padding, and so you had to like squinch your body up into the shape of like a U, and you pretty much did physical like long-term damage to your spine by sleeping in this thing. In fact, it wasn't until I stayed the night at James's house in which I had to go see a chiropractor.
Spine just ends up looking like a fucking snake, dude.
It was fucking retarded.
You can only really relax when.
Diva's just quiet about it because he knows it's fucking true.
And my kids aren't fighting.
It's so fucking true, dude.
I do this insurance policy thing. I've told this story a couple times, but I haven't told it. I do this insurance policy thing, and I like lay on my couch. This dude comes over my house to take my heart rate and do a bunch of health checks. Anyways, I'm laying on my couch, He's got this monitor hooked up, and he's got to do it for a long time. I can't remember how many minutes, but it's like a long. It's not like going to the doctor for a checkup. It's like taking a pulse from it, like he's really checking your shit out.
The one gaming session I did with James, he let me play like the old ass Battlefield.
And I asked the dude, I'm
like
"Can you
before
see that?" He goes,
Battlefield
"Oh, I can see
2,
that."
whatever Battlefield was before that. Yeah, probably 1942 for sure. And we would just switch off every like game while watching like what we watched South Park and like basketball.
Eccentric person. He's now says like he's gonna sleep 9 hours a night, which seems like an extravagance, but he's like done the math on it, and he says if you're gonna measure me in terms of productivity, I'll actually do more on 9 than, let's say, 6, and you give me all those extra hours, but those extra hours aren't as productive anyways.
I had a podcast with a guy named Dr. Matthew Walker, who's a sleep expert, written books on sleeping, and he talks about the vast amount of Americans that.
And then we took that tiny ass TV and split it 4 players, and we're playing Nintendo 64 State of Emergency.
Happiness, your body's ability to produce endorphins.
I mean, the game was as retarded as hanging out with James.
And he's like, the vast majority of people are fucking the same. The vast majority, in great ways. It increases the possibility of dementia, Alzheimer's, and all these
Well,
different
his
factors.
family was just weird. He didn't seem like a kid. Like, he just seemed like a fucking office assistant living in the house for his dad or something.
Those people eventually, the fucking bearings.
Yeah. Do you take caution to sleep?
And I mean, that was the one time I got to hang out with James, and it was like, hey, let's just stay, play games, be cool. The other time was, hey, let's meet up down the road with my friend Andrew. And then him and Andrew went around putting fireworks in people's mailboxes and fucking humping them out of the ground. While some dude, like, proceeds to come out of his house with a full fucking baseball bat. And I just start running. They get caught, I don't. And I just like run back to James's house, and I just lay on that shitty old couch, and I just sit there staring at the ceiling, because I don't know what to do.
And one of the first things she said is like, God damn, I want meat like all the time. She's doing squats and shit.
No. Yeah, she was fucking hot though.
They're just doing crazy squats and box jumps and that kind of shit.
She's like that Russian in the Rocky movie.
But it's just
that dude was on to what's it called where the people go to like the clubhouse and roll rocks and shit.
Oh, like CrossFit type shit?
That
Oh,
dude was on
really?
the CrossFit
Oh, yeah,
before.
man. He's
That's-
a trainer in Russia.
That's pretty fucked up.
Well, I know after I graduated, I went to a Halloween party, and I was hanging out. It was like
No, I haven't, but I'd like to.
Sam Cox, Andrew, and like a bunch of 2008 people. But yeah, Andrew was there, and we were catching up. He was fucking Hitman even. He like shaved. He like started shaving his head at that time and did the barcode on the back. And I want to say his sister was there too.
Treadmill, the elliptical machine, or other thing. They look at that thing like, no.
Yeah, because it's not fun. You don't get lost. Yeah, you don't get lost in it.
It's horrible.
Who?
It's horrible, but it's amazing.
Moon's collecting shitty TV links for his WoW stream tonight.
And sugar and how much time you
Yeah.
have to process stuff.
He's still playing Minecraft. He's waiting in queue.
Begun to startle me a little bit. Is I
Damn,
used to
that
find in social
like
situations
straight up is
that I would
the
be
best.
very
Like
interested
leveling.
in letting people know that I thought about something. Even shit that I had no business talking about. And I think that you see people, like when you see like someone who's older,
Yeah.
and we have this idea that like older, wiser person, and they're just taking in everything, and they've learned to be quiet.
Yeah.
People don't really think about the fact that maybe they're just like sick of hearing themselves
I'm
talk.
3 out of 10 Jade Ooze.
The saddest thing
Yanni just
Okay.
he's saying I need to drive up to Grand Rapids,
say
put a
yeah,
bullet
but
in
I
his
think
brain.
I need to explain
like
a little bit.
an old racist.
They're the bigger
old
ones now, I remember.
An
Yeah.
old person who has like ridiculous archaic.
I'm
views
sure
of
they're
women,
having a really good time for Devin's
views
bachelor
of
party.
Society and culture and immigration, all these different things. Like a person without nuance, an old person who's not learned from
Oh, yeah.
the humbling experience.
God fucking damn.
Take on it.
That's a good description.
Yeah.
You paint a flattering portrait.
Yeah, man, I think about it.
Yeah,
a lot.
I don't even know why we were over there as late as
like
we
that
were.
not long ago,
But it was like
we
fucking
decided
late,
that we
and
were
we
gonna
were
take
all
our
hanging
kids.
out and stuff.
Like, we're gonna take our kids out to eat.
At
and I
Andrew's.
don't want to have to deal with any kind of like.
And then
added
Jade and Andrew
noise,
disappeared
and I
to
was,
do something.
Trying to
It was just like me and his sister. And I'm like suddenly thinking to myself, like, dude,
let's go to that
this
taco
chick's
truck
boned.
and talk to anybody, deal with anybody.
Like, how come no one
My
talks to
wife
this girl at
goes to,
school?
This brew pub. So we go down to the brew pub, and I'm kind of like, I'm already pissed off because I'm like kind of half mad at my wife making it a potentially social situation. And I'm sitting there, and this old man walks past me on his way out of the restaurant, and he's got a "Do Not Resuscitate" bracelet.
Ooh.
Okay. He's got a little you know those 4-pegged canes? He's got a 4-pegged cane. There's probably a name for that. And a "Do Not Resuscitate" bracelet. And he walks out with his wife, girlfriend, whatever. And she wanders.
The stupid troll just tried to gank me out here while I'm AoE grinding, and I fucking dropped all the aggro, and he just got mobbed to death by the Murloc.
Yeah. I have it where you can turn it into it, yeah.
Yeah, it's just spam.
I just love that dude earlier. Join this guild, blah blah blah. Tries to give me like some shitty solicit pitch. I'm like, no thanks. I'm playing with some friends, trying to figure out what we're all gonna do. He's like, we got the original stone solid. I'm like, oh, in that case, no thanks. So what the fuck you mean by that? I'm like, yeah, dude's a fucking toxic piece of shit. He's like, what makes you say that? I'm like, world chat. He's just like, I don't know about that.
That ability isn't ready yet.
Yeah. You bet your ass there's probably been some world,
Guy got called out on the forums for killing Lupos. I'm sure there's people getting called out for ninja looting.
fucking BOE purple shit. I'm guaranteeing somebody's just like, we all agreed it, fucking need. Oh yeah, there we go, Diva, it's right up here.
I can't do that yet.
I'll take out these two.
Not enough rage. Need more rage.
I love how they give us the same cleave animation. I don't have the rage to use mine, but yeah. Should've got some shitty bandages, I guess. Fuck. Alright.
That ability isn't ready. Ah! Need more rage. I can't do that.
Oh shit, that's a fucking double proc, dude.
Not enough rage. Need more rage.
I actually tabbed over and did an overpower on the one it's done. But the second time it was certainly a cleave. No, I stunned better than a fucking rogue, you kidding me?
That ability isn't ready yet.
I've never had this weapon before, so I didn't know the beauty of it. This thing is pretty nice. Hey, look at this Horde supply crate. You kidding me? Look at this thing. I want to take a picture with this Horde supply crate. Some fucking juice inside of it.
I can't do that. Oh!
Get that mace up, boy. Even my shit's not even leveled up yet. I mean, it's hitting them, but fuck, it's not that good. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I got some shitty juice out of mine. Fuck yeah. So far, I'm on track to be the server first, cooking 300. I got a decent amount of meat to work with. I'm going hard on that tonight. Fuck it. Not logging off till I'm 300 cooking. I mean, gotta get the meat somehow. We gotta be killing something. Yeah, fuck yeah, kill them wolves. Plunk. Fucking retarded.
I can't loot that.
It's not what I want. For the red wolf meat, at least. Immortal Strike, dude. Gotta love how fucking broken that shit is. Sweet. Those bags got fucking like 20 silver in one of those. Holy shit. Should I complete quest?
Yeah, you get that?
Let's see, complete.
Oh shit. You gotta let it die?
Yeah, I didn't get it. Yeah, just fuck it. Let's go over here. I gotta get some more feathers. Just ride around and collect those real quick, I guess. Try to cleave something down. Shows there's a bunch here normally. The fuck? There's a random skeleton here.
Not seeing shit over here.
Yeah, all the spots we just ran across showed on Questy. Alright, well. Shows there's one up here. Oh shit. Oh, and it dismounts you if you run on top of this. I'm fine.
Apparently, Yanni's just like deathly ill. Fucking something, dude.
Someone needs to wear a condom when he lets a dude bareback. Apparently, man. He's got the AIDS. These are the gay AIDS. He's dying. Cool down
Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
It's back up.
Alright, turn in, let me do the auto fucking boy.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for it.
Okay.
I don't understand how he gets that thing. It's all the same. Maybe he's got diabetes too.
Yeah, dude, this staff is actually OP, Brad. I'm like fucking clocking him in the skull, knocking him out. The stun happens pretty frequently, and it's, from what I've seen so far, it actually occurs while cleaving, so, like, watch this. Just open up, I got, so far, 2 hits in, 3 hits in, 4 hits in. Had it happen twice in a row with the last mob here. Okay, so it didn't proc that time, it's fine. I dropped 100.
I got this sick proc. It never proc.
What, dude, did you not see the one before that where it did it twice in a row? It was fucking stupid as shit.
Not enough range.
I don't even have the weapon skill up as high, so it's not even doing what it should as much, but... Fucking... Drop 100 health and like 40 AP, but... I don't know, it seems worth it so far. Rocking some good old fucking plate now too. It's getting good. Already got rid of Farad's shoulders.
Yeah, for those little goofy ass white ones.
Yeah.
I love this thing.
Got that agility ring, I guess, for now. With that bear ring. Or the seal fire. Because that 10 stands too OP.
That ability isn't ready yet. Not ready yet. I'm out of range.
Yeah, I won't even slow this one down. I'll kill it so we can run with it.
It's too far away.
Yeah, I know. Come on, bird.
Can't do that yet.
Nice.
I need to get closer.
Let's see if we can get some fucking stuff. There's one in the back.
Need more range. Not enough range.
That one got stunned. He just died. Oh, look at his fucking wolf again. Look at that.
I can't lose that.
Alright.
Okay, I guess I should get off. Catch you guys
Hi,
later.
thanks for joining me today in this special video.
to him. I
Over
don't know
the
what he's gonna
years,
be like when I get
this
back.
this channel has funny moments. I am going to show you
No, dude.
my latest
I imagine it'll probably be like 2 or
most of my
3
favourite
hours.
ones over the years of this channel.
Whatever.
And
Alright.
I hope you
Good leveling.
enjoy this funny trip down memory lane.
I mean, I don't want to do that when like, in a social setting. I'm not a check my phone every 5 minutes kind of person, so. Yeah.
I think in honor of the epic Moon stream, I'm going to attempt to pull up some of the stuff that I enjoy watching while I'm at work. So I want you to go ahead and join, Devo. I want you to go ahead and watch this awesome video I'm about to share. Maybe you'll subscribe and watch them too. The man, the myth, the legend, Stewie Woods.
Here I am in the city. There, yeah, Hi, thanks for joining me today in this special video. Over the years, this channel has funny moments. I am going to show you my latest compile. I compiled most of my favourite ones over the years of this channel. And I hope you enjoy this funny trip down memory lane.
You also want to talk about me taking the dust cap. Well, you going to see a dust cap? I'm wearing it. You know what? I hope this will actually be circulated all around the industry. Right? Well, you asked me to collect the dust cap, and I've got one. And here is my dunce cap. Well, you want the dunce cap? I'm wearing it. Well, you want the dunce cap? I'm wearing it. Back to popular demand. On my first episode, 2008, I made a dunce cap. Well, here it is again. Another dunce cap. Back with popular demand. With a bit of humour and a bit of this and that, huh? Is that this platform was basically full of people smashing up toilets.
Yeah.
Yeah, but however, and then also a decade later, I had some chick on a prankster chick got herself stuck on the toilet seat. On YouTube. I just love watching prank videos, seeing people making a fool of themselves. I absolutely enjoy watching them, especially when you're feeling down the dumps. These videos seem to cheer you up a bit when you're feeling down in the dumps. So yeah, watching people make a fool of themselves on YouTube is actually quite hilarious. So yeah. In today's video, I'm going to talk about part 2 about pranksters.
Looks like we're gonna kill some turtles while we're waiting for this shit to spawn.
Look at that, eh?
You can go down.
There's a spider in the shed ready to bite on somebody's bottom. Look at that, eh? Look at that. A spider in the shed. Oh, yeah.
So what's funny about that guy is he solved a very complicated issue that like highly paid professionals could not figure out. And I found it by like searching the issue and then finding a forum that linked a video that only had like 50 views in which he was doing some troubleshooting to show how to fix it. So I actually pull up his videos like every couple of weeks and just laugh at like how fucking bad they are. It's like one of those, they're so bad they're good. And he uses like these old shitty karaoke mics to talk into, like he's singing a fucking Disney sing-along song while he's trying to record his videos. But essentially, I had to do some troubleshooting to save like a very sophisticated like science instrument and how to get it to work with like Windows 10 and all these like shitty things to prevent like from having to buy a new one. And he had like a workaround that was legitimate that I followed. Damn, 3 in a row. Look at this fucking spot. Dude, 4? They're just lined up. This is it.
Jacusto!
Jacques Cousteau, into speed flow. Invented scuba, captain the Calypso. Palm door winning documenter of the ocean. Ready to battle a desperate, sweaty showman. You're chunky and soft, you get on my nerve. You're the only manatee I don't want to conserve. My life aquatic was adventure and beauty. I'm so cool, Bill Murray played me in the movie. I have Oscars, you're in Dr. Doolittle too. So run back home to your daddy's zoo. And just to be clear, cause I'm no veterinarian. Were you killed by a fish kid's pet at the aquarium?
Holy smokes, what a place to go! You'd need a submarine for a blow that loud. You better run, you better take cover. Cause crikey, I'm going from croc to Jacques Hunter. Have a look at this salty fella. His face looks like it's made of pure leather. Look out, he's got the body of a naked mole rat. He's cranky cause he has to wear a Papa Smurf hat. I'm a wild man. You're a subdude. The only crocs you could handle are some slip-on shoes. Crikey, you're such a boring guy. You could make a whole show about the ocean dry. But with the Sheilas, you sure had fun. Your mistress was as young as your firstborn son. You never should have stepped to the wildlife defender. Embrace your French nature and quietly surrender.
Talk about sons, better watch what you say now. You almost turned yours into Outback Mistake.
Would you rather talk about your brother? Oh boy! Naughty, naughty, naughty! Oi, oi, oi!
Enough of your antics and madness. Contain yourself, like my underwater breathing apparatus. You're a joke of a bloke in a tacky romper. Go grope a dope rope, crocodile humper. There's a type of snail recently discovered and named after you. I'll eat them with butter. Hey, Skippy, the bush league kangaroo. Holds a D, and crocodile done with you.
Where you going, fella? Hang on a minute. Like a joey in a pouch, this ain't quite finished. Take a look how destructive your old films are. Silent World, more like Silent World Star. If you want to count fish, please take the reef tour. Don't go throwing C4 on the seafloor. I'm the gold medal rhymer on the podium, cleaning you up like a Jacques Custodian. I'm Mother Nature's greatest conservationist. When I rock the mic, I'm dangerous. So go back down under with your crew. I just blew through you like a didgeridoo.
Whole war! Holster! Do the song!
Oh, you're supposed to heart there. Okay, well I got like 3 minutes up on mine until I can do that, so I'm just gonna kill some crocs real quick. Or attempt to. Because they fucking are high level.
Donald Trump! Bastard! Hillary Clinton!
I've been in this game too long. I'm a public servant. Have been since I met MLK in person. I'm a woman of the people. That's for certain. You're a man of the people who don't like turbans. I was living in the West Wing while you were professional wrestling. Got skin like Russian dressing from too much Russian investing. You've been going bankrupt since the 90s. If it was in Iran, you couldn't find me. You don't care about the job, Trump. You just think that desk is shiny. I said that I respect your children, but that wasn't quite right, yo. Looking like some extras from American Psycho. First name is Hillary, middle name Rado. Last name is Clinton, the lyrics I got him. There's celebrities on The Apprentice. Motherfucker, I fired it like crack. How do I say this? You're racist. Ooh, you must get so pissed that your hands are too small to stop and frisk. So you use your fingers to touch chicks.
She's only 12 years old.
That's enough. Shit.
But she's married, sir.
Just gotta get pushy.
That's your daughter.
Well, grab her by the pussy. Ah, that's assault, brother. Don't tell me the victim's at fault, sucker. Don't know shit about snakes. You could've walked on the 8th all grade. Motherfucker, to save the day, I'm gonna rock and roll. Red bitch on the scene like murder she wrote. So go ahead, Donna, let me see it flow. I brought Michelle's speech. Here are some quotes.
Let me just say, I respect all females, but your rhymes are trash. Put them next to your emails. Our country's in crisis. Who wants to vote for the mother of ISIS? That might not be exactly true, but I don't do. I like that. Well, you know to talk about misogyny. Your bill's worse than Cosby. You left a mess on that dress like you left in Benghazi. You wanna break the glass ceiling, Hillary, I sense it. The only crack you'll find is my ass pressed against it. Numbers are in it, I'm riding your tail. I don't have the stamina, baby, you're frail. This'll be just like a way when you fail. Trump will appoint you to jail. How do I say this? Year two, and you almost lost the primary to a socialist Jew. One of the American people got a Yankee doodle do. You're gonna throw your fat face that they're just not that into you. Want a strong male leader who could stand up to China. Not a faded little wishy-washy bleeding heart vagina. I'm gonna run these streets like I run my casinos. More police and less Latino. You bury us in debt by poor people's socks. I'll create jobs, tearing down mosques. I'll use all the best rocks from the site to build a wall. Dip it in gold and make Mexico pay for it. I'll make this country great again. We'll all be living wrong. I'll tell Congress you're fired and put Charles in charge. 'Cause this whole system's rigged, and we all know the rigor. For the last 8 years, this country's been run by.
Are you fucking kidding me with this blah, blah, blah? I have a mind to preach a both to my overtime. I'm a powerful discussion up in TMZ. You got brother black and brother on the Facebook feed. I'm so sick and tired of this ridiculous shit. If this is the best my party gets, then my party should quit. I'm sorry, did I say something that you found funny? Wipe that creepy ass smile off your face and beat this dummy. If she does win the White House, be a man and hold the door. Don't get your fans stirred up in some sort of Twitter civil war. Here's an equal opportunity smackdown in a sequel. Let's all the people, all the people, all the people.
And we don't sleep. We like go to bed for a few hours at a time. Next week to you is gonna feel really weird when we're not like doing this. It's like as extreme. You're gonna still be playing, it just isn't gonna be as extreme. Fuck, dude. I still got a fucking stupid ass feathers. I only need 4 of those, so it shouldn't be too bad. Just grab them. What level is these? Is he 60? Damn, already? What the fuck? I'm gonna mute his stream, but I still want to pull it up.
James Bond! Forsyth! Austin Power!
A beef full of sheep for no, and Blofeld with a cheek scar. But they were not as crooked and rotten as your teeth are. I go balls to the wall for on this whack twat in an ascot. Blast shots at you like gas from the back slot of a fat Scot. Permission from the crown to put a scoundrel down, I've earned it. I'm licensed to kill, you couldn't get a learner's permit. After 24 films, I'm still reaching new heights.
Cool, I did
Your
it.
third
You
movie
need
died,
other
I guess
people
you
to do
only
that
live
too.
twice. Spell my name, the ladies wanna be on D. Any sex appeal you might have is beyond me. I'm bespoke from a head to a toe, and after this flow I'm done. I only need one round, golden gun.
You look a lot
is
more
pretty cool,
blonde in
like,
your
all kinds of
movie,
playing with his
baby. That's
brother.
alright, let's
He
just keep
originally
it
did.
groovy, baby. Better exposition tell me this will
Because
be
you don't really
boring.
hear
But
that
Jesus,
much
man,
anymore.
even my mojo's snoring. I've never seen such a miserable spy. I've also never seen a man with glistening thighs. I mean, you can't shack properly with that wax curse. Burn fuck to the musk of my chest buzz. Yeah. I hypnotize you with a little striptease and then judo jump. I'm swinging on you like the 60s. Yeah. You're defenseless, my rhymes can't be deflected. You like all the sex I've ever had, I'm protected. Yeah. People want a hero with a little personality. No one wants to sit through your gritty reality. Maybe Q can craft some new plot line. You made Thunderbolt too bloody time. I'm one of a kind, you're always getting remade. You can't touch me, double OB, hey.
Yeah, it's just the last one I need though. Well, good for him though, you know, for being just kind of a private streamer sensation, like no one else really knew of who he was or whatever. Now he's like competing with all the big boys. The fucking shroud of WoW, you know? Now he gets all the reputation and people know who he is. Now his life's gonna be forever changed, dude. He just logs in, so as long as this game doesn't take a shit, and he's gonna have income set for the rest of his life. Cause yeah, all this ad revenue is gonna be insane with this amount of people for him. I mean, the Richard Hammer guy I knew, he only had like consistent 800 people when he was doing Binding of Isaac with Cobalt Streak, which like they were both neck and neck, like world record and very good at that game. He was like in the lower thousands bracket, but the ad rev and everything was enough for him to like independently take care of like all of his payments, his house, he had a daughter, all this shit. So that dude's pulling like 30 fucking K, he's okay. Can't even imagine how much. I like how he has that fucking crab, like the crab claw cracker axe.
Oh, that's the Nicker or whatever.
Yeah.
I think it's renamed still though in this.
What are you supposed to do with this feather? It's this quest.
The feathers go back to Darnaz because don't worry about turning them in yet.
Oh, okay.
You should just have those two there to turn in, like one at that.
Yeah, I did.
One up top.
So Lochmadon to Searing Gorge.
Yep.
Okay.
Just make sure you set your heart in Lochmadon.
Gotcha.
Unless we're gonna port back from there to there at some point. I don't know why.
I don't necessarily have to finish it, but I think I still have like the Badlands elemental rocks. 1 out of 5. The quest is green. Probably won't give me that much.
He already has Hand of Justice too, and Black Hand's Breath. Dude, Monkey has been farming this for a minute. Probably doing like run runs and shit now. Dude, I want to spam run fucking Ubers like 10 times in a day with the same 10 people. That'd be awesome.
Mm-hmm.
No team strike, everybody starts crying.
I love watching him spam his fucking buttons though. It's like sitting there spamming sweeping strikes like good 15 times before he finally had the rage for. He's like, just fucking hurry up, mate. The fuck is that?
People shooting off fireworks, it sounds like.
Dude, someone's sick of getting food poisoning at Rice Kitchen, and they're just letting their their opinions be heard. Oh, question. Did you ever turn this in, this riddle quest? I think we're supposed to. Cortello's riddle.
Yes, we just did that waterfall, dog. That's what it got me the 14 slot bag I was talking about. Holy fuck, dude. You watched me swim under the waterfall and do it.
No, I didn't. I didn't watch you swim under a waterfall and do it.
I literally said we're going over here to turn this in, and I swam down and I said, nice, 14 slot bag.
I didn't hear you say that at all. We were collecting those little potion things across the shore.
You're something else.
We were collecting those things across the shore. I didn't know anything about the waterfall. I
said we were going up to the waterfall and we could pick up the bottles on the way.
Oh.
Holy shit, dude.
Well, it's like fucking red to me, so I guess it's gonna hold XP for quite some time, being a level 51 quest. I can always go back and do it on my own. So if that tunnel in the southwest is locked, you have to go through Badlands and then through. By the Horde capital then, or that city.
Pocket.